stories at the same time of different things. It's really mostly the sessions. However, there'll be a little bit of their experience as well. But they're incredible. And if you're called to it, obviously, see Leah.
Yeah. And if you're on the call today and you are one of our practitioners, please put your contact information in the chat so everybody can see where you are. And if they're nearby, maybe you might get a session. All right. So we are kicking off the day with one of our favorites, or all our favorites. It's like choosing your favorite kid. You can't do it. And so that is Sandy Nathan. She is in London today. So if we can welcome Sandy on, we'll chat for a few minutes. So you can hear a little bit about her before she gives you one of her famous sessions. And Sandy's sessions are famous. Last year, her session was one of the most popular. It was also first, but it was an amazing, amazing way to kick off the day. So, hey, Sandy, welcome.
Hi, Liz and Bill.
Hi,
Hello.
Sandy.
Hi, thanks for having me on. It's great to be here.
We couldn't be happier. Would you just share with everybody just a little bit of who you are and what your experience is, maybe what brought you here in the first place?
Sure, yeah, for sure. Yes, well, my background is in psychotherapies. Various different schools of psychotherapy, energy healing techniques, holistic therapies. I've done lots and lots of stuff, so I do have a lot of stuff underneath my belt. And then I came across Cognomovement, and that to me is kind of like the most effective, the most complete modality. It works. It really works so far on anything and everything. It really is quite amazing. So yeah, my background. So I've got more than 20 years of experience of working with adults, young people and children. My clinic is in Harley Street in London. And I see people from all walks of life with all sorts of issues. And I'm really passionate about the work I do. I love it. I love it. I love seeing a client coming into my room or on Zoom who's stuck or overwhelmed or their life isn't going the way they want it to. And then at the end of the session, once we've done the work, they can't believe change. It's kind of like the problem they came with no longer exists, and they've now got new insights into what it was all about, possibly. But more than that, it is gone. It is no longer a pattern in their nervous system. So it's not about giving people coping mechanisms or anything. There is no need for coping mechanisms because the issue is no longer present in your system. It's just such a complete thing. I love it. I love seeing the difference in people.
Yeah, there's a difference in you. There's something that you have shared with us, a way that you live, kind of a setting now for yourself. Would you share that with everybody and how that happened?
You mean about my default position?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is my 5th year with Cognomovement, and I am a different person now to when I first began. I've done a lot of work with Cognomovement. I've tended to go to America twice a year generally, and then monthly online trainings and things like that. Been to Cognoconscious, where we clear out the shame, the guilt, the anger, and all those heavy negative emotions that we stored up during our lifetimes. So when you clear all of that stuff out as well, what happens is that you end up being freer. You end up being a different person because you're no longer operating from that place in your subconscious mind with all that stuff that you had going on there. Because all that stuff in there influences your thoughts, your actions, your deeds. When you don't have that going on in the background, you are different. And like I say to people, my default position now is one of joy. It doesn't mean I don't get angry and upset and all of those things. I do, but they don't last, they don't stick. And I get back to my default position of joy, which is a lovely place to be. It's really a lovely place to be.
I mean, I hope everybody listen. I just want to hear that over and over. My default position is one of joy. Can you imagine that? I mean, for everybody on the call, can you imagine? It just seems like, what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't even sound even reasonable. You're not living my life here. You don't know about the kids and the, and the teacher and the this and that. Well, this is a wonderful example for you to hear firsthand that this is reasonable to expect. And the reason it's reasonable to expect is because it is simply your nervous system, your brain operating completely differently, absent the shame of a lifetime, the guilt of a lifetime, the grief of a lifetime, the resentment. If you could imagine yourself, your fears, your frustrations, your angers being free, what might that be like? Well, it might be like Sandra. So I'm so happy you're here, Sandra, and that you're sharing that. You know, it's one thing for me and Liz to tell people, "Hey, you can do this," but actually somebody who's, been there and done that. And I think also it's Sandra had said a very important point in that it's not that we don't get knocked down occasionally. Life throws us curveballs. The external environment really wants to challenge us. But there she is. She pops up. It's like a balloon, you try to hold underwater, boop, it keeps on coming up to the surface. There she is.
Yeah.
And as they say, 95% of our life, of our time, we're governed by our subconscious mind. So it's all this stuff that we have within our subconscious mind. And when we do the work here, we clear out that stuff. So if you're somebody who's been living your life through guilt, everything that you do will be filtered through that lens. If you're someone who's been living their life in shame, you'll be doing things to avoid that kind of thing again. So once you clear all of that stuff out of your life, it's no longer there. That baggage is no longer there. So now then you're free to operate as someone who's not coming from that place, from a place of neutrality.
Yeah, it's so true. We don't realize that we see life through a singular lens of perspective, and that there are so many other perspectives.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the signatures of this work, because we open not just the mind and the subconscious mind, but the actual vision to be able to see so many different perspectives. And that means you have so many different choices, and you don't have to live life through one singular perspective. So Sandy, let's set up your session today. What are you going to be showing everyone today?
Okay, I'm going to be doing a really simple routine, but it's one that supports something that we all need. We all need a settled nervous system and an internal sense of safety. So that's what I'm going to do. It's going to be something really simple. And I call it, starting your day the Cognomovement way, but you can do it at any time of day. And it's easy to follow. Anyone can do it, whatever age they are. You just need to want to do it.
And is this something that you do on a regular basis? Is this your actual routine?
Yes, I do this routine. And also whilst you're doing the routine, you can quietly repeat to yourself a phrase such as, I don't know, I feel safe, or every day in every way, I'm better and better. Whatever works for you. So different days I say different things. But it is a very simple, very basic routine, and it really works. It kind of focuses you for the rest of the day.
Yeah. So how do you feel like that changes your overall life? So if you were to do that for 7 days a row, how do you feel like that changes you as a person?
What I would say is, sometimes, like most people, I don't always do it every day. And then I do notice there's a difference when I don't do it every day. Like if I haven't done it for, I don't know, I might have gone somewhere and haven't done it for quite a few days, I do notice a difference. Life isn't quite as easy somehow. It's a strange thing to say, but that's what it feels like. And then as soon as I get back to doing it, it's great. Both hemispheres of the brain are on board, and I'm getting a balanced view about things. And yeah.
Feels like kind of a reset, doesn't it? Like you get to push the reset button.
That is it. That's it. Resetting your nervous system. That's exactly it.
All right, well, let's get started. So, what do people need? Are you going to be using your
Okay.
Cognovol today?
Yeah, I am going to be using my Cognomovement, but people can use a pen, their phone, anything they want to focus on, something that's going to, so that they can focus on. That's completely fine. And if
Yeah,
I
you
can
want
just,
like a little something that you can put both hands on, a
yeah,
pen or something.
you want both hands. Your
Yeah.
both hands are going to be on the object. And what we're going to do is we're going to be moving it from one side of the body to the other side of the body. I will go through the exercise with you as we do it. And you can do this standing or sitting. The choice is yours. If at any time you want to stop, or you want to have a rest, that's fine. There's no right or wrong way about doing it. You can just pick it up again when you're feeling ready to do that. Many of us, journalists, we go through our lives with kind of like low-level stress and anxiety, worry, sometimes even overwhelm, right? And, and that kind of like that's how our day is. In fact, what I'd like to do now is, if it's okay, I'd like to ask everyone to close their eyes. I'd like them to close your eyes. Is that okay?
Yep, that's perfect. Give it just a second. We're going to put you on full screen and Bill and I will step out of the room.
Oh, okay.
All
Great.
right. And before you do that, I just want to mention to everybody out there throughout today, these are going to be just a few cognitive techniques. They're basics, right? And they're not the entirety of
No.
cognitive movement. They're just a few of the basics, but these basics are so effective. So you're going to get an effect, and you can watch this over and over. And my point is, there's so much more. There is a whole world of possibilities. So
Yeah.
anyway, Sandra, thank you.
Yeah, what I'm doing is just an introduction really to cognitive movement for people. But it's a really simple routine, as I say, and it supports our nervous system. So you can use a ball if you have a ball, or a pen, something that you can put both hands on. As I said, you can do this sitting down or standing up. And, as I said, many people live their lives with this low level of stress and anxiety, sometimes even overwhelm. So I'm thinking, let's check on how you are today. Close your eyes and just settle into your body. And just see if you feel there's any discomfort anywhere in your body. Is anything showing up for you? When I say the words like anxiety, worry, stress, concern, you might even be overwhelmed. Where do you feel any sensation in your body? Any sensation that says, hey, I'm not completely at peace? Where do you find any sensation going on? It could be something in your heart or your chest. Could feel tight, or your heart could be beating faster. Or it could be something in your stomach. It might feel kind of nauseous or whirling around or whatever, or even your shoulders or your neck or your back. Or it could be a pain. Anything at all that lets you know you are not completely at peace within your body. So really tune into that. And once you've found it, I want you to scale it on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most it could possibly be. What number would you say it is at this moment in time? Okay, has everyone got a number? That's great. Good. Now I want you to make a mental note of that number or write it down, whichever. Now, this exercise I'm going to do is not about fixing these things in your life. This is just a little taster of what is possible. Okay, and don't worry, you don't have to do, if you can't do it the way I'm doing it, there is no right or wrong way, as I said. Just follow as you can and let your body do what it does. And just notice what you notice. That's all you have to do. You can do this standing or sitting. I'm now going to stand up, so I'm just going to change my screen. So you can see me, more of me. Okay, right. Okay, so standing or sitting, whichever way you are, I want you to put your hands on your heart. And I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think of something that you appreciate in your life, something that you are grateful for. And it could be something like a grandchild, or a pet animal, or a beautiful piece of art, or a lovely place, or something you like to eat, or a beautiful piece of music, whatever it is, something that you are grateful for that it's in your life. It could even be maybe your just morning cup of coffee that makes you happy. I want you to think of something that makes you smile when you think about it. Okay, just think about this thing. What is it that I appreciate and I'm grateful for in my life? It doesn't have to be big, but I'm just happy I have it. And feel it. It's like a smile. Feel it like a smile in your body. This feeling of appreciation and gratitude. And with every breath that you take, I'd like you to try and make that sensation in your body bigger. That feeling of appreciation and gratitude. Try and make it bigger with each breath that you take in. Really feel it. That lovely feeling of appreciation and gratitude. That's lovely. You're all doing so well. Nice deep breathing as you feel this lovely sensation of appreciation and gratitude. And what I'd like us to do is to take this wonderful feeling of appreciation and gratitude that's like a smile in our body and hang on to it. Focus on it as we do the exercise. Okay, you can open your eyes now and you can get your pen or your ball. The object needs to be held in both hands. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to have our heads facing forward and level and just moving the ball or the object slowly from side to side with our arms outstretched at their lowest point. So it is just your eyes that are following this object as it moves from one side of the body to the other side of the body. With your focus being on this object and feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. Feel that right there in your body. Nice deep breathing as you feel that feeling of appreciation and gratitude. How lovely that is. Remember, your eyes are on the object as it moves slowly from one side of the body to the other side. Always you have both hands on it and you're following it just with your eyes, feeling that lovely sensation of appreciation and gratitude. That's beautiful. You're doing really well. Now I want you to move up to belly button level or sacral level, doing exactly the same thing. Head facing forward and level. Object being moved from one side of the body to the other side of the body with both hands on it at all times. And nice deep breathing as you do this. Really lovely deep breathing. Feeling that wonderful sensation of appreciation and gratitude right there in your body. That's beautiful. That's really lovely. Nice deep breathing. Doing really well. That's beautiful. Now I'd like you to move up to solar plexus level, which is just beneath your bust for the ladies. As you continue doing exactly the same thing. Head facing forward and level. Object being moved from one side of the body to the other side of the body with your eyes following it. A nice deep breathing as you do this. Lovely deep breathing, feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. It's deep breathing. That's really good. You're doing really well. Now I'd like you to move up to heart level, doing exactly the same thing. Head facing forward and level. Eyes focused on the object as it moves from one side of the body to the other side of the body. Nice deep breathing as you do this. Lovely deep breathing, feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. That's so good. Lovely deep breathing. Eyes following your object from side to side. That's great. Now I'd like you to move up to throat level, doing exactly the same thing. Eyes following your object as it moves from one side of the body to the other side of the body. And focusing on that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude that you feel right there in your body. Really enjoy it. Nice deep breathing as you do this. That's beautiful. You're doing a great job. Nice deep breathing. Feeling the sensation of appreciation and gratitude. It's beautiful. Now I want you to move up to eye level and do exactly the same thing. As you move your object from side to side, nice deep breathing and feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. Lovely sensation of appreciation and gratitude. Just your eyes are following the object as it moves from one side to the other side. Nice deep breathing. That's beautiful. You're doing really, really well. Feeling that lovely sensation of appreciation and gratitude. And now what we're going to do is we're going to tick-tock over our head. So your object is going to move from one ear right across the head to the other ear. We're really stretching the eyeballs. So your head's not moving, you're just stretching your eyes, trying to follow the object as it moves from one ear to the other ear. All the time focusing on that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. Really feel it. Nice deep breathing as you do this. That's lovely. Nice deep breathing. You're doing really well. Feel that beautiful sensation in your body. That feels so good. You're doing a really great job. That's wonderful. Lovely. Now bring your object to the center at the top. What I want us to do, we're going to draw a big square in front of us, going really slowly, and your eyes are going to be stretching to try and reach for it. So we're going to go to the left. So you're going to draw a straight line going across with your eyeballs just following that line at ceiling level. And then I want you to bring that line down very slowly, just with your eyes following it, really slowly. Nice big square we're drawing. And then when it gets to floor level, I want you to move it across the floor very slowly. Nice deep breathing as you do this, feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. And when it gets to the other wall, I want it to travel up the other wall, really stretching your eyes as it travels up the other wall, really slowly, feeling that beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. And then we're going to run it across the ceiling again to the other wall, to the left wall. Nice deep breathing as you do this. Nice big square we're making. And now it's going to travel down the left wall to floor level. And now it's going to travel across the floor to the other wall. Nice deep breathing, creating a lovely square. And up the right wall to the top. And then let it travel across the ceiling to the center. And then we are just going to tick-tock. We are just going to move it from one ear to the other ear. Just like this, just tick-tocking over, really stretching the eyes whilst we're feeling this beautiful sensation of appreciation and gratitude. Lovely deep breathing as we do this. It feels so good. That's lovely. You're doing a great job. Really stretching your eyes. really reaching for that object and feeling that beautiful sensation in your body of appreciation and gratitude. Now hold the object straight ahead in front of you, and I'm going to count to 10. Keep looking at it, and when I get to 10, you can bring your object down and close your eyes and just relax. So keep looking whilst I count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can bring the object down. You can sit, stand, whatever you want to do, and just relax. Keep your eyes closed. We let your neurology do what it needs to do. Just do some nice deep breathing. Nice deep breathing. You've done a lovely little exercise that will set you up for the day. Nice deep breathing. And try and see if you can carry this sensation with you throughout the rest of the day. And you can repeat this exercise whenever you want to. You can't do too much of it. And if you have some water, have some of it now. And what I'd like you to do is just do a little bit of stretching. Stretch your body in whichever direction it feels it needs to go. Just stretch it. That's lovely. And then lift your shoulders up to your ears and then just drop them like that. We'll do a couple more of those. Up to your ears and drop them. And one more. Up to your ears and drop them. And then turn your head to one side and do a nice, big, exaggerated yawn. Oh. And turn your head to the other side and do the same thing. Nice, big, exaggerated yawn. Oh. And if you feel able to, you can put your hands on your hips and tilt backwards and do another nice, big yawn. And then just shake it all out. Just shake it all out. Just do whatever you feel your body needs to do. And that's it. Thank you so much for joining me. Oh, and I think what a good thing for you to do would be to now tune in to your original level of stress or anxiety or whatever it was before we started the exercise and see what it is now. It would be really interesting to know. Maybe you could put that in the chat so we could all see. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Sandy. Thank you so much for that. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me see. I know you're still here, Leah. I'm having trouble getting us both on a spotlight. Can you do that for me?
Yes, cease the clicking and I shall do it for you.
Yeah, sorry.
Please. Thank you. All right, there is Liz. You get Sandy back on. Where are you, Sandy?
I'm here. I'm here.
I see her. Okay, I see her. All right. Sorry for tech difficulties. It's too early in the morning. Actually, where you are, it's late in the afternoon.
Yeah,
So-
it's 5:30.
Thank you so much, Sandy. You know, it's interesting because your flavor of Cognomovement is always so, it looks and sounds so soft and so gentle. Is there a secret behind that for you?
It's very effective, I'll tell you that. It's
Yeah.
very effective. But I think probably it's, if you say it's soft and gentle, I think it's the way I have become by using Cogno, I think. I think probably when you get a deeper sense of, I don't know, self or whatever it is, you don't need to be loud. I don't need to be loud. It just comes across, I guess, I don't know, as who I've become now.
Yeah, it really does. It's so beautiful. I think when we watch you do Cognomovement, it almost looks like a dance, you know, like it's soft, gentle, it's beautiful. And I think people may have the question, in moving in such a lovely, gentle way, how can that be effective?
Well, okay, so what happens when we do this exercise, when we move the object from one side of the brain to the other, or to the body to the other. What we're actually doing is engaging both hemispheres of the brain. And so each hemisphere has got a different opinion about the same subject. When you engage both hemispheres of the brain, it kind of like brings everything together. You've got synchronicity. The hemispheres are working together. And that's lovely. And then that also seems to calm down your limbic system as you work through the system. And we work through different parts of the brain. So we're working through the emotional part of the brain, the kinesthetic part of the brain when we're looking down. And as we're moving up, we're going then into the logical, analytical, get to the rational part of the brain. And then when we get up to the top, we're into ideas and inspirations. So what happens is we might start off with a problem, and we'll start off at the lowest point, which is the kinesthetic, the emotional part of the brain. And by the time we have fed it through the whole system and got into the part of the brain where it's balanced, it's analytical and logical, we get to a balance point, a point of neutrality, really, about that issue.
Yeah.
So that issue is no longer a problem. It's not represented the same way as it was before as a stress. It's no longer a stressor, because physiologically the chemistry has changed as well within your body. And then when we get up to ideas and inspirations, we get new thoughts and ideas about, hey, maybe it is like this because of that, or maybe I could do this differently, or maybe it never was an issue in the first place.
Right. Yeah. It changes altogether. Well, I just wanted to ask that because as you guys watch today, as if you stay with us for the whole day, and I really encourage you to do that, even though it's a long day, you will see that each practitioner brings a different flavor to Cognomovement and to how they present. Sandy's happens to be just so lovely and calming. And yet that same exercise, it's super effective and energizing. You do come up with ideas. You do have inspiration. You do have brand new perspectives.
Yeah.
And the system is calmed down, and it's a fabulous way to start the day. So if this is the only one you get to do today, you are well on your way to a beautiful day. Make sure you reach out and let us know what happened next. So everybody give Sandy a big thank you. And we will say good evening to you for now, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thank you, Bill and Liz. Great. See you guys later.
Bye. Thanks,
All
Sandy.
right.
Bye, and thank you all
Thank
for
you.
participating.
All right. So we have some comments and questions. So I want to get to that.
Can I just say this? Sandy, make sure you put your information in the chat now. So if people wanted to reach out and see Sandy in person, she is in London, in the London area. So make sure that you can reach out to her, and you'll see her website and everything there as well. You can also find her on the Cognomovement site. Sorry, Lee, go ahead.
Okay, so we have got Patricia said it was a 4 to 5, and now it's a 1 to 2.
Woo-hoo.
Congratulations. Alexandra said, lovely, Sandra. Tammy said it was 4. Now I'm at 0, 0, 0, 0. Thank you. Beverly said, excellent. Thank you, Sandra. Yes, soft and gentle and simple. Motorola, as I'm guessing the phone they're using, says, thanks so much, Sandy. That was great and delivered in your own magical and unique way. Love from Barbara in Northumberland in England. Oh, okay, it's Barbara. Thank you, Barbara. Sheila says, awesome way to start the day, Sandy. Pam says, thanks, Sandra. It was so relaxing. Loved it. Went from a 5 to a 0. I saw that somebody had a question. I don't know where it went, but Michael said that he had some pain show up in his shoulders, and is that normal? So I'll let you answer that.
So if you're not used to moving the ball in this way, that can cause a little discomfort. So you modify just a little bit. In the beginning, lots of people do have shoulder pain. There's lots of reasons. Maybe we can get into that today. And Cognomovement is great at relieving that. So in the next round, Michael, put your attention on that pain, because it's showing you the neural pattern where it lives. So Cognomovement works with sensation, any sensation, not just emotion, but you may be working a session and working on joy, but all of a sudden your big toe starts to hurt. Well, the body's just showing you, oh, that's how I carry this neural pattern. Not that it's lodged there, it's just that's part of the pattern. So pain can be that part of the pattern to recognize. Put your attention on it, and as you do, you'll show the brain right here. And as we do the moves, that gets reorganized. So right now there's an organization of pain in a certain part of your body, any part. As you do the motions and the brain sees new perspectives, it reorganizes around it. So focus on the pain. And our next session actually is with Katie Wrigley, which is about pain, and we'll tell her story. So it's the perfect session for you.
It's actually about stress, but
Well,
our interview with her is about
yeah.
that. Okay. He did say after he felt more relaxed.
Oh, good.
Coral said, I know, I want you to tuck me in at night, Sandra. So soothing.
Don't we all? Sandy needs to read children's books, I think,
yes,
bedtime stories.
Agreed. Becky, Sheila, Michael, Gerda, I hope I'm saying that right. Said thank you. Katie says thank you. And then Sandy shared her information.
We do have something from Erica here, Leah.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get there.
I had a hard time focusing on the joy because the anxiety kept coming up, the huge lump of anxiety I carry in my gut. So Katie says we've got you covered in the next session, but do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So just like I was telling Michael, for you, Erica, that is the neurological pattern. And it's actually a wonderful thing that it's showing up, because we want the body to show us how is it running the same pattern again and again. So that's the sensation. And as Sandy did the session, it revealed itself. In the next session, put your attention right there. So I'm going to encourage anyone who has something like this, give it your full attention, take a big deep breath and relax into it. Let it be there as much as you can. And that will help the session reorganize that neural pattern, and you will see some change. So I want you to know that if anxiety or pain or discomfort comes up, in our estimation, that's a great thing, because it gives you the focus for which to create change. So
awesome. All right. We've got lots of thank yous, but I think that's it for questions. If you have any more questions, please put it in the chat. We are going to be here in the chat to answer any of your questions throughout the day, and we will get to you as soon as we can. There's lots of people on the call. So I just want to say that if you're like Sandy and you operated at, that shame and stress, anger, overwhelm, and you want to start operating from joy, then you need to start with essentials. If you start essentials today, you are going to get your ball. You're going to get access to our private members community, which gives you specialized support, challenges, mini free sessions, lots of stuff in there that is wonderful. You are going to get a 30-day program bonus and a peripheral video bonus. So if you get essentials today, you get all of that stuff, and you get to start immediately. You can watch those sessions as soon as you get it. So I am going to put the link in the chat to get that. If you already have essentials and you want to be like Sandy, working, doing your passion, working with others, healing others, and also having a complete toolkit to actually transform your own life, DM me privately, just the word more, and I will get you that information. So with that, let's start our next section. We are a little bit early, 5 minutes early, but that's okay. We've got lots to talk about. Bill, join us when you are able to. And we are going to talk with Katie about stress and her amazing healing story. And then we're going to get into her session about how stress is impacting you.
So I'm just going to answer Michael here really quickly. Two things. One, we had a question during the session, should I take my glasses off, or what about glasses? Take them off. Always work Cognomovement without your glasses. We don't want your brain to see beyond the frame. Also, Michael said that it was weird. It moved from his shoulders to his mid back to his lower neck. He did no push-ups with pain prior to this and felt no pain. Yes, when it's on the move, that is fantastic, Michael. Good job. I know it sounds really weird, and if you're new to this, that seems foreign, but it's literally showing you the pattern. Your nervous system is showing you the pattern in which that particular issue moves. So when you've got it on the move, it's great. You just simply follow it as it moves into the next session and see where it goes next. Eventually, it should leave the body completely. So keep us posted on that in the next session.
We did have somebody, just because we've got a few extra minutes, we did have somebody ask, and lots of people are commenting, so I'm having trouble keeping track, but we had somebody ask about wearing glasses. So I think there's a really good answer for that.
Yeah, I answered that. So you want to take off the glasses, and I'll tell you why. And if you're a glasses wearer, this is going to be important information for you. Everywhere that those frames are, your brain stops looking because it knows that it can't see through. So it begins to limit and limit your vision. And it will also limit and limit your perspective. And it'll limit and limit the access to the rest of your brain. So this is something that is unique to Cognomovement. When we're talking about your emotions, when we're talking about your physical pain, when we're talking about even your spirituality, we are talking about how your eyes access your brain. We are talking about having more access to the nervous system. So if you imagine moving the ball here and you've got glasses that you're looking through, the brain is going to just not look there because it knows it can't see. So you don't have access to the part of your brain that becomes available when your eyes move here. This is one of the core tenets, that everywhere you move your eyes is access to a different part of the brain, different files in your brain. So how often do we really move our eyes this far like we do during session? Almost never. And most of us never spend any time in this upward position. So if you're wearing glasses, all of those places are occluded most of the day. So if you're a glasses wearer and you really need them to see, take those glasses off 2, 3, 4 times a day and find a way to get those eyes stretching. Remind the brain that there's still a lot more surface area, a lot more perspective, and a lot more opinions that are still there. We just want to wake the brain up around those glasses. And so definitely during Cognomovement, take the opportunity and take them off.
All right. Elizabeth said, I also have anxiety/racing thoughts a lot and had doubts about being able to successfully slow down. But after going through the moves, I definitely felt myself slow down. Many thanks.
Very nice. Beautiful. Congratulations.
All right. So I'm going to get Katie on here if she is ready.
Ready.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, Liz.
Hey. I just want to answer to someone said their eyes were getting sore. Yes. Congratulations. Our eyes are not used to stretching like that, right, Katie? We don't stretch our eyes. And there's these big, heavy muscles that don't get used.
Yep.
It's like when you do a workout and you work out a part of the body that's not used to being worked out, it notices.
Absolutely. And I want to speak to the glasses since I'm wearing them. So in all honesty, I could probably correct my vision and not need them anymore with Cognomovement, but I've had other things that have been more important. But I've absolutely on more than one occasion been able, like, not been walking around my house and not realize I don't have my glasses on. And so my eyes are really starting to correct. So Liz is right. And I do sessions pretty much every day. So my eyes are always in different places. And I can tell when I've kind of slacked in my daily practice because they'll be really sore as I'm moving them. So I just wanted to speak to that since I am wearing glasses, but I do take them off when I do my Cognomovement sessions.
Yeah, beautiful. So I know that today you're going to talk about stress because stress is a massive, massive issue right now. That's going to be this session and we can all relate to it. There's about 1,000 reasons for that. But let's talk about your story just a little bit. So the funny thing about Katie Wrigley is you would never recognize her from when we first met her. She was wearing this t-shirt. I saw her on Zoom. It was during COVID, that said, "My body is a temple, crumbling and
Ancient
haunted."
and crumbling, probably harboring some unspeakable horror.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ancient and cursed. Yeah, my body is a temple, ancient and cursed, probably harboring some unspeakable horror. I still have it just to remind myself where I was.
And it's funny because it was a funny t-shirt. It is funny, but it really represented in a way how you felt in that moment, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was in excruciating pain. I think it wasn't until my first Cogno Conscious that I stopped showing up with a heating pad around my neck or on my back because I hurt so much that that was the only way that I could get pain low enough to really be able to focus on anything. And my focus was nowhere near what it is now. So yeah, it's been a big shift.
Well, and you had good reason. If anybody has a reason for pain, you had good reason for pain. You had some serious injuries in your body, right?
I did, yes. I had been diagnosed with something called complex regional pain syndrome in my right leg. That was after a knee replacement that was supposed to help pain and did the opposite and actually led to disability. Was also diagnosed with something called centralized sensitization, which is when you've been in pain for so long that your entire body gets hypersensitive. Plus, there were actually multiple fractures, healed fractures in my spine. I was not very good at skydiving, which is a big piece of that. I loved it, but wasn't so good.
You were good at skydiving. You just weren't good at landing.
That's true. That's true.
That's
I
true,
was
right?
good until the part where the ground was there, but that part is really crucial.
Yeah,
A
it is.
successful skydive. They actually called so one of the ways that you can mess up when you land, you hit the ground too hard and you literally skid on your chest with your legs kind of over your head because you're just flying forward. And they started to call that the Kate
Oh
at
no.
my drop zone because I did that so often and I actually knocked 2.5 inches off of my height in my skydiving days. So there were a few things going on in my body that were reasons for pain.
Yeah, and in fact, you were supposed to have 2 or 3 neurological surgeries, 3 when we met you.
Yeah, one wasn't neurological. One was for the herniated disc in my neck. The other one was for my back. And that was when I got introduced to Bill and Cognomovement. And the first one that they said I was going to have to do, they said I was going to have to go in and get rid of all the scar tissue from my knee replacement, which was going to be the same recovery. But that one was trickier because that leg, after the surgery, had developed the CRPS or complex regional pain syndrome. So anything that you do to it is going to actually make that pain worse instead of better. And it was rough. It was a nightmare to be me.
Yeah, if anybody is suffering from severe pain or CPRS or these kinds of things, put it in the chat if you've had long-term pain. We'd like to hear from you about that. So, did you ever think, well, first of all, let me ask you this. Did you have those surgeries?
No.
Yeah.
There was
And
surgery.
did you ever dream that you could be relatively free from pain?
No. That was in my early 40s at the time. And I was terrified of how am I going to navigate this level of pain and make it to a normal lifespan. Like it didn't seem feasible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you were looking at pain meds for the rest of your life for sure. And that can be problematic as well, too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus I don't tolerate synthetic pain meds. So all of them make me sick. So I have natural remedies or using my mind to be able to help lower pain. But if you give me a Tylenol, an Advil, a Aleve, anything like that, I'm going to be so sick that I will prefer the pain to how sick I feel.
Yeah. Well, so you didn't have the surgeries. And do you take pain meds anymore?
Nope.
No. And what was that thing you did this year?
So this year I wrote a book and it talks about my journey and the title is literally the journey. It's from crutches to half marathon. So the knee replacement and the crutches, I've been in crutches for about 18 months before the knee replacement. That was in early 2018. And in June of 2024, I did a half marathon. So it counts my journey. So it is a Cognomovement journey going from childhood trauma to the reclaimed life that I've been able to give myself today, which is nothing like what I thought life would look like. And it's so much better.
So, cognitive movement, we're not doctors. We don't cure. We don't, treat specific illnesses. So why do you think the work helped you get out of pain and run a marathon and then write a book about it?
Well, one of the things, I didn't know how to listen to my body. And if I look back, my body had actually been giving me messages for years through anxiety, through physical pain. I had back pain for 25 years before I actually fully overcame it. It was a long haul. I'm not talking 3 or 4 years. It was 25 years, more than half of my life at that point in time, that my back had been hurting. And part of it was really adopting one of the mindsets with Cognomovement, is that when we start to look at things as an unresourceful nervous system pattern, that actually empowers us. And it means that if there's an unresourceful one, there could possibly be a resourceful one that allows for more comfort in the body, that allows for more ease, that allows for actual peace, which was not something that I experienced for the bulk of my life, really, until Cognomovement.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. It's a signal from the brain to the body pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after the original injury, it's not really resourceful.
No.
That signal, that pain. And it's such a massive draw on your energy too, right? I mean, talk about that a little bit, just the massive draw on your mental energy, your spiritual energy, your physical energy, having that much pain all the time.
It's exhausting because it is the first thing that you think about when you wake up. Like for years, the first thought was ow or ugh, because it was anxiety and pain that were waking me up in the morning. And the only reason I was sleeping is because I was taking heavier pharmaceuticals at that time. I now take a natural sleep supplement and I sleep like a baby every single night. Unless I do Cognomovement too late, I need a buffer
It gets your
between
mind
bed
going.
and Cognomovement for my nervous system to come down. But as long as I do finish my session before 7 p.m., I sleep like a baby every single night. I was actually born with a sleeping disorder too, which is useful information as far as why it was difficult for me to rewire that. But when you're in pain all the time, it is so hard to be able to pay attention to anything outside of you, because that constant pain loop is running through your nervous system all the time. And so it starts to rev it up more and more and more. And there's also physiological changes that take place in the brain. So have you ever noticed, like, if you have a bad pain day, how old you feel?
Yeah.
When you have chronic pain, there are actually statistics out there that you lose 11% of gray matter, which is the equivalent of 10 to 20 years of aging. So
Yes.
you feel like you've aged overnight. You're exhausted all the time because the nervous system is running that pain loop. And then you couple that with, when we look at the traditional medical system, that's not the system that is the best equipped for chronic conditions, in my experience, using a mix of really what we call integrative approaches, which includes traditional, holistic, natural. Those tend to be a lot more powerful, at least from what I had experienced myself. And one of the things that can be really scary and really uncomfortable if you're in pain is, a lot of times you can feel like you're being dismissed by your medical team because they'll say, oh, it's all in your head. And
Yeah.
they're technically right, because pain is created in the brain, but the way that it comes across is, oh, that's not real. And so you feel dismissed. You don't feel seen and heard. And then your brain is going to double down going, but I hurt, but I hurt. And then so brain's like, we hurt. Okay, let's look for more pain.
Yeah. And that's one of the biggest things that we know it with Cognomovement, that so often an emotional trauma, which you get when you're at the doctor and they're like, well, you're fine. It's in your head and you're in so much pain and you're debilitated for the day, that those get linked together in the nervous system as well. We also know that if you've had a head injury, a physiological injury, and then maybe even a minor emotional incident, those get linked together. And so with Cognomovement, we're always looking at these loops from the brain to the body to the brain, and they reinforce each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And drain your energy. It's literally costing constant energy. And that's that reason that you feel so old, you feel so worn out. And literally, it is taking years off of your life. So with Cogno movement, we interrupt that signal. We give the body new information, right?
Mhm.
So that new information for you created the ability to not have surgery, right? You actually didn't end up needing it.
Correct. And I want to add on to this here. So one of the things that I've really discovered is pain is the energy, is the injury plus the energy plus the emotion. And so what I found as I started to dive into the pain was there was worries about financial insecurity because I wanted to leave corporate and do what I was doing. I had early childhood trauma that had happened to me as a child and continued to happen to me throughout my childhood and well into adulthood. Some of it initiated by me and unbeknownst at the time, because when that's been our experience, we'll subconsciously look for more of that because we don't know any other way to be. And so clearing out the energy, the emotions from these pieces of pain by allowing myself to experience the pain, that was what ended it. And it also takes the brain a little bit of time to let go of those, because the pain signal, even though it feels like a punishment, your body is giving that to you. Your brain is giving it to you because it thinks that it needs to be there to protect you,
True.
to stop you from doing something.
True. 100% true. That's the other one of our core tenets. We know that the nervous system is always trying to keep us safe and alive. And that pain signal, the nervous system believes it's doing that. And we can use our logical mind, we can use our vision, we can use our brain to send a signal back that shows that the brain and body, wait, actually, we don't need that. We're safe. And so eventually for you, your body healed itself, which seems like a miracle. But having been on this journey with you, it was step by step, right? It was almost like a remodel job.
Yep.
First, let's look at this one, then let's look at that one, then let's look at the next step. But from outside looking in, you were so heroic in doing that for yourself and trailblazing that now you know how to help people walk through that, because it's not necessarily an easy thing to do, right?
No, it's simple. The concept
It
is
is
simple,
simple.
but simple and easy aren't necessarily synonyms, and they're not in this case. You want to be ready to do this work. And it's important to note here, a lot of times there can be some hesitancy and resistance, and I was the queen of resistance when I first met Liz and Bill. Like, I was the queen. I wanted to do anything and everything except face what was really the cause of what was under there. And what I've really come to see, and I see it over and over again in my own life as well as with clients, that fear of and resistance to digging into what is there, that is what disrupts us. That's what creates more chaos in the brain. Your brain is never going to reveal something to you that you cannot handle. If it is coming up, it is because you're ready to deal with it. And as I've peeled back the layers, like I had a big doozy that came up last week that I'm continuing to pull layers back. And as I look at that, at no point in my journey was I ready to look at that data until now.
Yeah.
Understanding that and allowing the body and the mind to pace, which when you're in pain, it can feel really hard because you want it fixed yesterday.
Yeah.
And so having that patience, Coral's going to be doing a session on patience later today. Having that patience can be really, really hard. And it can be very isolating to have a lot of pain. You can feel like, and people who love you inadvertently can make it worse because they're constantly asking you about the pain, not just, hey, how are you doing? And it starts to get laced into your identity. Like, hey, how are you feeling today? How's your pain?
Yeah, it
And
consumes everything, right?
yeah,
Your
yeah.
whole life becomes about pain and managing it and thinking about it and trying to solve it. It's true. It's all consuming.
Yeah, and we see that when people who have autoimmune diseases, it's the same thing. It can be a full-time job to give yourself the health and the care that you need in order to navigate that. And I've seen people who have really severe autoimmune conditions, and it's not even safe for them to lay all the way back in a sleeping position because they've got sleep apnea or they may
Yeah.
choke in their sleep. So and in some ways I know I've had a hell of a journey. In other ways, I'm so grateful that it wasn't any worse or any more prolonged than it had been. And I'm so thankful, like eternally thankful to you and to Bill for creating Cognomovement, because I don't know what my life would look like had I not found this. I don't know if I would even want to still be living it, in all honesty. It was so
Yeah.
hard to be me.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you next is, what did it mean to you once you found Cognomovement to have the ability to change the pain in real time? You know, because when you're in pain and you can't do anything but take a pain pill, was there relief in that? What was it like to you to be able to have that and make a real change?
Well, it oddly enough, it took me a little time to not have resistance and remember, oh, right, 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 I've got a tool. And I see that because we're so used to just sucking it up and dealing with it, that it can be hard to remember, hey, I've got this lovely little ball sitting over here that can actually knock down my back pain in probably about 20 minutes right now if I just take it. And what's beautiful about that is the more you start listening to body, the more you start using the tool, the less you actually have to use the tool, because you start to understand what the body's starting to tell you, and the body will start to let go of that message a lot quicker. Like, for instance, growing my business, for anybody who's a business owner, you know, it's not the easiest thing. It's not for faint of heart. I heard that my first year as an entrepreneur, and it gets more and more true every year. But when I go through these phases, that it hasn't happened in a while, but it happened initially, the left side on my back would lock up. And I finally dug into that. And what I realized was, when I started to worry about supporting myself, the left side of my back would lock up. And
It's
so
so literal, right?
it's
Support
literal.
your
Yeah,
back. So
it really
literal the body
is.
is. Yeah.
It is. And so I'd work the ball. So when we have pain, we want to work the ball on the opposite side from when we're feeling the pain. And with the exception of nerve pain, but we'll go into that another time. But in this case, I'd work the ball over here. And within, I think, 3 or 4 minutes, it was like, oh, I'm worried about supporting myself, and felt my back, boop,
Yeah.
lighten up. Like, okay, what evidence do I have that I can support myself?
Yeah.
And so once you understand the problem, now you can go look and see, hey, do I already have an answer to this? Do I already have a solution to this? And where is it? So you help the brain get off that negative track, which we're all born with as humans.
Yeah.
And you start to shift into possibility, which is what we'll be doing actually in the session today too.
Yeah. So let's shift into the stress just for a minute. I just don't want to miss this opportunity to share this with people. You have worked with people in the most extreme stressful situations,
Yeah.
like first responders, police force, who have witnessed and experienced horrific things.
Mhm.
And then, you know, when that happens to them, if they're involved in an officer involved shooting or different things, they're off duty for a bit, right? And
Yes.
so they have to get that stress under control to be able to be cleared to go back to work.
Mhm.
And so that is a niche that you've carved out of working with Cognomovement and first responders around stress. So would you share just a little bit about that?
Yeah. So a lot, especially with police, there's a lot of different levels there. But one of the things that happens with first responders is they have the shift work, and they're showing up at the worst moments of our life. And firemen and EMTs and paramedics tend to be more welcomed, whereas police actually have the ability to take away your freedom. So they aren't necessarily always welcome there, especially if you know you're doing something illegal, and they could potentially arrest you. And then, of course, every horrible, cringeworthy headline that we've ever seen of cops abusing their power, hurting, killing someone, like we see a lot of that out there right now. And that is coming into your mind and nervous system too. That's what the police officer is getting greeted with. And a lot of times they're seeing things and dealing with things that are so horrific that they don't want to tell someone else. So they're holding it inside. But when they do have that time off, and the ones that I work with tend to do four 10-hour shifts, and then they have 3 days off, those 3 days are not enough to come down. Like, we're talking about, you know, Liz, we actually met an officer together who was involved in a high-speed chase with his weapon out the window, chasing someone, thinking he was going to have to end someone's life that day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's not something that our nervous systems are designed to hold
Mhm.
without having a way to process that out. And that's just talking about the stuff that happens on the job. Now, in their personal life, we have traumas happening all the time. Like I mentioned, I'm not a first responder and I've had a lifeline of trauma. So they're looking with it, they're dealing with it, they're seeing, smelling, hearing things that the psyche isn't meant to take in without having some sort of physiological response to it. Now you couple that with personal life and things can go wrong. You can have people commit suicide on you. You can have, you may be the one that hears it. You may be the one that actually sees it. You may be the one that finds the person after they've done it. You may watch the whole thing. And I've actually had multiple clients who have either found the suicide or witnessed the suicide. And that's going to take a minute to get out of the nervous system, especially if it's someone close to you. But then now you talk about these officers have dealt with this in their personal life. And then what happens when they have a call like that that comes in that echoes that
Yeah.
very close way?
And that creates a really deep rut of neurological loop, right? A deep rut of pattern where the system is constantly trying to suppress that and remember it at the same time. So the body goes through this cycle of seeing it all over again, not wanting to, trying to push it away, right?
Yeah.
Having to experience it possibly again, re-traumatizing. And then the cycle starts again, and it creates this massive tension in the body that we describe as stress. But what it really is the same thing as pain. The brain sending a signal, the body sending a signal back. And it's so traumatic that the body wants to be protected against it at every moment of every day, including sleep. And we find that bleeds into the first responders' sleep. They're unable to sleep. We found that they, even in a relaxed state, were not in a relaxed state at all. Their system was not in a relaxed state. It never down-regulated.
Nope.
Until we started using the ball with them, or Cognomovement. We call it using the ball, these funny little balls. But then we found that we could get their system out of that rut and just into a normal pattern. So you've been able to get first responders back to work. You've been able to get them in a great mental state, which led to them being in a better physical state overall, which then makes us all safer. It makes that first responder clear-minded, more clear in their spirit, right? They're in the right frame of mind to be doing that work. Physiologically, they can respond faster. Their senses are more responsive, right? What else? What other kinds of things became a resource for them?
The athletic performance, that was one of the things that was reported back. So one of the officers that had come to me was also a member of the SWAT team. So they get called out in a moment's notice. So the nervous system tends to be in more of a heightened state. And in just 6 sessions, we went from not being able to sleep and coming off of like a really insane, intense call where the nervous system is coming down so fast that he was falling asleep at red lights, driving himself back. Like, because you are on, and right as your body starts to relax, the guy comes out, and it was in sub-zero temperatures. And so you've got the cold, the body, like there's all these other elements out there, and was literally falling asleep on the way home. And he's like, this isn't going to scale. I need to do something. And we worked together over, I think it was 3 or 4 months total. He did 6 sessions, hadn't had a dream state either. And in that time went from not being able to sleep, not having a dream state, to being the hero in his own action movies every night when he slept.
Oh, wow.
And he'll come back about once a year. He'll come in for 1 to 2 sessions for a touch up, and he's good. And we had a conversation. He went to a different state for training, and officers allowed to carry their guns when they travel on the plane. He was so safe in his own body, he didn't bring his weapon with him.
Wow.
And he even watched a scuffle start at TSA and kind of cocked his head, and he's like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that, and walked away.
Wow.
Because his nervous, and he's like, am I okay? I'm like, well, are you sleeping? He's like, yeah. Are you able to turn things off at night? Yeah. Okay, you're having a normal nervous system response. Your hypervigilance is gone. This
Yeah.
is beautiful. Your body's actually in a more resourceful state. And you know what you were talking about, Liz, we actually had brain scans going, and when they close their eyes, their pulse speeds up. So closing their eyes literally does the opposite that it does for most of us, and it makes them start to rev up because they feel completely unsafe because
Yeah.
now their eyes are closed, now they're vulnerable.
Yeah. So I want to dig into the session, but I just want to bring up one last thing about the first responders is that in these sessions, a lot of times they don't tell you exactly what's going on.
No.
You know, kind of a context, but they don't want to put that on you. And the beauty of Cognomovement is they don't have to talk about it.
Nope.
They don't have to talk about it. They don't have to relive it. It is not talk therapy. And these are things, you know, that it does take a very skilled practitioner like Katie to manage, but they get to have this down regulating in the nervous system. They get to have their life back without having to literally relive it and talk about it. And they're always worried about giving you that mental image as well. So
Yeah. And so there's been multiple officers that I've worked with that I don't know what the source was that we were clearing out. They focused on the sensation. And one of them, actually, that the same officer that I was mentioning, we just did the infinity, which is what we're going to do in this session for 90 minutes. And so he'd say, he's like, okay, I'm ready for you to kick my ass again. This is what I'm trying to do. But what would happen is, because he's like, I know I should be responding differently. Like, he was so good at compartmentalizing, which is a key personality trait that I've seen with first responders, is that ability to compartmentalize. But that's also, like Liz was talking about, the energy it takes to keep those things down. So he didn't even know. But what would happen is, as the ball would get going, I'd see a neurological response, and then he would just start talking. Like, this case happened and this really bothered me and I can't believe they did this and like all this stuff started to come up. I'm like, okay, so here we go. Keep going. Tell me more. And just let him get it out. And even if they don't want to say it, there was another officer I worked with recently, and same, very, very private, very independent person. And we get over here and I'd see the shoulders start to tense up, the eyes would get tough. And I'd say, okay, what's there? And I could see him hesitate. I'm like, just give me a thumbs up when you got it. And so I'm watching for the face to relax and then the thumb up. And if I got the thumb up, but I didn't see the face relax, like, okay, what else is here? And then there goes the face and the thumb up. Okay, now we can move on. And so, but I don't know what he cleared out, and I don't need to know. So I always invite people to share as much as they want to share that is supportive for them, and also keep private whatever they want to keep private.
So what Katie's talking about there is she's showing like where the pattern lives. So the eyes access that part of the brain, one end of the neurological pattern where that lives. And the other part is the body having the physical experience. So by just putting your attention on both, that story plays out and rewrites itself, reorganizes the meaning of that issue. So knowing where those things are, knowing how to find them is, you know, a practitioner's superpower. And it's funny because that will last 10 to 30 seconds, usually 60 at the outset. It's not long how long it takes a big problem to unwind. All right. So most of us do not have the stress of a first responder, and yet it does feel that way to us. So Katie, lead into your session, get everybody set up, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, Liz. And I noticed that some people had talked about anxiety in the thread. And so if anxiety is the word that resonates with you, I welcome you to use whatever word. If stress isn't the one that's really kicking up, anxiety, dread, whatever word comes to your mind, that's the one that I want you to focus on. So we're going to have two parts to this session. So we're going to look for the stress piece. And, you know, and Sandy had also talked about this with her session as well, is that we can have this anxiety, this stress that is keeping us from that joy, from that gratitude. And so Sandy gave us an absolutely beautiful session. It may be a little bit tougher to connect to, but we're going to just start to check in with the body. And if you don't find too much there, that's okay, because stress can be kind of sneaky. Sometimes anxiety can be kind of sneaky, and we may not actually be feeling it. But like Liz was just saying, the eyes will get to a certain piece or certain point, and then suddenly you notice it kicks up in the body again. So we're going to be doing some pretty slow infinities, and I'm going to show you really quickly what that looks like. So you're going to hold your head as neutral as you can, and you're going to be very, very slowly. I like to call it Bill McKenna slow because he is the master of doing this. We're going to very slowly just be looking for what is stressing me out, because sometimes we don't even realize that something is bothering us to the degree it is. So we're just going to very slowly come across one side of the head, and we're going to be making that sideways figure 8 infinity sign. And we're going to check in with the body before we do it. I just want to show you a quick demo before we start to do this together. And you're going to want to notice, like, I got a little tightness over here, so I'm going to hang out here and see what may be there. And we're just going to be doing that figure 8 nice and slow like that. And we're first going to look to see what may be stressing us out. You may be surprised, you may not. I want you to begin by allowing your head to look down, keeping your eyes open, and just allow yourself to connect with the body and just ask, are you feeling any stress today? Do I feel stress? Do I feel anxiety? Do I feel dread? Notice what word really drives it home, scanning your body from head to toe with your eyes open, looking down, and just notice if any part of the body is getting activated. Anxiety to me feels like things moving, and it's usually in my solar plexus when I'm feeling it. Like I was actually feeling a little bit of anxiety earlier. So just to share, one of the reasons that I continue to focus on stress is stress keeps happening. So I have a beloved German Shepherd over here that I just learned yesterday has something going on with her kidneys. And 10 minutes before I came on, she had had an accident inside. And so this is something that's ongoing for me. And so I'm constantly doing this work to help myself shift gears and be able to focus and be present and be fully available for the people that I'm working with, including myself, my friends, everything else. So we just want to be honest with the body. What are we feeling here? And I had that anxiety over my dog, and as I talk about it, I can feel it coming back, and it's kind of hanging out right above my belly button. And just notice, you may feel it in your foot, you may feel it in a shoulder, it may feel like something is weighing on you. You can feel it anywhere in the body, and just notice where you're feeling it, where it kicks up. And I want you to take a nice deep breath into that feeling. And just let yourself get familiar with it. And rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, same way you did with Sandy's session. 1 to 10, how intense does it feel right now? Notice how big it feels in the body. Someone had mentioned that they felt this anxiety in the gut. I want you to really focus on where you're feeling that anxiety in the gut. We're not trying to push it away. We're letting the body know, hey, I hear you on the anxiety symbol. I hear you on the stress symbol. I'm listening. So you're just going to be focused on that, and then holding your attention on that sensation. Go ahead and you can start either side, wherever you'd like to start, moving the ball very slowly around the side of your head and just seeing what is a part of this stress. And use dread, anxiety, whatever word works best for you. What is a part of this stress today? What is this thing that's stressing you out? If you're on mute, if you say it out loud, notice if the body kicks up anymore. And as you're moving the ball, notice if the eyes are tight anywhere, or if you notice that the sensation kicks up in the body. Sometimes with anxiety, we can get to a certain point, the breathing starts to get more shallow. Just noticing in there where these are going. And as you feel those tight spots, I want you to move your object, your ball, whatever you have, just kind of moving it back and forth, stretching the eyes, taking nice deep breaths as you do, and just getting very curious about that anxiety, about that stress. And what is there? What is there? What is the body communicating with you? What is this thing that is stressing you out? Like I was able to name mine, but that's not necessarily true. Sometimes there can just be a little smidge of something. I'm like, where in the world is this coming from? Today, I know it's more related to my beloved dog, but other days you don't know, and that's okay. We just want to be tapped into the feeling, and we may or may not get data. And again, that is okay. It just means it's not relevant. It's not something that you're ready to look at yet. We just want the body to know, hey, I'm listening. And stopping anywhere you're getting some tightness in the eyes and breathing into it, actively relaxing around that anxiety piece. And then I also want you to notice, as we're doing this, we're going to do another little Cognomovement trick, which is one of my favorites. So I want you to notice, is there maybe one side where you're feeling this anxiety? Like maybe when your eyes are on the right, you're really feeling it. Maybe when they're up high, they're really feeling it. But notice if you're really feeling it on one side of the body than the other, or one side, your eyes are to one side rather. Notice if it keeps coming up on one side or if you're noticing it in multiple places. We're going to do something regardless of where that's showing up. We have a couple tricks to help knock that down. Just going to do a couple more rounds, and we're just exploring this stress, this anxiety, just exploring it with curiosity. What's there? What is stressing me out today? What is on my mind? What's weighing on me? What's creating anxiety? And just smoothing the ball. Smoothing it out. We want to have the eyes feel a little bit looser. We know we've created a new neural pathway. We've rewritten the story, as Liz said, when we feel our eyes lighten up. All right, we're going to take a quick pause there and just check in with the body. Notice if there's any change in the sensation before we got into the good parts. Notice if there's any change, if it got bigger or smaller. Any change is wonderful. In individual sessions, I like to tell people when it kicks up, I've never left anybody in a worse state than when they came in to see me. Any change that we're experiencing is something to celebrate because it means that we're on to that pattern. So if it went up or went down, I'm with you. I'm not going to leave you alone in this session. So just checking in, taking stock, noticing what's changed so far. And then as we're doing this, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start to do a little bit of cross body here. So similar to what Sandy was doing. And we're just going to slowly move the object or the ball, the pen, whatever you have, back and forth, and just start asking, what is important about this? You know, is it a similar situation where it's someone that you really love or something? I tend to think of my dog as person. Is it someone or something that you dearly love that you're concerned about? Does this stress mean anything about you? If it's work stress or business stress, are you assigning any meaning to it? Does the stress mean maybe you're failing? Does the stress mean that you're succeeding and whew, success is scary? And just letting whatever come up to come up. No judgment. Bringing the ball up a little bit higher. We're right below chest level right now, right around the solar plexus. Just take a nice deep breath and just asking the body what's important about this. What is important about this stress? Nice deep breaths. Going up to about heart level now. Still moving nice and slow. We're going to actually start to speed up a little bit here, moving up to the throat. Nice deep breaths, noticing that sensation in the body. If it's moved, if it's changed, just allowing the body to communicate this however it wants to. No judgment, just curiosity. Letting yourself feel it. What is important about this? What is important? Moving up to the eyes. What is important? What is important about the stress? What is it telling me? Is it saying anything about me? Is it saying anything about this situation? Or is it just there? And just notice. Again, no judgment. We just want to be curious. Moving about the eye level now. And then we're going to go up overhead, tick-tocking like a rainbow overhead, going from ear to ear. And just notice what may be possible with the stress pattern. Would it be possible to put it down, just put it off to the side so that you can really enjoy this day and allow your body to have comfort, allow yourself to be more present because your mind isn't trying to keep going to this thing that's stressing you out. Is that available today? And just noticing, is that possible? Is it possible to put it on a shelf for now and be able to deal with it a different day? Or is there maybe some little action you can go take that'll make yourself feel a lot better? Just in an instant and just noticing. And then bring the ball all the way up. Take a nice big inhale. Bring it to heart center. Exhale, let it go. All right. And then checking in with that sensation again. And then for those of you, kind of hard to do a show of hands, but if you notice that the eyes were on one side or you felt that stress or that anxiety a lot more on one side, I want you to try to find where that place is again, even if the sensation's changed. Find where that place is again and see where do the eyes feel the tightest or where does that sensation kick up the most. And then you're going to take your object or your ball, and then you're going to move it over to the opposite side of your head. And notice what happens to that stress, that anxiety when your eyes are over here. Does it change? Does it feel less? Like I felt a significant drop as my eyes went over here. Over here, I have hope. So this is actually the second medical thing with my dog. And so I already know that a month ago, her kidneys were fine. So whatever's going on, we're catching it early, which means there's a good chance that my beloved little dog's going to be okay. Well, she's kind of big, but you understand. And just notice, is there hope over here? Is there possibility? And let yourself feel any relief that's there. Really feel it in the body. Breathe into it, make it bigger. Notice how the body is responding just by moving the eyes to the other side. Does it feel better? And if it is feeling better, we're going to do what we quickly call mapping, which is just doing a quick back and forth, low to high, just moving the object to the ball and just holding on to that relief, that hope, that possibility. Feel how good it feels in the body. Yes, things are not optimal right now. Yes, there are things on my mind, but you know what? It is possible I'm going to be able to deal with it. It is possible that I can have hope. It is possible that this outcome is going to be one that I am totally on board with. And let your body feel that. Let your body feel the possibility. Let your body feel it all the way up overhead. And we're going to do one nice big circle, letting all the file systems in the brain see this hope, this possibility. One last breath. And check in with your body again. And that is the session. Thank you so much. I would love to hear in the chat where you started, where you wound up, how that felt.
That was beautiful, Katie. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
it's so interesting just watching you. I can see your own face light up. There's this, we call it the cogno glow, where you literally look more radiant and the eyes light up and the face looks a little whiter. So I actually saw it on your face, even though you were just guiding the session.
Yeah. And I mean, from doing this work, I already know that my stress is over here when it feels really high, and it just feels so good to have it on the other side. And yeah, I am going to have to pause to step away to let her out in a moment to reduce the amount of accidents that we're
All right.
having.
Well, we will let you go. Thank you so much for that session, and we'll answer some of the questions that people ask and give Tangi our love.
Yeah, I'll be back in the chat again. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to take her out and then I'll come back and answer.
All
And
right, so
thank you to Gerda and thank you to Ryan for commenting in there.
yeah, so if you have sessions for Katie, give her about 5 minutes and then
Questions.
she will answer. Yeah, what did I say?
Sessions.
I meant questions. I'm trying to read at the same time over here, you guys. I'm multitasking.
Don't
Okay.
worry, I will read the comments for you, for
Yeah,
you guys.
I
So,
wanted to address Amber's, if we can do that first, and then Amy.
okay. Amber asked, is vision loss during the stretches / blackness normal? Quickly returns, but scary.
Yeah. So it actually is pretty normal, but it's interesting that you describe it that way because most people are unaware of it. So this is so fascinating to me. You guys can say I nerd out on this stuff, but most of the time our brain is, be prepared for a swear word, making shit up. Literally, the brain will save energy by believing it knows what's around you. So if you're in a room where you're used to seeing everything and something's out of place, you'll likely not notice it for a long time or missing because your brain will fill in. So it's just an energy saver thing. There's other reasons why the brain doesn't see, and oftentimes it has to do with head injury. And most people, if you ask them if they've ever had a head injury, they'll say no. Bill McKenna, I asked him, hey, Bill, have you ever had a head injury? Knowing, I mean, just to make the point. He's like, no. I'm like, except for that you fell out of an airplane and were dead for however many minutes. And remember that time you broke your neck and all the years of martial arts? And he's like, oh, yeah. So even little bonks, when you stand up under a cabinet, you open the door, stand up and hit your head, or a minor fall, a minor car accident, can put the brain in a situation where we have gaps in our vision. It's a classic concussion look. When practitioners will look at a client, will see these gaps, or you'll experience it as something that looks like this. Watch my eyes, if you can see. I'm following. I'm no longer following. I'm following. So in this gap area, the brain actually doesn't see, but it thinks it does. Just say, well, I followed the ball, except for it didn't. So actually describing, Amber, the black spots, that's interesting that you can see. So normally what we do is if you're trying to stretch way out here and you're struggling to see, you can't see, or there's a dark spot, you just come back in where you can see and start to move in that area closer, letting the brain be reassured, oh, I can see here, that's right. And then shortly after that, you should be able to move it out a little bit further and a little bit further. What we do is add on to what's working already and stretch that out. So Amber, just in the chat, kind of keep track as we go through the sessions and let us know if those dark spots clear up.
All right. So Amy said, should I think about the thing / situation that causes anxiety to bring it up in the body?
Yeah. Whatever the issue is, you let it be there 100%. This is something I totally love about Cognomovement, is that we don't push anything away. We dive right into it. You'll hear us say, let your body feel how it feels. You think about it. You let it be the truth for you in that moment. So there are ways to do Cognomovement. And in our basic essentials program, you learn this where you just say it out loud. So for example, let's say you're mad at somebody and you're moving that ball and you're like, man, they're a jerk. I can't stand their face. I'd like to push them in front of a truck. You literally let yourself say it, even if it's outrageous and ridiculous and horrifying, because it lets the body tell the truth. It lets you spotlight the neural pattern. So you think about it and then you feel it. And the feeling is the most important part because that is the neurological signal. So to me, that's very fun. I know I'm weird around that, but definitely let yourself think about it and feel it.
All right. Jen says, wow, what an improvement. Coral says, I wasn't having anxiety and I just started following along. I had a lifelong belief come up and was able to see it from a new perspective and had some emotions released. Thank you so much, Phoebe.
That is amazing. Coral's one of our practitioners, one of our most advanced practitioners. Like Katie, you will be having a session with her later. So the fact that, she's been doing so much Cognomovement, and just with this simple move, she found something deep. That is amazing and so interesting. But it's just that as we move the ball, we move through files of the brain, and the thing that is ready to pop up, it just does. It shows up in your experience. You might see it, you may feel it, you may taste it, touch it, smell it, and then the feeling arises. And as you continue to move, you give the body a new way to organize around that issue. So it's fantastic.
Amazing. Beverly said, excellent session, Katie. Thank you. Working on a stiff neck and tension in both sessions with Sandra and Katie have helped relax the area, and I feel calmer about it.
That is fantastic. Also one of our practitioners on the East Coast. So tension in the body, when we think about stress, we'll often think about emotional stress, but it is always paired with physical stress. A pulling, like tension literally is pulling. If you think about tug of war and pulling this way, pulling that way. And when we have physical stress in the body, tension, we will often add to that by kind of pulling away from it or trying to push it away or trying to ignore it. When we do, the pattern just gets bigger because it really wants our attention. So with Cognomovement, we learn to relax into it, really acknowledge it, like we were talking about with Michael earlier. Notice it, put your attention there. And then as you do, the system's like, wait a minute, I don't actually need that. And it relaxes, or will cue you to actually relax into the tension to relieve some of that pulling and stretching. The body really doesn't want to do that because it wastes energy. It just doesn't know another way. And so moving the ball in the way that we do with the cues actually shows it a different way. That's great.
All right. Georgine says, brilliant, went from a 10 to a 0. Amber says, thank you. Amy says, thank you. Carrie said, I thought drawing a circle with the 2 dots for eyes for registry and measurement was a helpful, good idea from your class. I don't know if maybe that was Katie's class or your class or our class. Michael says, so more weird holding ball the left. I felt more pain when instructed to move to the right for release. The pain followed across to my right arm and then faded when I stopped holding the ball on the right at the same level.
So brilliant. So you found your body's pattern and you found what shifts it out of the pattern. So that is great. You know what the pattern looks like and where it goes. So I'm imagining you shifted it across, the pain got bigger. And then when you moved it down, the pain released. Give me a nod because I can actually see you, Michael. Is that accurate? No. So let's say he
holding the ball on the left. I felt more pain when instructed to move to the right for release. The pain followed across my right arm and then faded when I stopped holding the ball on the right at the same level.
Okay. So when you released it on that right side, released it here, then the pain went away. Okay. So we'll notice that because when the pain gets bigger, and I know it seems counterintuitive, that's a really good thing. So let's say if you're moving it here, for example, and you've got pain and you move it there and it gets bigger, we know that the brain is registering pain here, but actually the problem is here. So what we would do in that case is actually stay in that position a little longer. So in the next round, and the next one, we're going to be talking about kids and they'll do a session at the end. But the one after that, you should be, in fact, it's Bill and I, so we'll address this. What you can do is literally just move around in that area where the pain is greater. We always want to focus on where the pain is greater. Where is it bigger? Because that's the strongest signal. So a little spiral, a little move in and out, adding some breath really helps. And the whole time really giving that pain the full attention. 30 seconds there, and then give it a big circle and come back and test again. Test one more time and then rest. Usually it will start to sort out. So let us know what happens next. And because the next section is about kids, it's amazing. We're not going to be working in the same way. You might not be doing that next session. You might, but you might not. And there might be change anyway over time. So when we put our attention on pain, show the body a new way, sometimes it takes 30 or 40 minutes for it to reorganize. So just let us know what happens next. This is fascinating in real time, getting to watch Michael's pain, change, and move. So, all right, Leah. So I'm going to pass it over to you. You're going to tell everybody a little bit about our Essentials program, which is the base level entry into Cognomovement and learning. And you learn about these funny little balls and where they came from and why and how they work. And it actually sets you up to be able to do everything else within the Cognomovement system. So I'll pass it on to you, Lee.
All right. So if you are like Katie, who started out with all of the things that she talked about, this pain and the having to do pharmaceuticals to be able to sleep and the stress and everything else that she started with, and you want to be like her and change all of that, you want to start with Essentials. With Essentials, you can start immediately watching the videos. You get a Cognomovement ball. There's one like this and a soccer ball style. You get Cognomovement balls. You get access to our private members community where you get customized support, and we do free videos, free classes, challenges in there. You get a couple of free bonuses. You get a 30-day accelerator plan, and you also get a bonus peripheral video. And Essentials is our foundational course. It's where you start. So I will put the link in the comments if you want to get Essentials. If you already have Essentials and you want to be like Katie and work with amazing people and make some amazing progress, because our practitioners are the modern day miracle workers, then DM me more, private message me on the chat more, and I will give you more information. And just a reminder that this is educational. Cognomovement is not a replacement for medical or mental health treatment. So be gentle with yourself. If anything feels like too much, pause or soften. Definitely ask questions. We don't claim to treat or cure any illness or disease, so we have to be careful about that. But you listen to our testimonials, listen to what people are saying, and start with Essentials. And we are going to get started on our next session. It's going to be a little bit different this time. So I'll let Liz explain that to you as well. And if you have any questions, please put them in the chat and we will continue to answer them for you.
Yeah, I will answer a quick question before we move into the next one. Erica is talking about double vision, and it's super common. So when we're moving the ball and we're asking the brain to do things it never does, and look in areas it never does, and feel things we're used to pushing away, this is all called a pattern interrupt. We're just interrupting the way the nervous system normally does that thing. So when we're not used to doing this, a lot of times we'll get in a place where the brain has a little bit of an issue. It's a little like a ball of yarn, like tangled up in that area. And so you'll get in an area, and one of these symbols, it'll look like double vision. And it's really the eyes fighting for dominance, but which each side of the brain is not sure which one should handle that situation. And so one of the simplest ways, and there are many, many ways in the Cognomovement system to do this, but one of the simplest ways is work there for just a minute. You can do a little circle, rock the ball. Why we're making these little movements is just to get the brain's attention, give it some more options. 30 seconds, and then bring it down and let yourself rest. The rest we found is so important because it lets the body integrate what you just did. And then come back, 30 seconds, move it around, stretching it, breathing into it, and rest. And doing that little interval should clear that up. There are other ways to do it in which we isolate each eye and the vision that's a little bit more advanced, which works too. But what you'll find in general is that over time, when your eyes and your brain get used to that input, oh yeah, I can see here now, it'll sort itself out on its own. So I want to encourage everybody, when you run into these things, work for about 30 seconds, rest, and then come back to whatever the practitioner is guiding you to do. So don't be afraid to take a little rest and come back in. And usually that's a great way to get it sorted out.
All right, so we are going to get started. And I also want to remind everybody that these are mini sessions. So if you have even a little bit of change, if you can feel any shift in your body, just know that these are mini sessions. So imagine the full thing. And it's amazing. Ask anybody. All right. So this next one is going to be our wonderful practitioners, Andrea and Tammy. And so we're going to do something different for this hour, which is we're going to share, Liz is going to share a video of Andrea and Tammy working with children and regulating their nervous systems. And we're going to show you some video and then kind of ask them some questions and let them talk about it and show what we can do with children with Cognomovement.
Yeah. Okay. So are Tammy and Andrea here? Are they ready?
They are here, and I'm going to ask them to unmute and get them on.
Yeah. And it looks like Bill's back with us. Bill, if you want to join us, just let us know. Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Hi, and
Happy World
welcome.
Cognomovement Day.
Woo! These are two of our Cognomovement practitioners who are actually in Southern Oregon with me. In fact, we all share an office. It's an amazing thing. And so Andrea and Tammy are unique in that they both have been working Cognomovement with their grandkids with some amazing effects. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
So Tammy, I just want to start with you because we have a video of Andrea working. We don't have a video of you working, but I want to start with you. If you would share with us your little Samuel story. So it starts with Samuel about 3 years old. Is that correct? When he started?
I started with Samuel after I met you the first time. So in August of 2024, and he was 4, and he was basically pretty nonverbal and just, walking with everything was delayed. He has a genetic mutation that one of the symptoms are brain seizures, which means the brain goes offline. Every time the brain goes offline, Samuel goes offline. So cognitive development, speech development, all of that was very delayed. I met with you for my beautiful frozen shoulder and mentioned my grandson. I thought, well, could this help him? You're like, oh, absolutely. I'll give you two tricks. And I went home, and just because I got to blessed to be able to play with him, 3 or 4 days a week. And I just started playing with him. And in a matter of probably 4 to 6 weeks, he went from, mama, papa, basically that's all he was saying, to full sentences. And now his vocabulary is amazing. And we did work, but little kids change quickly, right? Everything changes. Our brains change really fast, and the faster the change, we set that in, but he's also growing. So he has not had a seizure in a very long time, and he's fully off his meds now. So, and he's doing great, but being 5 now, he's got his own new nervous system issues to process, and we're still trying to do that.
Well, let's back up a little bit because we glossed over this, and I really want people to hear this. So Samuel wasn't really talking.
No.
And he couldn't climb stairs. Like he didn't have the physical coordination to climb stairs, correct?
Correct. No.
And he wasn't really potty trained. Is that
No, not at all.
right?
Yeah.
So Tammy, what I showed Tammy was what's called left, right, low to high, and also how to toss the ball with him. So getting the left brain and the right brain interested, coordinated, and a bit reorganized. So this story just brought me and Bill to tears. I saw you, maybe a month or 2 later, and I asked how Samuel was doing. And you said that you just played with him 2 or 3 times. And then he walked up behind his grandpa. Do you remember what he said?
No, you'll have to tell me.
Sentence. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Or, hey, grandpa, what do you got going on? Like a full
sentence. That's right. And
And-
Grandpa was like, what happened there?
Yeah, because he wasn't speaking really at all, very, very little. And then you said he was able to start climbing stairs.
Right. And he moved, everything started shifting in his brain. And we did a lot. He wasn't actually visually tracking the ball terrifically. So we did a lot of floor play with the ball,
Yeah.
rolling it back and forth. And he likes to be the boss. So he wanted to do it to me.
Yes.
Actually works. It just works because he was connected to the process, and he went from really needing assistance to go up and down stairs. He would have to sit down and scooch one at a time to walking up and down. We still are working on some of that. He can't jump yet, and skipping and things like that. But he couldn't climb. And as of 2 weeks ago, I took him to Tom Pierce Park, or maybe that was just the other day. He went up the climbing wall by himself, which is like unheard of.
Yeah.
It's like physical therapy for the whole body when we do cognitive movement, right?
Well, it's a reorganization, and it gets that left and right brain talking to itself, moving information left and right. And a lot of times when a child is born with some kind of a brain injury, and you said he has a genetic disorder, that communication is just not there. And this simple getting the brain interested and moving it, getting information moving, often opens up a whole new world for them. And so the other thing is that you said he potty trained pretty quickly right after that too, which is huge for moms and grandmas.
Yeah, it was a miracle. I was like, oh my word, are we ever gonna, and it took work, but he's progressing. He's making progress. And to me, that's all it's about. I mean, every day I make progress with him, because when I do the work with him, it heals me in ways I didn't even know I needed healed, so that's beautiful.
It is. It's an amazing story. And we keep getting to hear more and more about Samuel. I got to meet him maybe 6 months after that, I think. I'd never met him before. And he talked to me. He was so sweet, such a bright, shiny little penny that if I were to say, is there anything wrong with him? I would have said no. I mean, like, he looked perfect. He talked great. He was so interactive and sweet. It was just beautiful, beautiful to see. So gorgeous. And then Andrea, we'll get into the videos next, but you actually started working with your youngest granddaughter at about 5 months old, right? With
Yes.
sign language.
Yes. So she's very good at more. And give me what do you?
You were when you first talked about this with me, you said that they were trying to teach her milk, I think, at 5 months old, and you just moved her eyes because at 5 months old, all you're getting them to do is follow.
Right.
And you said she could
yes.
quickly do the milk sign.
The milk
Yeah.
sign. Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, she's actually had a cogno ball around her whole life because she's 18 months old tomorrow.
Yeah.
So-
Well, you guys will see her in this next video. So let me see if I can get this going. I'm going to share my screen, ladies. So
Okay.
you should be able to see it too. And we'll just talk a little bit about what is going on. So for everybody watching, we didn't quite get the sound quality we were hoping for. Let me see, I need to maybe be able to make this bigger. So we'll mostly just see the images. We'll let you see a little bit. Leah, can you see okay here?
Yeah, we can see it.
We can see.
Mhm.
All right. So you can see this image. So set this up for us, ladies. What are we doing in this picture?
So we're sitting in a circle, and what we're doing is we're passing the ball to each other, kind of like we did at practitioner training. So we look at the ball, we say the color, and then we pass it, right? And so the baby got involved as well, and she's in and out of all our wanderings, but it may seem chaotic. And it kind of is with kids. I just want to make it fun. I don't want them at all to feel like this is anything that they have to do. So it's all about fun. It's all about laughing. It's about being silly, and just that left-right movement. So we're getting, the brain involved, right? And it helps with balance, it helps with getting along with others. It helps with their cognition. So it's
Yeah.
been huge just to settle them. I usually like to start in a circle because that really settles them.
Yeah, and it's play. So we're going to run this. It's about just a minute here. So everybody you can hear and see exactly what's going on. It does look like chaos. And then we'll check back in with the girls and what changed, because something big changed with the baby in this session. So just watch here for a second. I think you'll love it.
Okay, we're gonna go around in a circle again. I see baby Andrea's here and she wants to help us, so that's good. She's learning too. What color do you see, Samuel? Purple, yeah. Orange. Samuel, what color do you see? Thank you. Samuel. Yellow. Red.
What is this?
Samuel, your turn.
To go.
Purple. And it's almost like a wave, doesn't it? There's a triangle and a circle. It's
Orange. He wants to do it.
Is being bold.
Okay. All right. So I'll stop it there. That was fun. So let's talk a little bit about that, because it does look like chaos, right? But what we're actually doing is asking the kids to pass the ball, and we pass it multiple directions, but pass the ball and just say what color they see. So a child might be receiving it on the left and passing it on the right. And even though it looks very disorganized, they're doing that. They're passing it, they're saying a color. In the video, we can see and hear Samuel more, but we can also see the baby picking up that ball and handing it off. So what does that do? What do you think it does?
Well, for the baby, it's really engaging for her, right? And so she's feeling like a big shot. And what's amazing is she'll go with any size ball. She doesn't care. And she's picking them up, and because she wants to be part of it. She wants to be part of it. And she's going from the right to the left.
Yep.
And then she's really like, by the time we were done, she's saying Tammy. She's saying the name Tammy. And I'm like, is she calling you by name? Because I'm like, Tammy. And she's like, Tammy. And she comes up to her. So to me, it's like, wow, it hit her, that, I don't know.
The full length of this is about, I think it's just under 2 minutes, the full video that you sent me. And so how long did you actually do this little circle game? Was it
Quite a bit.
A good 5 to 7 minutes at least,
And
just to settle.
Yeah. And we had done before that, I had them line up in a row. And then I'd toss one to Samuel. Samuel would toss it to me, and then I'd toss it to Iva, and then over to Fitz, and then back and forth. And then they did it to each other, kind of in a square pattern. They communicated, they balanced. Then we did the figure 8, and we actually do it as following the leader. Following the leader, we walk around. And so we're recalibrating all of that balancing that's being done in the brain every moment that they're shifting the eyes, because it takes coordination. When I play catch with Samuel, we're hit or miss. We may catch 1 out of 5. But from the time we started to the time we were done, he was catching them more than he was missing them. So, I mean, we're watching brain shifts in such a short amount of playtime, because that's how we learn. I learn so much better when I make work play. When school becomes play and it's fun, my brain naturally just says, oh, this is great. And it adapts easily, more
Well,
easily.
and actually, that's built into this.
Mhm.
That's built in. Auditory, visual, and kinesthetic are our learning centers. It's the way the body learns. And so just by moving the ball, calling out colors, noticing complex geometric symbol, moving across the center line, the kind of backtracking, repeating what the kids say, their bodies are naturally set up to learn. That is the way we learn. And so this funny, chaotic looking play is reorganizing their brain in a more resourceful way. And so you're saying that Samuel wasn't able to catch that. This hand-eye coordination thing to catch on both sides is very difficult and can be almost impossible with children who are diagnosed with autism. And what we find is that in just a few minutes, all of a sudden they're catching and able to throw on board both ways because the brain starts to reorganize. So excellent work. So let's move on. Was there anything else? So baby started talking a little bit more, saying Tammy, and there was another name she started
She
to
was
say.
naming Samuel. She was naming Anna May, which Anna May is a complex word.
That's a
right?
hard name, yeah.
Yeah, and she was saying all of them.
Wow.
I did not know she did not know my name when she came in. In fact, she looked at me like I was a little scary. Then she was wanting to climb up me because we became ball buddies. I'm ball buddy.
Yeah. Very, very sweet. Anything else happen without the little circle that you can think of?
No,
But
but
that's
it was really good for them, and then to get integrated with each other too. So they felt really comfortable,
Because
yeah,
they're all
it's
ages,
cooperative, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
cooperative.
correct.
Yep.
Correct.
In school, that's a big part of it. When this is used in schools and it's used in that circle, there is a cooperation. We decide how fast we're moving it, how hard we're passing it. It's a conversation. It literally is a conversation between bodies. So if you have kids that aren't getting along, if you have kids that you want to get to know each other, it's a beautiful way. So let's move on just a little bit. Let me share my screen one more time. All right, we are going to move on to the next piece of this video. There we go.
Okay.
And Andrea, will you set this up? This is your granddaughter.
This is my granddaughter, Iva, and Iva's 9. And she is homeschooled. And she was having a little problem, some developmental delays with reading and things. And obviously she had a hard time, with COVID and, everything shut down. But she has some airway issues, and her mom knows about it, and it's being worked on. But because of that, like a lot of times, she has the dark circles under her eyes because she's not sleeping as good, and so we've started doing cogno movement with that. So what I thought, okay, I'm gonna have her read, right, and see what happens. So I had her sit down, and when she first sat down, she was kind of like slumped and like this, and she was reading really choppy. And I told her, okay, listen, we have to sit up. Let's take some deep breaths in. But I told her, I want you to hold the book up. I want you to hold the book up higher because we have ideas and inspirations up here. So she's reading down here and it's choppy. And so I set her aside and I said, and so we hold the book up and the words just start flowing out, And then she turns around and she's like yawning like this, yawning. And I'm like, yes, I got her. I'm in there,
Tell everybody what yawning means.
So when you're doing a session with someone, they start yawning, you've gotten into their neurological system because you're waking them up. It's so amazing. That's, like I said, when I know that when someone yawns, they're getting it and they're starting to integrate, because that's what when we finish a session, we look to the right and yawn. So it was so exciting for me to do that. And I do want to add another thing. So I tried the square. So I did the square with her while she was reading. I tried it with her brother. Her brother pushed me away. He didn't like that. When I did the square with Iva, I feel like it gave her a safe space and she could go inside there.
Yeah.
Right. Where Fitz, her brother, he didn't want that. He just wanted to full on read. So that was very interesting for me as well.
So the square, what you saw her doing there is a peripheral. It's part of the peripheral. So Iva's reading, but in her periphery, we're actually activating the brain by moving the ball. So the brain will track things in the periphery. And it actually accesses the parietal lobes where we are in time and space. So what Andrea said is very true. It can create a container of time and space that does feel comforting for the brain. But there is a story about Fitz. You taught Fitz the square, and then didn't he teach it to his dad?
He did. And so, and he does it with other kids now. So, and this is how cognitive movement works. So he has a friend that's a year older than him. And so, I tell him, you know, do the square on your friend. Well, this particular friend, they do they're all homeschooled, but they do certain classes outside of the home. Well, this one kid, they're like, "Oh, we don't know if we want him. They don't, you know, in the group but if Fitz is with him, he does just fine. So it's really interesting how Fitz's neurological system is mixing with his friends, and he's able to put them in a place that they're safe, that they're safe, and the behavior changes. So to me, that is just golden.
It's
Golden.
100% true that our nervous systems influence each other. We're in each other's neurological soup. These are electromagnetic signals, hormonal and chemical, that are being sent between each other. And if we think we don't share them, that's just silly. We use this field around our body to know where we are in time or space, to feel into a room, whether it's safe or not. And so when we're close to each other, they intermix. So when one child is calmer in a home, it changes everything.
Right.
And friend groups, it extends to them. Well, they spend sometimes way more time at school with their friends than they do with us. So it's really true. All right. So set up the next clip. This is with Fitz. And
Okay.
it's about thumb sucking.
Yes. So, and I do have an update for you as well. So, we were on our way, you know, on our way here to do the filming for World Cognitive Movement Day. And I asked Fitz, I said, "Hey, buddy, is there anything you want to work on? Is there anything in your body that's bothering you that, you know, you want to work on and get out of there?" And he goes, "Well, I'm embarrassed about my thumb sucking." Right. And so I thought, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. So I was shocked that he was able to tell me where it was, where he felt it, and the shape and the color and the size. And after the first round, it moved, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Right? I was totally amazed. And then we actually did, I think we did almost 4 rounds with that. I did 4 rounds with him on that. So I asked him the next day how thumb sucking was going. And he said he hardly had to suck it at all to get to bed that night. And then he got sick after that. But I asked him 2 days ago, "How's the thumb sucking going?" Because he was still getting better. So his mom said he had been sucking a little bit, but he's not embarrassed anymore.
That's beautiful.
And so I need to go back in and do another session around the sucking, because I really did it around embarrassment, right? And so we worked, the embarrassment was gone. So it's just,
He moved it down his body. And she was like, "Did you hear this? Look at, I didn't even tell him it could move. Would it move? He moved it to his knee and it was a different color."
right. It was just,
Yeah.
it's just,
That was pretty awesome.
it was incredible.
And so far, it's less. He's a little bit less, but he's not
yes.
embarrassed about it, which is
Embarrassed.
great. When
Correct.
we can remove
Correct.
shame from a kid, that's huge.
Right.
And often what happens, and after a short session like this, is it just diminishes over time
Right.
because the
Right.
system feels like it doesn't need it. So let's watch. These are what you're seeing Andrea do. These are individual sessions with a child versus the little group. And you'll have to forgive the background noise, but I just wanted to see what this looks like. So watch here.
Oh, it's pushing your teeth out, pushing your teeth. But you also said something else about your thumb sucking, that you wanted to stop sucking because what does it make you feel? What? You feel embarrassed. When you feel embarrassed, do you feel that somewhere in your body, somewhere embarrassed? So show me where it feels. That thing gone and it's still there? Now it's down to your stomach? Okay, good. All right, good. Let's take a deep breath in. Watch the ball go down. Good. Great. Good. Excellent. Good. Now look straight ahead while you're walking. Good. Look straight ahead. Now look up at the corner of the ceiling while you're walking. Good.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
If you look it
Like
up,
that he moved his arms.
and if you look that way and yawn. If you look my way and yawn. Nice, okay. All right, and we'll. Okay, good job, high five. All right, thank you.
Oh, that's amazing. So it's so funny because it looks like a grown-up session. And of course the session was much longer. I just wanted the audience to be able to kind of see what
Right.
was going on. But for him, does it feel like kind of just playing, messing around?
Yes, correct. And that is so important. This is play, and it should be play. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Especially at this age. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And go ahead, Tammy.
I would say it needs to be play at my age too. We
Yeah.
take life too seriously, and that's why I believe many of us get bound in the pain of our body because we like let it lodge in places because
Yeah.
we just have to protect so deeply. If we make it fun, it does help release.
It really does. And it may seem funny to have other kids in the room, but I have a friend that I work with her kids, and she brings everybody in. And it started with, one was maybe 6 years old, and the very youngest was, 6 or 8 months old at that time. And as I work with one, the others are watching. They just can't help but watch the ball. And so even the youngest one, and you see there with Andrea, he's, going, and she mirrors it, she does it. They're watching, and they also get a session. So it's also a bit less scary, or feels less like a session when other people are there. So you have to kind of decide about that if a kid is private and they don't want to share. And there's Samuel. Hi, Samuel. Hi, baby Samuel. Hi.
He joined me. Anna May is our computer guru, so she's here, and
Nice.
he's our support team, right?
So before we get into the session, it's a little off topic, but you mentioned your frozen shoulder.
Mhm.
And I wanted to know if you would share a little bit about that journey with Cognomovement, because it really allowed you to be able to do this play with him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to do that at all because you couldn't move that shoulder.
No, I really actually couldn't move much at all. My shoulder, hi buddy, my shoulder had frozen on Thanksgiving Day of 2023, and I didn't really actually know what had happened. I felt paralyzed. You're gonna have to scoot down so they can
Sit on
see me.
Nona's lap.
Sit on Nona. And I didn't know what to do. Then I went in and started physical therapy and all of that, and it just hurt me worse. Went to Deanna Elliott, shout out to Deanna Elliott for
physical therapist.
Yeah, and she, after saying, "Oh, your head's just screwed on too tight," about 5 different sessions, she said, "Do you have any head trauma? Have you ever had a head injury?" And I'm like, no, not at all. But she goes, "Well, I don't know, because it's a little strange." She goes, "Watch." She had a Cogno ball in her session. She pulls it up, and immediately I have nystagmus, where my eyes just went crazy. And within a minute, I'm just sobbing. Like, what? She goes, "Well, for not having, a head injury, I have somebody who actually works with people like that. You might just give it a shot." And I was nervous about that because I'd been trying everything else to heal this problem. I mean, it made it where I couldn't put my clothes on. My husband was feeding me, driving me, dressing me, everything. Wearing a neck brace, trying to limit movement. And I met you, and I learned, well, a frozen shoulder was just my body's way of, I've ignored my pain and my emotional trauma for so long. It just decided, I'm not going to do anything for you anymore. Let's start paying attention to what the real signal is. And I started working with you, doing a Cognoball, and had major breakthroughs because I felt like, okay, my shoulder wasn't perfect, you know, after it wasn't like a miracle immediately.
Yeah.
It was a time progressive release of trauma over trauma over trauma. And I was scheduled to have this shoulder repaired completely because I have a big calcium deposit in there. And then this one. So I had January 3rd, 2025, I was scheduled to have this one fixed. And I decided, no, I'm healing myself because I'm releasing everything that locked it, you know?
Yeah.
And I was a little nervous about it because I'd already gone through all the process and the pre-op and all of that. And do I really want to risk getting out of line and having to do all again, you know, the MRI and things? And I just decided, no, I'm going to. And I started the Cognomovement Practitioners program. I just went all in on me with this ball and the responsibility I have to myself to heal myself from within, realizing that, you know, if I can create my dis-ease in my body, I can also heal it.
Yeah.
And moving the eyes has been huge, you know, and all of the different processes that I've picked up along the way, just being in the environment of people with the same kind of positive outlook. It's not just a medical condition or a mental condition. This is my life. This is the whole me. And it's been, you know, processing the whole me from the ground up and down again and washing it, you know, and I love it. And the sessions, I've done sessions with Katie and Sandra, every time she does that, because I think she did the same one or similar, you know, the morning wake up.
Mhm. Yeah.
Fantastic. There are so many ways we can do this, and I do it about just everything.
Well, and Tammy's referring to inside the practitioner program, the practitioners all work with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So what about you, Andrea? What has that experience been like being in the practitioner program and being a part of this group?
I can't even believe all the support.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. And for me, I can text someone, I can call someone. I've always got Katie was absolutely amazing. We've got our practitioners forum on Facebook. I can put a question there anytime. I can check in with each other. It's the support you don't see this anywhere else.
Yeah.
I need something. I make a phone call and I get it. So that's been huge for me.
Yeah. And you guys are local.
Yeah.
And you know, now you're together. Okay. So I know everybody's eager to see the session. So
Okay.
this one is so much fun. And it is very obvious why kids love it. But actually, we did it at what's called our Cogno Congress. It's our big event of the year. And we do from grief to enlightenment throughout a 5-day period. And so we do all kinds of different sessions. And so this one, we came up with it during the anger session because it's very, very physical. You can see me clapping my hands, so there's a hint. And you know, there's this side to side movement. So we literally play patty cake. So everybody watching, remember this one. Remember doing this. Boys, you may not remember it so much, but you may have seen the girls do it. So it's a clap.
You want to watch.
And then connect with your partner on this side, a clap, and connect with your partner on that side. And we do it from a low to high movement. So Andrea and Tammy are actually going to do, you're going to see a session. So if you want to follow along, what you're going to do is this movement, clap, push, clap, push. And you're going to let your eyes follow that clap, push. Okay. What we're going to add on to that is bring it down to the bottom, bring it low, clap, push, clap, push, clap, push. But give yourself a second before you start and watch what the girls do. It's really, really fun, great with kids, and you really can do it with anybody. So are you guys ready?
Yeah. I wanted to say sometimes it depends on the emotion that you're working through, right?
Yeah.
So if you're angry, you're really going to get into it, like
Yeah.
growling, you know, kind of that. If it's fun and playful, trying to do something, it really, feeling the feeling, whatever that feeling is, and the emotion, I've really found that's been critical to my processing and actually improving the effects. Here, Sam. Improving the effects of the process is feel that feeling. And you have so many times encouraged, be okay with it feeling, you know, I really don't like this, and give it that energy, you know. So when we bake patty cake, we can play with it all kinds of ways, playful, light, heavy, however, and just being able to feel into it, what you feel, and being loving to yourself. And that's what I get, the encouragement. Be loving to yourself. One of my friends says, be loving to yourself through this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Love
something
yourself through it.
what we forget often. You ready?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
what's great about this is we don't have to use the ball with this. So if you don't have your ball yet, that's good too. We'll give you a couple of little things you can do.
Yeah, and
Until
another
your
thing,
ball comes.
yeah, people could also do this against a wall if they wanted to.
Yes.
You know, so it's that real kinesthetic part of it that this piece adds. So, all right, I'm gonna get myself off here, and you guys, well, that didn't sound right. I'm gonna take myself off the screen, and you guys are there. There we go.
Close your eyes. You see us? Okay, good. Let's do a little check-in with yourself. Good. Tell me when a feeling pops up. Tell me what that feeling is.
Just a little nervous about being on a camera screen and people watching me play patty cake.
You're a little nervous about people watching you play patty cake?
Mhm.
Okay, so let's get rid of those nerves. Okay.
You ready?
Ready?
All right. You got a clap? No, pat. There you go.
All right, tell me about this nervousness, Tammy.
Just a little prideful.
Prideful, huh? Where's it at?
Oh my God.
It's in your gut. Is there a color?
Green.
It's green. Is there a shape?
I don't think so.
It's green and it's in your tummy.
Wow.
How big is it?
That's big.
Not too big. Is there a taste?
Metal.
Oh, it tastes like metal. Is there a smell?
Not really.
I want you to feel that as much as you can feel it. Really feel into that. Really feel into that. Really feel into that. Little nervousness.
It's moving.
It's moving. Good. Where's it going?
It's going out the top of my head.
It's going out the top of your head. All right.
Okay. Mhm.
What was the intensity?
What's that?
Is there any intensity? Is it completely gone?
Yeah, I don't feel it at all. If I would have started like down here and said what my intensity was, it would probably have been a 4 or 5. Just a
Okay.
nervous anxiety.
All right. Oh my gosh. Look at your face. Turn around. Look at her face. Okay. Look at her lips.
Thank you.
Her lips.
Nervous
Her
anxiety.
cheeks. Her
thinking-
eyes.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
No, it just the movement, because I have to watch my hand kind of, I'm following, right?
Right.
But when I start down here, it's in a different place, and then you move up to the middle,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I could just feel it go brrrr and out like
That
in
quick.
the ether. Yeah, I don't feel
Alright.
anything.
Okay.
It's intimidating to talk on a video camera,
We're
and
doing great.
especially
You guys are doing
great.
amazing. So
You did great.
keep going though. We want to
Okay,
give people a little bit more experience with this. So have Tammy stand up, and just so that they can see, finish up at the top, go all the way up over the head, and then have her do a couple of spins.
I was
Okay,
having
alright.
a little wrist issue here.
Okay. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Do we want to start at the bottom?
Yeah,
and
let's
go
start,
up?
let's start again. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
maybe-
Hold
come on.
See, okay. Okay, how's my face? All right. Good. So we got rid of that little bit of anxiety from being on camera. It went out your head.
Mhm.
Okay, so what's possible now that it's not there anymore?
Oh, anything.
Okay.
I can do my YouTube videos
You're gonna-
without fear of talking to, to a camera.
Excellent. And what are you going to do today?
I'm gonna have a great day.
You're going to go have a great day. Where are you going to go?
I'm taking Samuel on the main in Medford to move a client into her new house.
Wonderful.
So I do cognitive movement with my real estate client because
Excellent.
buying a home is stressful.
Buying a home is
And it
stressful.
involves the whole bag of chips. Whole bag of chips. And we get to go celebrate.
Speaking of bag of chips, make sure you have some salt today
Okay.
and drink a lot of water.
Okay. Going up. Get out the way. Are we done?
Okay, so let's do
Tell me what.
turn to the right.
No. I'm moving it. Yawning?
Yawn, good. Turn to the left, yawn, good. And then let's walk in infinity.
Oh, an infinity?
Let's walk in infinity.
Samuel? Oh, are you helping me?
Can you follow mom? Can you follow grandma? Into infinity?
I
Yeah.
need to, part of the thing that I do with Samuel
Mm-hmm.
is that we spin to the right.
All right.
Wiggle, kind of a
All
reason.
right. Spin to the left, little wiggle. All
You
right.
know, and then shake it out.
Shake it out.
There you go. It kind of just like gasses everything off. And he really likes to do, I mean, you can reset, but hey, we really like to, it's movement. You know,
The
I
movement.
can't ground with movement and process the energy and release it. It helps me ground.
Okay.
Like I feel more in my body where I could not move my arms like this, right? I couldn't move them. I had a frozen shoulder. It was like my whole body was frozen. And now this is like such refreshment.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So share with everybody. So you both, the practitioner and the client, really have to do this exercise together. So share with everybody, what do your bodies feel like now? Because that's a lot of movement. If you notice for
I'm
yourself.
buzzing.
Yeah.
I'm buzzing. I'm so excited.
I'm tingling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm tingling.
The clapping of the hands, Andrea is like, bam, bam, bam. I have, you know, my wrists aren't happy. So it's okay. Actually, they are moving better now than they have in days.
There it is.
But yeah, no, my hands, my feet, my whole body is just like a vibratory
Mhm.
buzz. Because I can feel that circulation, you know, and you know, movement is critical to like the whole healthy process.
Yeah, and what's really great about this is it gets all the pieces, right? It literally is looks like a silly game. It appears that, but we're moving through the kinesthetic body, starting down low, the eyes are low. We're moving through the logical mind. We're moving into ideas and inspiration. We're crossing the center light of the body. We're doing bilateral movement, left to right. We've got a concussion and a percussion with the hand clapping, a very kinesthetic bump to the body. And when we bump the body, it gives the nervous system permission to change. So it's all these little things in what looks like a game. Yeah, fun. It was fun, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, it's always fun.
Good. Well, thank you guys for being with us. Thanks you for showing us how to work with kids. We will answer some questions in the chat if you have questions about working with kids. Do we have some already, Lee?
No, we've got just comments. It looks so much fun. I'm gonna do this. Love it. That was fun and quickly diffused the charge of my topic. It's still present, but not as big of a feeling, like from a 7 to a 4. So good. Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I mean, who would think that you could change an emotional block, get the body more organized, create more energy, literally harmonize the left and the right side of the body, equalize the body by playing patty cake from low to high. Like it doesn't seem logical, but it is very, very, very effective. Correct?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very effective.
Would you guys, since you're both grandmas and working with your own littles, and I know you work with other clients as well, so this is not your only focus, but would you share with anybody who is having a child that's struggling with learning or behavior or autism? What advice would you give them? What hope would you give them?
There's hope. There's hope. Doctors are still practicing. And obviously you always want, you always want to work with your medical team, and this could be a team thing. But I mean, look what's happened with Samuel. I mean, his whole life has changed, and the whole family, it changes the whole family. So, that's why I really focus on kids, because it's that important to me. Children are our future. And if we can make their life better, get rid of that trauma, all the things that, I have 60 years of trauma that I'm trying to work through. If they don't have that, can you imagine how much better their lives will be?
Yeah.
And everyone around them, it can change the world. It can change the world. We can change the world.
For me, I have 6 kids and now 10 grandchildren of my own children's children. I have about 20 something with my other children's children. But the beautiful thing that I see, especially because I get to help my beautiful daughter raise Samuel, I'm just helping her, like being the support person, but she's helping me. My daughter's raising me as much as I raised her.
Right.
And she is raising a child who is brilliant and beautiful and has, just like I did when I raised her. And so it's a whole family effort, and she has a cognitive ball. She's worked with you. She's worked with Andrea, my daughter. And sometimes, we can't always teach our children to swim. I couldn't teach my children piano lessons, although I play the piano. It's just we have our own gifts,
Yeah.
and also they need other people who are successful, who are amazing, who are empowering with their own life skills. And Andrea is doing that. Liz is doing that. My daughter is doing that. For me, she is doing that with Samuel. She is an amazing mother, and he is brilliant because of her patience, because of her time. And she's just gracing me with the opportunity to experience healing for myself through helping them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
yeah.
to me is a huge gift.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Before we close, I just want to share one last thing about working with kids, because we could talk about this all day long. There are so many, what we would call miracles that happen with kids every day, and kids with severe brain injury as well. But we worked with a school of a group of second graders, and the teacher told me the big issue is trauma. The big issue is trauma. And I'm like, trauma? What are we talking about? But then I realized that kids do have real trauma, things that happen in their lives at home that we would describe as trauma. But they also have little things like their best friend snubbed them today, or they had a tummy ache and the teacher gave them a look that they interpreted as, I'm looking down at you. We have this famous story of one of our practitioners early on when Cognomovement was just being born, who really couldn't feel love by anything. Like, she didn't even feel the universal love, right? And we were doing the session, and all of a sudden we got to a position where she's like, what happened? And she saw this moment in time of being 10 years old, walking down the street in Russia. Her arch nemesis from music school, a little bit older, was in a bus up here. And she looked up, and in her mind, she thought they made eye contact, and the girl gave her one of these. And that was it. In that moment, who knows what else was going on? Maybe she was hangry that day. Maybe her underwear were too tight. Maybe her tummy didn't like what she ate that day. But in that moment, her little nervous system recorded, I'm not lovable, like that fast. So our nervous systems, as we're growing, take on traumas that are true and traumas that are absolutely not true. So when we can work with Cognomovement with a couple times a week in play, we have the possibility of shrinking down the possibility of things sticking and creating a lifelong issue, because we're harmonizing and coordinating the nervous system and helping it reorganize in a way that's much more resourceful and much less likely to get stuck in a rut. So it's not just about the things in the moment, the learning, clearing head injuries, helping them with little traumas. It's about having a brain that grows in the most resourceful, most organized way, and an emotional system that is strong and powerful and clear of a lot of that stuff. I mean, it's never going to be perfect, but it gives you a much greater chance. So to me, that makes it absolutely worth doing. So Michael asked, can you do patty cake with a 6-month-old? What do you think, Andrea?
Oh gosh.
Why not?
I would
Sure.
do it with their
What
feet,
else is possible?
you
Try
know?
it.
Using the hands and the feet,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I used
Yeah.
to do that with my kids, you
Right.
know, the boy, and we would patty cake the feet and patty cake the hands. Oh, they love it, you know, or put their foot up to the shoulder,
Right.
you know, back and
Cross-body.
forth, cross body.
Cross body. Yep.
Yeah.
And kids love that. They love that movement. They love the attention.
Mhm.
There was a child early on that one of our earliest people in the practitioner program had an 18-month-old that wasn't speaking, and they didn't seem to be recognizing their name at all. Now, they didn't interact with people at all. So she just took the ball and rolled it left and right on the floor. And the child didn't really have an ability to catch it on one side and push it back, but they started to kind of push it back even with their feet. And the person got up and walked in the other room, and the parent, if I'm remembering the story right, said, "Where's so-and-so," the baby's name? And the baby called out, "I'm here." For the first, recognized their name and called back out, and then speech started. So it's these very simple harmonizing and organizing the brain, very simple movements make such a big change with kids. So I would encourage you just to play with what you've seen right now and see what happens next. And if you're interested in knowing more about this, you can reach out to Andrea or Tammy, or actually become a part of the Cognomovement family yourself. So thank you, ladies. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for letting us share a little bit of time with your babies.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, Liz.
All right, we'll talk again soon.
Bye, Betty.
All right, Leah, we're back to you.
All right. I do have to give everybody a warning at this point in time. If you have children or grandchildren or children in your life, and you practice just a tiny, tiny bit, this little bit of Cognomovement, with your children, people with children with autism, children with learning disabilities, or just emotionally regulating your whatever child you're working with, you will likely become a practitioner. You're going to be, it just happens. And it's happened to a lot of our practitioners. They worked with kids and they were like, you know what? I have to do this.
Yeah, it's a
So
little
just a
addictive.
warning, it will happen. All right. So if you're a person like Tammy, who is suffering with that terrible pain that debilitates is the word I was looking for, that debilitates you during the day, or you're like Tammy and Andrea who have little ones that you want to work with, and you want to improve your own life or the lives of those around you, start with Essentials. The link is in the chat. Essentials comes with your Cognomovement ball. It comes with private access to our private members community where you get customized support. It is huge. It's a massively helpful. And you also get a bonus of the 30-day accelerator and a bonus for referral, which is like that video that Andrea just showed working with her grandchild. So you get all of those things plus 21 modules showing you how to do sessions on your own, anytime, anywhere. If you have a Cognomovement ball, you can do a session. So start with Essentials. It's super beneficial. If you already have Essentials and you're starting to realize that all of these practitioner stories are absolutely fabulous, you want to have your own personal community of sessions to help yourself, but also learn how to help other people and do this for other people, then you want to join the practitioner certification program. So DM me, private message me more, or email me at info@cognomovement.com and I will give you that information. So with that, we are going to hopefully get started with our chat with Bill and Liz. But we are going to have a special guest, Rebecca. Rebecca, if you were here, please put it in the chat.
I see her. She under Becky.
She's
I
here.
see her.
Oh,
Yeah,
there she is.
but,
I do see her.
before we invite her on, she can get ready for a sec. I just want to comment. Cassandra Schindler, who is in the San Francisco area, another one of our practitioners, shared that she did Cognomovement with her 5-month-old granddaughter, who was born 3 months early. So that is a really a preemie. She was only 2 pounds and 10 ounces, and she was able to follow the ball at 5 months old. And she became really fully active and super thriving. And the only side effect she really has is she needs to wear glasses now. With preemies, there can be a lot of neurological disorder. And using the ball with a baby that young helps their brain talk to itself, helps it create really resourceful neural pathways, helps the brain shift hemispheres like it's supposed to. Our brains shift hemispheres throughout the day, throughout the weeks, and throughout the months as well. And with early brain injury, a lot of times that shifting doesn't happen. So the ball can help with that. So the question about how early, this one was also 5 months old. So, all right, ready for Becky? And let's bring Bill McKenna back on. Bill, we can see you there, but we can't see you. So
Yes, Bill, will you turn on your camera so I know that you are ready to get on? And we'll get Becky on here. Ask to unmute.
there she is.
And we're still waiting on Bill.
That's okay. We'll get started. I know that he is in Florida, so he may be having technical issues, but he'll when he can come on, he will. So Becky, thank you for coming. I know this was kind of a last minute invite. We appreciate it so much. Will you tell everybody what you do in your everyday career?
Hi, yes. So my background is I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner and have been working in that capacity for 40 years. And I have to say that having done many modalities, I have to say that Cognomovement has been the icing on the cake. It really is the most effective single modality that I found. And of course, you can incorporate other things with it too. And of course, it does incorporate things like tapping, which is helpful. So personally, I became acquainted with Cogno, or introduced to Cogno through the Immunogym with Bill. I guess this is my 4th year, and then was blessed to go to Cogno Conscious for the past 3 years. And that is so wonderful. And everybody should take advantage of that if they can for personal growth. It's wonderful. And of course, we can only take patients as far as I have gone. So when I grow, then I have more tools to work with other people. And that has been such a blessing. So personally, I had
Hi,
depression.
Rebecca. I don't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to say hi. So good to see you. And
Hi, Bill. Yeah.
She was just about to tell us about one of the issues that she used Cogno for.
oh, fantastic.
Mhm. So for personal, I had depression my whole life, as a child and most of my adulthood. And one aspect of that was the seasonal affective disorder, which is the depression in the spring and fall. And there are lots of factors for that occurring. One of which is that in the spring and the fall, there is an enhancement of positive ions in the air when seasons are changing, and they're antagonistic to our nervous systems. Now, negative ions are soothing to our nervous systems, and negative ions exist, for example, around large bodies of water. Hence, we physiologically often feel better, calmer, more peaceful around large bodies of water. So change of seasons, or even during hurricanes, for example, or storms, there are these positive ions stir things up. So for my own life, every spring. I dreaded fall. Fall was worse for me. For some people, spring is worse, but and I just happened to realize one day, probably after having been doing the Cogno and the Immunogym for a year, that I didn't have it anymore. And it was just, it's remarkable. It's wonderful it's to not have that. And I'm sure that it's related to the Cogno, nor do I any longer have depression. So through my adult life, antidepressants did help. There's a place for antidepressants. I prescribe still antidepressants for people, but professionally too, patients have been able to get off of or drastically reduce antidepressants if we're working with Cogno.
That's huge.
And it is huge. And that has been with people with mood disorders primarily, either major depression or even bipolar disorder, to reduce that medication. Because medications are a two-edge. They all have side effects. There are negative consequences as well. So that has really been helpful. And patients feel liberated. It's empowering for patients, to finally be able to take command of these symptoms that are so debilitating. Anxiety also, PTSD, as we all know, with people who deal with and it's so quick sometimes. One of my favorite patients was an early one, and he had horrible depression since he was 9 years old, and he's 60 today. And we started he'd been on meds, and I had seen him off and on. He had seen a psychiatrist, a friend of mine. But anyway, long story short, he was really negative about it. He's a naysayer. This is not going to work. I do this kind of stuff myself. He had been a counselor himself. So this isn't going to work. But for whatever reason, he did. And after the second session, and I did hour and a half sessions. After the second session, he came in and he said, I am shocked. I never thought this was going to work. I can't even find the depression.
Wow.
And this is a fun. He had been passively suicidal for years and years and years. And it just was quick. Yet for him, it was really a fast relief. And after that, what followed then was that he got out of this toxic relationship. He sold the house that he'd lived in for 30 years since his divorce. So it made changes in his life that made such a difference for him. So he's just, an example of, so it affects people not only in their symptomatology, but in the energy. And I find myself, it enhances every aspect of my life, from relationships to career, attitude. Certainly neutrality is a wonderful, wonderful gift, to no longer need to feel, and I don't need to feel the angst or the worrying, can even, when I make myself occasionally watch the news, can still keep it at a distance. I don't need to become so engaged. So it enhances quality of life enormously. It truly is just such a gift. And those early patients, when I was treating them, of course, I was using for them what I was using for myself, which was the essentials, and what I had used in Cogno Conscious, and that alone was effective. I'm in the practitioner program now, and of course, so many more techniques and interventions that are effective. Peripheral work, it's just amazing. So it's just, I can't say enough good about it and how effective it has been. Let's see. So that's the personal stuff. Just feel gratitude. And the good thing about using it with other people, with patients, is the thing that I think Katie might have mentioned on that. You don't have to re-traumatize. So many therapists will have somebody come in. Okay, so tell me about the rape. Tell me about the child. Oh my God, you're just re-traumatizing people. And Cogno, of course, essential. No, you don't have to talk about it at all. Let's just go to the sensation and work through it. So it is just such a kinder, gentler, smoother, easier way to help people get through traumas. And certainly like that first patient, I said, have you ever had a head injury? He said, because when I started looking at him, he's got this going on. He said, well, my father threw me into a wall when I was 9 years old and I was unconscious for 2 hours and woke up vomiting. And then
Wow.
after that had two more athletic concussions. So, you're right. Boy, getting to those concussions is sometimes another quick way in.
Well, we haven't really talked about that so much. We referred to it a little bit, but will you share with everybody what that has meant to you to be watching for that piece? They're coming to you not for concussion because they have a psychiatric need, right? So would you share with everybody, what does recognizing the concussion have to do with that psychiatric issue?
Mhm. And it's so relieving to them to realize we got a physical reason here for all of this god awful stuff, that you're experiencing. That if you can recognize through the eye movement that it appears we've got some concussion or some old kind of brain trauma going on, and then we can address it, and then they get relief, from the anxiety or whatever the psychiatric symptom is, and that it's connected actually to an organic cause of decades in the making.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be a massive relief, because so often the psychiatric issue seems very nebulous. Like, we don't know where it comes from. We don't know where it stems from. And then you get the labels like you're just crazy. It's all in your head. But to find out that there is a physiological reason that can be shifted, I can imagine for people would be absolutely wonderful, such a relief.
Yes. Yeah, it is. So thank you both for this wonderful gift for all of us.
Rebecca, well, me and Liz are just we in the group of saints that we know, you're right there. We're so honored to have you with us and doing the work that you do, because you're able to help people in ways, unbelievable. But there was a fun story utilizing a Liz Larson technique, and there was an addicted gambler. Can you tell them about that one? Because this is so there. Anyway, there's so many things that cognitive movement can apply to, but there's another fun story.
Yes, well, gambling is it's a difficult addiction. Well, they're all difficult. So, had this patient, and she had struggled for years and worked really hard herself. She worked really hard to try to, and I think she'd been struggling with this since she was 19, and she's in her 50s. But she did a lot of personal work, and she's a very spiritual person herself. So she had done a lot of personal work, and did some cogno work as well. But I used the technique that Liz had recommended, whereas you have the patient do the cogno and say, I like to gamble. I'm going to gamble. Nobody can make me not gamble. I want to gamble all that I want to, and I feel like I want to do it, and I want to do it, and all of that. And we go, doing the cogno. And she stopped in the middle and she said, wait a minute, this isn't going to work. You're telling me that I can gamble all that I want. I can gamble as much as I want to gamble, and doing the cogno at the same time. And that seemed to be one of the final techniques that pushed her over the edge. And she's done now. She's no longer has the urge, which is pretty remarkable.
Now,
Yeah.
as I recall, it was so interesting that you said that the way that my recollection was, her bones ached, that when she needed to gamble,
Yes.
she said it was physical, that her physical bones would ache physically to go
Yes.
gamble. It wasn't like
Yes.
imaginary or trying to make it up, like, I'm
Mhm.
telling you it's bad. No, I mean, she physically felt it in her physical bones.
Yes,
So
yes,
maybe you
she
could
did.
tell about that.
Yes, she said it's absolutely painful. And she was so ashamed of it. And her children were ashamed of her adult children. And of course, her poor husband. Here she is blowing money. And she would try so hard with willpower to not go to the casino. And she said, it is painful. My body is absolutely in pain that I want to. I feel it in my bones. I just want to go gamble. And the only thing that's going to get rid of this pain is if I go gamble. Yeah.
Isn't that incredible? And now, I mean, the impact financially to her, financially to her husband, the shame of it can go and all of that. The echo, the ripple that goes out from there.
Yeah.
Has that rippled out? Has he talked about
Oh,
that
yeah.
at all?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So liberating. So liberating. And the shame, being able to, get past all of that and and it's empowering, of course, for her self-esteem. That's behind her. But boy, it's been decades in the making.
That's another one of those things, right? So gambling, it's interesting because you don't necessarily, I wouldn't say, oh, that's a psychological issue, but I guess that makes sense, right? But what is it if it's not a psychological issue? And with her being able to describe the ache in her bones, it's obvious the physiological driver. It's not here. It's here. I have to go do the thing to relieve that pressure inside the body. And I think we find that with all cravings, you feel like you're driven to do it. It's like something inside keeps pushing until you give the body the relief that it needs. So in this case, you used a craving set combined with I don't wanna, I don't have to. You let her have that craving, that urge as much as you wanted. And you just simply showed the body some other options. You reorganize that pattern. Is that the way you would describe it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. And that all came from you, Liz. I didn't think of it. You came up with that and I was able to implement it. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's interesting. So I think that's what we'll do next is a craving set. So get ready for that, Bill McKenna. But it's interesting that with a craving, you can do something relatively simple. Craving sets are quite easy, right? And just allow the person to love it and want it as much as they do, or not want to get rid of it as much as they do. And then the outcome is so dramatic with it being changed. And the point where I was kind of going, that one, that it's easy, but two, that the life changes, everyone's life changes around that simple pattern change, right?
Yes, yes, yes. The energy changes all around. Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca, I don't know because there's like Cognomovement. It's like the stories are multiple every week, and so I can't even remember, who did what where. But it's either Liz, Rebecca, or both. But this one really grabs my heart is hoarding. I know, let's say Liz, I know she's done the hoarding, but were you able to work with a hoarder or was that just Liz?
I have not worked with a hoarder. Hey, you're remembering a patient I talked about, a schizophrenic patient whose house was full from top to bottom. It
Oh, yeah,
wasn't hoarding though. It was just overwhelmed. Yes.
overwhelmed.
But I think Liz has, yes,
Yeah,
found the hoarding.
Liz,
Okay.
Liz, maybe the amazing thing, because everybody can use this. Everybody knows somebody to some degree as a hoarder. That's why I talk. That's the epidemic in the United States is actually causing the explosion of storage facilities. And there's a very big
Yeah.
aisle in Target. They're storage bins. Right?
Yeah.
We've got too much hoarding and too much storage stuff going on. But Liz discovered an amazing secret, and that was the secret that ended up yielding the result with gambling.
Yeah.
Liz, can you tell that story?
Yeah, with cognitive movement, it expands all the time. And I just had a client who came to me for hoarding. And this person had to have been in her 80s. She was elderly, really. And she'd had this issue her whole life, and there was so much shame around it. And she had had concussions, and her gait was off, her body was really in torsion. And so we worked to clear her concussion and get her body moving again. And this hoarding issue was kind of in the background. But it was the thing, that kept popping up, and you could kind of see it in the house. And so we checked in, and I had her just kind of visualize going into her kitchen and getting she had spices that had like bugs in them, just throwing those away. And I could see her like starting to freak out. She did not want to do that. She did not want to throw that away. And we didn't have a lot of time left in the session. So we did a little craving set. And I said, you don't really want to do that, do you? You don't really want to throw things away, do you? She said, no, I really don't. I said, good. Let's do the session around that. I don't want to clean things up. I don't want to stop hoarding. I want to keep my crap, right? I don't want to. I don't have to. And you guys will see us, moving our hands like this. So simple, left, right, low to high movement. I don't want to. And she just let it rip. Why should I have to do this? I don't want to do this. I'm in my 80s. I don't want to change things. So don't, right? Great. She felt so good. She was so happy. She was like, oh, I feel so good. I have so much energy. Great. We left the session. When I checked back in with her about 7 days later, she had just automatically started going and throwing away things in her kitchen. Now, in her mind, nothing had changed. No, nothing's changed. But over that week, she had slowly and just automatically started cleaning things out that to her just made perfect sense now, right? So we realized it was just a kind of a reverse craving set. I don't want to love it, but I don't want to get rid of it either. And so in our trainings, that was one of the things that Becky heard. And so she tried it on for this person for gambling, and it was equally as effective. And I know we're talking about a lot of subjects here, everybody, like how does it work for depression and then cravings? And then I'm going to ask Rebecca to talk about a eating disorder as well. It's all the same thing. It's your nervous system is the thing that is the driver. It takes in all the information, decides what it means, and then creates action. That's it. It's very simple. So around all of these subjects, if we can reorganize the way the nervous system talks to itself between the brain and the body, then literally anything that has to do with the nervous system can be changed, including movement, including concussion, including things like eating disorder. So I just want to, this is our last question. We'll let you go, Becky, but we could talk about this all day too. You said you had someone with eating disorder, a young woman, right? That this helped. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes. And of course, she also had depression. All those things tend to go together. And yes, we utilize just that same principle. I don't want to eat. I don't have to eat. I don't want to get fat. I worry about getting fat, and I'm tired of being criticized, and I don't have to be criticized, and I don't want to give this up. I don't want to give this up. I want to be, it's on and on and on. I own this. This is mine. I have control of this. I want control. I'm going to keep control. Nobody can make me let go of control. And it just gradually dissipated. That took some time. But it, gradually dissipated. And then she feels in control, now. Yeah. So it's amazing.
Was there a change in the eating? Was there any change in physically and eating after that?
Yes. Yeah, she started being able to, at her worst, I remember her telling me, I eat a salad every day. And as I dug into that, what she was eating was two bites of lettuce. And in her mind, that was a salad. How that perception gets so distorted, she gets. So it took time for her. But then she was able, and today I would say she's probably able to eat 90% normally. Yeah, and not have a lot of angst over it. You know, when she did eat, she would have all kinds of anxiety, and she was taking tons of Dulcolax, you know, over exercising, that kind of thing. So all of that is gone. All of that is gone.
Was she the one that after the session went home and ate a hamburger? Is she the one, or is that
No.
somebody else? No, that's not.
Mm-mm.
We had one of
No.
those, and it might have been my client. We see so many people, and then we hear all of our practitioner stories. A girl who was not eating, the family couldn't get her to eat, very, very concerned. And after the session, she just went home and ate a hamburger, and all the family, like, nobody breathe, nobody move. And they didn't mention it. And she just started eating normally after that. I do remember who that is now. And it was a person who had a head injury and then an emotional trauma immediately the next day, and then another head injury. And after that, for some reason, her body decided that she was fat and couldn't eat. Weird the way the body sandwiches that together, but it did. So the minute the body saw that that was actually not accurate, and we cleared that concussion, she went home and ate a cheeseburger. So yeah,
that's amazing. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So someone had a question about ADHD and OCD, which also people go for psychiatric help for, right? Yeah. And so they're asking, can Cognomovement help with that? Have you had any experience with that, Rebecca?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I think you've had more experience
We
with
have.
that. Yes.
Yeah, we have. And here's what I want to say about this. We don't treat any described illness or disease, but those are just a symptom, a side effect. A side effect is a better word than a symptom, because symptoms we really think are real, but it's a side effect of a disorganized nervous system, a brain that can't shift hemispheres like it's supposed to, can't cycle normally, a nervous system that always is in a fight or flight pattern. And how it manifests are these side effects, OCD, ADHD. The nervous system is constantly trying to find a way around the disorganization, and we provide organization for it. And so, Bill, I know you have had experience with someone recently with OCD, the young man in LA.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like Liz says, we don't treat any physically named disease or emotional, mental named disease.
Unless you're a therapist like
unless
Becky.
you're a therapist like Rebecca, which
Yeah.
there are doctors and therapists, and many of them that are certified practitioners. So what we do is we build back mental acuity, and that's the nature of cognomovement. And this is actually every move that we do with cognomovement, interestingly enough, is actually peer-reviewed, published, National Institutes of Health researched. So, and there's a part of our page at cognomovement.com, and then there's the research portion. You can see all of the links to the National Institutes of Health for all kinds of things. We don't call out any named disease, physical or emotional. Having said that, there's been some people that have had issues, injuries and that sort of thing, that we were able to build back their mental acuity. And as we built back their mental acuity, the memory improved, their ability to change tasks improved, their ability to focus improved. And this is so many. This is not one. This is so many. If you looked at, like if I'm obsessing about something, in all of us, it's like a spectrum. We all got something. It's our mom, our dad, our kid. It's the insurance company. It didn't cover the are they going to cover the accident? Or we all get focused on something. for a period of time, and then we resolve and we move on. In the whole obsessive things, there's just degrees of. Well, if I'm obsessed, if you look at it, just like there's a certain circuit that's lit up, or maybe there's a part of the brain, those part of the brains that emotionally regulate, that cause that regulation, that are offline. Um, there was a client who Liz and myself work with, who's a bona fide billionaire, real deal, like got their own jet type. And they had a head injury, and the head injury was in that area that regulates the emotions. And if you can't regulate your emotions and you've got a lot of money, you can really create some chaos. You can really lay it on. So anyway, but all of life improved when we're able to exercise that part of the brain and bring the regulation back online. So if you look at it, that whole, like, it's got to be this, I have to drink only Evian water. That's the only kind of water there is. You see, it's from France and it's pure. It's from the Alps. It's like, no, I can't tap water. What's wrong with you? So we all have our own degree of it. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that with all this stuff that you've done today, everybody's here on the call and you've gone through all these sessions. And if you haven't, go back and do them all, because it's awesome. Because what'll happen is sort of like what Liz said. Liz said a few minutes ago, there was the woman who had all the bugs in her spices. I mean, really? Who's going to be eating? You don't know what that's going to do eating something a bug was in is not very good. But all of a sudden, the woman, without even making any conscious choices, like, oh, there's a bug in that. Well, pulp, throw it away. Oh, old newspaper, pump, pump. So you, having been through today, changes are going to happen. I'm no longer mad at my mom. I can, what is that dirty pile of stuff doing there? Oh, just, there'll be many things, or there'll be an idea of like, I don't know why the world does things this way. I have this billion-dollar idea of starting this new business. It's freaking obvious.
Bill,
So,
do you remember the gal who she came to us because there was a real emotional issue, a big problem in her life that needed to be solved. But the side effect of the session was that she'd had these files in her closet for 20 years that she could not figure out what to do with. And immediately after that session, she took one look at them, knew exactly what to do with it. And it was done in like 20 minutes.
yes.
Yeah, it's a side effect of reorganizing the system. And for Becky, I keep saying one last thing, but I promise we'll let you go now. Has it changed the way you think about psychiatry when you know that there is a physical urge, a physical driver? Has it changed the way you think about treating those people?
Well, yes, because, for some people, over the years, I've felt pretty pessimistic about how much progress we're really going to be able to make. And I feel much more optimistic about that there really, for the vast majority of people, there's a solution. There is, I expect them to get better.
Oh, look at that. Did everybody, I said, excuse me, I couldn't hear you. What
You watching my eyes?
No, I was just saying, I expect them to get better. This is, Rebecca, because, you've been at this a long time, you've been a psychiatrist for so long, having that shift in perspective that I expect you to get better now, is Liz in the background here, me and Liz are talking, about, clients and stuff. And when something doesn't get better, we're like, what is going on? Where that's does what happened? Wait, no. What? They're not better? So
Right.
I mean, you've now come over to the dark side or the light side, shall we say? But yeah, that's a very real thing being a practitioner is that, very much optimistic and about what can be
Mhm.
done.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for everything you're doing. I think that the work you're doing has the potential of changing the face of how people work with in psychiatry, for some of these severe cases. And it's so, so beautiful that you have the ability to offer them real help and real change that lasts. I mean, and I love it that you're
Yeah.
optimistic about it. I know there's nothing worse than being a practitioner and feeling like you can't help. That really stinks. So I'm so glad that you have that for yourself personally. So thank you for being
Thank
with us.
And
Thank you.
Rebecca, I don't even know if you're taking clients or not, but is there a way that people can contact you, or are you all full up, or what's the situation there
Oh,
if people want?
yeah, I work part-time now, at a psychiatric office, but yes, I take new patients. Yes, I can put my email in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think put your email in the chat. So if a person actually is in need of a psychiatric help and
Mhm.
interested in pairing cognitive movement with it, I think that would be a great conversation. So thank you again. We appreciate you so much.
And Rebecca is just an absolute amazing, has an entire set of skills that's remarkable. If there is a situation that there's some medication involved, Rebecca, I mean, can look at things and I've seen the results. She's really awesome. So uh, thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, we'll see you again soon. Okay, Bill McKenna. I will set this up. I would love it if you would do a short, 10 or 15 minutes craving set with people, a basic one. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
so
love that.
I know you've been off doing other things, working there in Florida. And so we've had people who are working things out during these last few sets. So here's how I want to set this up. If you have a craving, something you feel driven to do, like chips, soda, ice cream, even cigarettes, or gambling, whatever it is, use that during this session. And if you're also still working on things like some pain that you came in with, you can focus on that as well. Use that as the sensation while doing what Bill says, which is going to be enjoying that thing that you're wanting to get rid of. So you can do both. Some people were working with some eye issues. Continue to do that during this set. So cognitive movement is very interchangeable. You may have heard us say that, somebody comes in and they're working on this big emotional trauma, and all of a sudden they have the ability to clean up their house. It's never just one thing. The nervous system connects everything in the strangest ways. So I don't want you to worry about, going ahead and doing a craving set and not getting the other work done that you wanted to do today. So just continue. We'll be here in the chat to help. So are you ready, Bo?
Oh yes, I am so ready for this. This is one of my favorites because it's the fun one, you know. I get to be the fun one today.
Would you
Okay.
tell everybody just a tiny bit of the backstory of the craving set, just a little
Oh,
bit, and then the session?
and you'll see why we think it's so fun. So, a little bit about the craving set. The craving set came about in the grocery store. In the grocery store, there's a bunch of magazines. When you're going to the checkout stand, and there's Cosmos, and there's Shape magazine, and there's all of these different magazines there. And most of those magazines, I don't think it's really that way. This is, almost a decade ago, by the way. But today, I notice the magazines have kind of shifted. They're more general magazines towards the counter, but it used to be a lot of magazines focused on women's health, those type of things. And as I was going through the check stand, I looked over at the magazines and I was looking at all the titles, of what's in the magazine, on the front cover. And as I looked, I noticed they all had things about, get your beach body now, do the grapefruit diet or, this diet or that diet, all kinds of diets. And the first thing I was thinking was, I don't really think about diets, as you might notice. I like to eat. I eat anything I want. I'm looking, I'm like, the first thing that came to me is like, oh my God, it appears that people are suffering and thinking a lot about their bodies, and it never occurred to me that women would even think about that. It just doesn't, because I'm me. But immediately I thought that, it's all upside down. If we did a Cognomovement session and just had the person enjoy whatever it is, enjoy it completely instead of resisting it, and did the Cognomovement moves, that it should, in my brain, I thought, this should work. Anyway, the very first session was Coca-Cola. And you can still see this on YouTube. The very first craving session ever was Coca-Cola. And if you typed in Cognomovement Coca-Cola craving or something like that, you could see that particular person. Anyway, the craving was like a level 10 type of thing. This woman would drink Coke every day, and anyway, with Mexican food, it pairs really well, and it pairs well with a burger, as we all know. But we basically just did that session, and the craving was in her belly, or I think in her throat. I can't remember, but she actually felt a sensation in her belly and throat. And then what ends up happening is it went away. It moved up and through, and that was that. And after she tasted the Coca-Cola later, because we did the session on a Saturday, and I didn't see her until the next Saturday, and she was like, she didn't really want Coke anymore. But she goes out to lunch and she's like, well, maybe I'll just try it. And she tried it, and she says, next weekend, she says it tasted like metal. So it was very interesting that the taste basically had changed. But there was something else that was super interesting about the craving set. And the craving set, over time, we did more and more. Liz and myself, we did all these different craving sets. And people, everybody thinks it's like, oh, chocolate cake or it's ice cream. And it's not. Everybody's different. Some people are crunchy, salty things, and other people it's white wine. And the most unbelievable things. We had one person who the craving was pizza with French's yellow mustard, and wine in a ordinary wine glass, but also then a Diet Coke. So it was a combination of Diet Coke, wine, pizza with French's mustard on it. It was like, this is weird, but this really caused a real problem. Anyway, my point is that there's so many different cravings out there, and there's one thing in common. And you guys are going to love this. It turns out one of the basic principles of that we deal with cognomovement is we all have sensation, smell, touch, taste, hearing, feeling. We have all these sensations. And then we have our emotions. We have, guilt, grief, anger, joy, love, feelings of compassion, feelings of acceptance, all of these wonderful emotions. Well, there's something very interesting that we've found with craving sets, and that is that the very first time, for example, right here, I'm drinking coffee, but the very first time maybe you had coffee, that who were you with? Or maybe it was French fries. Who were you with at that time? And what was going on? Well, you may have had a wonderful experience of being accepted, being loved, feeling compassion from somebody for you, feeling understood. And then you ate that product or drank that coffee. There was a woman in Germany who couldn't stop eating French fries. And over there in Germany, Belgium, I don't know if anybody knows, we don't do this in the United States of America, but over in Europe, in those northern countries, they eat French fries and mayonnaise. French fries and mayonnaise. It's just the first time I heard that, I was like, what is wrong? What's wrong in that part of the world? Mayonnaise. Well, anyway, that's just how it's done. This particular woman just had a weight problem because she couldn't stop eating French fries and mayonnaise. We did the session, and as we did the session, the Cognomovement session, all of a sudden, the first memory of enjoyment of French fries and mayonnaise was her and her father on the Baltic Sea. And she felt love and she felt connected with her father. And so when she was, now working, she's working in a job and feeling disconnected, and everything, feeling really not accepted, not loved. Well, she's trying to eat her way into acceptance and love. That's French fries, acceptance and love, boop. So we all do this. I want to feel better. That's how it's done, son. Okay, we're ready for the session. I'm being red lit here. I got to get a move on it.
Yes, if you can set your timer for 10 minutes, that'll give us 5 minutes for Q&A before we have to go to our next practitioner session.
I will
That
do
would be great.
that. I will do that. You do see how I need to be corralled. This is one of the problems we
It's
deal
called
with.
bill wrangling, but actually 10 minutes is a great length of time for the craving set. So we're not
Okay.
missing out. That was
All
great
right.
information. Thanks, Bill.
All right. I get excited about all this. Okay, ready? Choose carefully, my friends. Choose carefully. What do you actually want to get rid of? Is there something that you're okay with diminishing it? It could be anything. It could be marijuana. It could be red wine. It could be chocolate cake, French fries with mayonnaise. I don't know. Whatever it, and like Liz said, she already pre-did this. So you've got this, whatever it is, and here we go. What you're going to do is let yourself enjoy it. I want you to begin enjoying it, and you're going to move your eyes in a massive circle. If you're using your pen to track or any other object, just follow it all the way around. Follow it around and enjoy. Enjoy it. Now, when I say enjoy it, I mean smell it, touch it, taste it, feel it. And I want you to take yourself back back in time to the very first memory of enjoying it. Allow yourself to fully enjoy it. For some of you, the enjoyment goes right to a level 10. For others of you, it's like, yeah, it's damn good. I really do like it. But just enjoy it, really love it, enjoy. And we're going back in time to the very first time you were introduced to this wonderful thing, whatever that wonderful thing is. When was the very first time? Sometimes it's hard to remember the very first time, but just notice. I want you to notice your eyes as you're trying to recall the very first time that you enjoyed this product. Just notice. And if there's a little glitch in an area or something, stop there and notice. Notice who was with you. Who was with you? Where were you? And what were you feeling? What did you feel as you first enjoyed this the very first time? Notice. Notice the feeling as you're enjoying this product, this thing, whatever it is. Really let yourself completely enjoy. There's no holding back. No holding back from it. A lot of times people will give you a bad time, or maybe they're criticizing you in some way, shape, or form for enjoying. Maybe you criticize yourself for enjoying that so much, but just let it. Let yourself have it. Enjoy the heck out of this. Love it. I love it. I don't care who says anything to me. I'm just loving it. Noticing that first time of enjoyment. Noticing the feeling. Did I feel excitement? Did I feel accepted or loved? Or some other really good feeling? Did I feel elated? Did I feel free? Did I feel freedom? Did I feel peace? Was there peace at that time? Did I feel peace? Just enjoy. Really letting yourself enjoy. I'd like you to go back to the nuances of this particular product or thing that you're focused on. And we're going to begin left, right, low to high. Left, right, low to high. Keep your head straight forward and level. Two hands are on the ball or the pen or whatever you're using. And I want you to start noticing the nuance. Before you ever actually consume the product in whatever way you do, notice the nuance. When does it start? Does it all start before, long before, the experience of going wherever you go to get that thing? Notice the feeling around it. Notice how it feels in your hands. Notice the time, the moments before you get to have it. Notice your planning around, then I'm going to get to, I'm gonna get to have it then. Oh my gosh, I'm really looking forward to that. Really looking forward to it. Keep your eyes moving as far to the left and as far to the right as possible. Head is straight forward and level. You're moving the ball or pen or whatever it is higher and higher. Notice when you consume this product in whatever way that you do, notice how that feels. The very first drink or bite or whatever. 2 hands are on the ball or 2 hands are on the product. Whatever way you're doing it, with whatever to move both hands across the center line, notice how it feels as you begin to have that product and how good it tastes or good it smells. Notice all the subtleties of it. Notice how it makes you feel. Now go back in time, bring the ball down, down to waist level and left to right. And we're going to go through your lifetime of the enjoyment of this. Go back to that first moment and that first taste and how you felt that very first time, all the way left, all the way right. We're at the first time noticing the subtleties of this. In the first time, there is the anticipation before, and then there is the very first nuance of the taste or of whatever it is, what you hear, what you smell. And then notice how it progresses through its stages as you're consuming it. Notice how it makes you feel, moving the ball higher and higher, really enjoying it, enjoying the after effects, noticing all the subtleties and enjoying all of them, no holding back, loving it, fully enjoy it. And now bring the ball back down to the waist level. Continue on. We're going to go from the first now through your life. Go through your life. You've enjoyed this thing many times, right? It's not a one-off. You got it. You've had it so many times and enjoyed it so many times. Just noticing it, letting whatever feeling comes.
Hey, Bill, will you demo so people can see the pattern?
Okay, we're
We got a
going
lot of new
left
people.
to right, left to right, higher and higher. You're moving your eyes higher and higher. Doing great, higher and higher. We're moving through your lifetime, moving through your lifetime. And breathe in, you're at the top of the arc. Come down with your eyes. And now, again, we're moving through your life. Move through your life from the first time to today that you've enjoyed it. Just go back through all the enjoyment of it. So many good times. Remember all these wonderful times of enjoying it. Keep your eyes moving. We're moving that ball higher and higher, whatever you're using. Moving it higher and higher. Higher and higher. Higher and higher. And all the way up. Turn your head to the side and yawn. And turn your head to the other side and yawn. And beautiful. All right. I have timed out here, but I want you to notice right now how you feel about this. Now, it was a very, very short session. You should go back and try it again. As you do, what happens is it walks down. It'll start at a level 10, then it's a 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and finally it'll get down to a 0. But just notice for yourself how you feel about this product now. On a scale of 1 to 10, where did you start and where are you now? Where did you start and where are you now? If you'd like to go put your any comments into the chat about where it started as far as a craving and even what it was. If you imagine taking that product now, whatever that product is, as if it's in front of you, some of you may even have that product right available in your kitchen. Go get that thing right now and check it out. I want you to try to take a little bite and see how that goes and come back and make a comment. Liz?
It's interesting because Coral, who's one of our practitioners, who's also up next and we're giving you a session, she said she took through loving danger. So that's interesting. So it's not a product, it's an action. It's I don't know what you would call that, but an action, I guess. And she said, of course, it led back to loving my dad. It was really touching to see it from a new perspective. Just wow. Thank you. That's an amazing thing to do it on, right?
You know what? You stimulated a new thought for me, Coral. That's amazing. Yes. And God, doesn't that make perfect sense?
Yeah, right. I mean, there are people who are like real daredevils. You were one at one point in your life. So I'm not a daredevil. I have no desire to do that. So why does another person have that desire, love, danger? My brother was like that. He was a maniac. He would do anything and he craved it. He just loved it. So that is an interesting way to look at the daredevil personality type.
Well, and then we do, there's, you take it over the edge and then you end up like me, so maybe it's not so good, but anyway, I understand it. You look at it quite differently than others do, but that is so great, Coral. Thank you for that. Is there anybody who made any comments in the chat on what the level was? And if they tried the product, that's
we don't have anything yet. So
not
maybe
yet.
a delayed
Okay,
reaction. Yeah. And if it's not even the product, if it was something else that you were working on earlier that you want to share with us that shifted or changed during that, you're welcome to share that as well. Are you hanging on, Bill, or are you heading back out?
I'm heading back.
Okay.
But is there anything I can be of service?
No, you're great. We'll cut you loose and we'll check in with you again later. And
Okay.
we'll bring Coral on and she can give us a little more information about that. So thanks so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Hey,
Cigarette still tastes good. So cigarette, that's an interesting one, right, Bill? So tell her what will happen next.
Well. Yes. So what's going to happen here is, and we've worked cigarettes, Zyn patches, I just learned something. I'm very millennial now. Zins, I didn't know about Zins, but with all these products, what happens is cigarettes and nicotine seem to deteriorate over time. So you're keep doing the session and enjoy the hell out of those cigarettes. You enjoy them so much, and notice there's a sensation, in the back of the throat or in the lungs, and just enjoy the hell out of it. But it'll seem like, you know what? I think this Cognomovement stuff is a bunch of hooey. It's not even true. I'm still smoking. Watch. In about a week or so, it'll be like you forgot your pack of cigarettes. And you'll be like, oh, actually, I made it longer. Why? What? And then anyway, so over time and even into months, but cigarettes are a very interesting one. And if you keep it up, you're going to see it's going to keep knocking it down. So I encourage you to enjoy your cigarettes, but do your Cogno at the same time. It'll be really fascinating. And cigarettes have a very much an emotional tie, or Zins, the nicotine. I'll tell you, we had a client level 10 with the Zins. It's like all day long having those things in, one to the next to the next. And it turned out that, when this particular person was 16 years old, he was really hungover, and he's with his group of friends going to get something to eat, and he felt horrible. And then somebody gave him a Zin, and he was like, he's I'm and he's with his friends and they're eating burgers, and he's like, yeah, everything's great. I'm gonna, And so for him, the acceptance, the love of friendship, the camaraderie, the guys, it's just the guys together eating burgers, he's like, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how that anyway, all of that deteriorated, and so too with it.
Yeah.
It went away.
Yeah. And Sabina, I don't know, were you able to see in that session where that started? That the cigarettes, what the root of it was? It might have been a little difficult for some people because for most part they weren't seeing you actually do it, Bill. So I don't know.
Oh, I apologize. You should have been doing your Cogno session the entire time.
Belonging. That one is so common with cigarettes. The first time is belonging. We hear that all the time. So that's interesting. Now that you've seen it and you've gone through this process, it'll be interesting to see what does happen next. And if you notice that over the next few days and weeks, that just the interest in it, the amount of times your mind goes to it, if that starts to diminish. So please let us know what happens next.
And do the exercise, by the way. You actually have to do something to make the change. Okay. Yeah. So, okay.
Michael said, first I wanted to go order some, but then the smell became a negative thing where I don't want it now. That's exactly how it works. That's exactly how it works. Leah had a situation where she was up in the middle of the night and considering going and getting cookies at 8:30 at night, and did the session on the urge to go get it. It literally changed everything. So at some point, Lee, hopefully we can get you to share that story with us today. But right now we're late. We've got to move on to Coral. Thank you so much, Bill. And we will see you again soon. Okay, bye.
Thank you all for being here.
Coral.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Bill. And it's perfect segue into patience. Anyhow, from cravings, gotta have it.
Oh, I hate this session already on patience. I don't really have any.
Maybe I secretly thought of this and you. No,
probably did.
No.
Yeah, actually, cognitive movement has helped me a lot with patience, because that is a driver, isn't it? It's, when you need to move on, you need to move forward. You can't wait. That really has a visceral, uncomfortable feeling.
Oh, it's desire, it's longing, and it creates that agitation and whatever else, whatever other behaviors. And it was something that I didn't realize that was the biggest driver of my life, because I'm a patient person with other people, but not for myself.
Yeah.
And that's what the motivation for this today is because when I discovered it, I'm like, oh. All
right. Well, let's start from the beginning. So Coral is one of our OG practitioners. She's been with us since nearly the beginning. So she's been around with us. She's one of our practitioner mentors, which means that when people come into the practitioner program, you're assigned a mentor that holds your hand through your training process. And Coral is one of those. So will you share with everybody just a bit of your story? How you came in and what's changed for you?
Absolutely. So I used to live in Oregon. So Liz took me to lunch one day and sold me a ball. So that's how I got in. But when I got it, I didn't think much of it. I'm just like, because it was like, I felt like I was doing it because I was being friendly or being a friend. And then one day I saw it in the closet. I'm like, I bought that. I should check it out. And so I just started working on things. I worked with my son first, and he had a fear of spiders, and that went away, and he actually flicked one off his hand the next day, and I'm all, oh, something here. And so from there, like all of us, I grew up with, lots of things happening in my life. And so they showed up for me. And so I kept going. And when I first started, I would do sessions once a month, and then it started once a week, and then it became daily. And I haven't looked back. And the journey from 2019 to now, I look the same. Maybe, some years have gone on, but inside is a beautiful flower versus a flower that was trying to open but couldn't. So
actually, you really don't even look the same. You don't look the same at all.
No.
I mean, you're so much more like not that you weren't radiant then, but so much more radiant and so much more who you really are. There's just so much more depth, and it's just been a beautiful thing. And Coral's our one who keeps like reverting backward in time and looking more and more like a teenager. So Cognomovement has this effect where you do look a bit younger, but she really has taken that to the next level.
Because you're not carrying, the lines, I can make the faces.
Mm-hmm.
You're not carrying that. And so then the face can relax because it's no longer holding that tension in a certain way, or the body. And, it's still life. But I feel more vital than I have felt my entire life. I mean, childhood, of course, but I am very active, very athletic, very, and I actually wasn't. I could, but I never was. Now I am. It's a daily thing, and I do many different things. And yeah, I do. It really has brought me into not even having to own my authenticity, but that's just a way to describe it. But it is, and it's just how I am. And not caring. I used to only care about everything else, everyone else and everything else. And now I care even greater because I have a depth of compassion that you get from doing Cognomovement or this work on humanity. Like, this is what we're doing. We're facing humanity when we're doing this. And so I have that compassion is bar none, but for myself, it just keeps deepening. There's no end to the amount that we can love who we are, that we are here now. And it just keeps unfolding into that. And from that, I am more of a service, where before I was trying to be of service and people were like, get away from me. We'll just squeeze your pension. And so it's letting people have their stuff. You can have your stuff, you can have your life. But I know what's possible. Like you're saying, it's like Becky was saying, it. I expect that there's going to be change, but it's up to the person if they want to,
Yeah. And you have kind of found a niche in a way that you do work with families, because you've worked with your own, and working with kids, you worked with teenagers, which everybody know is so hard. Teenagers are hard, but you found this amazing rhythm with your kids. Would you share a little bit about that? Like some of the things you worked with them, what changed?
Oh, well, they don't even know. Because what happens is I see something like, we did one as a group. We were doing this one on, I was complaining because I do the dishes, and they, when it's with their dad, they'll do dishes. But with me, nope, don't do that. And so I was getting resentful. I'm like, what is this? You guys, they're teenagers now. My daughter's 18. And anyways, and so of course it's me. Of course, I showed them how to behave that way. And what it turned out to be was that I still want to be that mommy. I want to still hold them in that space. And so it makes me feel useful and like I'm doing something for them by taking care of their messes, which, as they're becoming more and more independent, is something that is nice to kind of back off the gas a little there. And so what transpired from that session is I still do the dishes without resentment. They do more, and they actually are more helpful to me. They actually will ask me, where before it'd be like, Mom will do it. Mom will take care of that. And that's not what's happening right now. They're more interactive with me with that.
Yeah. And this is one of those things, like if you've had teenagers in your house, you know how quickly it can turn into, I don't know what stopped here. You know how quickly it can turn into strife with your kids, that fighting, the struggle, the tension. I mean, we've all experienced it if you have teenagers, and we've all seen it with other people's teenagers. So for you, instead of creating strife around that, you did this session for yourself, creating peace and harmony in you and more resource in them as well, which is amazing. Like
Yeah.
for parents, this is the dream thing to be able to do, right?
And because we are magnets, we're all magnetic in whatever way. And so if I'm having a belief, like I want them to be babies still or whatever, and I'm holding them that, they don't have a chance. They can't come to air. And because I'm very powerful. And so, meaning the cord of a mother and all of it. Anyways, so when I clear my side of it, they still have their journey. They still have messes. They still have all of that. However, I've lightened the load monumentally. So it's important to do this work as both parent and the child teen. It works both ways.
Well, share everybody about that, because you just said something that people are like, what? If I work on myself, it changes something that they do. So talk about that. How does that work?
Every time. And as much as I still want to blame, I'm all, dang it. Because again, it is, yes, I am not creating certain circumstances that I'm experiencing, but when I really dig deep into it, oh, I'm doing it in another form, either to myself, my thoughts, or it just looks different, but it's not as in your face. And so so when you collapse that in yourself to a degree, I mean, I don't know if anything ever 100% disappears, but the amount of acceptance of what it is in ourselves, that we are that, allows it to be free. And in that allowance of it being free, the person they navigate differently, like I do. You're authentic. You can have a bad mood. You're not the bad mood. You're having an experience, and so it's given that permission for that. I hope this makes sense, but.
Yeah, I mean, and what you're feeling, we talked about this earlier, your feelings, your emotions are electromagnetic hormonal signals that are out there. So whether or not you think that person knows what you're thinking, they can feel it.
100%.
They always do. And it creates this calibrated loop. And especially with kids and teenagers, man, that can go round and round like cats and dogs. I think about that cartoon, was it Tom and Jerry, where they're
oh yeah.
And once one person drops one side of that loop, the whole loop changes.
Yes.
And you find that the calm in you is reflected in the calm in them. And it's like miraculous. You're like, wow, they're totally different. They're probably not. You're different, and your perspective is different.
Right. So things don't hit you anymore. So someone could be something that really got you before. You could be in the same scenario and everyone else is like, oh my gosh, can you believe they behave that way? And you're like, well, I see that. But you're seeing, I don't know, but it's not hitting you. You don't feel it like the tightened chest and me being on guard, like I need to brace myself. I don't have that, but knowing that my innate system can come into action if it needs to. So it's not that you're become, just a blob and anything can happen to you. You have that wisdom. You never lose what your body needs to do to keep us moving, but it really doesn't affect you the same way ever.
Yeah. And this is really a big part of your story, because it's not that you became a Cognomovement practitioner and then your life sailed. You went through some big changes, some moves, some changes in marriage, but the outcome of that is so graceful and beautiful. Are you willing to share a little bit about that journey?
Yeah. It's so important because it's humanity. We all have experiences. Our attachment styles are like, for me, I work with families, but really it's about bringing people home to their truth. And that is the acceptance and love of all these things. And so my journey, when I was in Cognomovement, we lived in Oregon and I was married. We have 2 kids, and it wasn't good. And so I started doing the work on me. And I thought, okay, it's something, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to change it. It's going to be okay. We moved to Utah. But what happened for me in my journey is as I continued to do the work on myself, my truth became, I can't stay here. My nervous system was so overloaded that I had to be away from people in order for myself to heal. A lifetime of people pleasing and being in caustic, dangerous situations, those sort of things, really, I didn't know until I was on my own. And then I would come home and I'm like, I can breathe. I can actually breathe. And we might not all have that luxury of the change or getting to where your nervous system can be by yourself. And that comes with nuances too, but meaning you're alone. However, from that, I have an amicable relationship with their father. Really good. I mean, you know, I still see his things, he sees mine, but I work on him. So what? And the kids, it was just smooth. It was so smooth. And yes, there's stuff. It's not like, you know, fairy tale, you know, because it's life. But the richness of our relationship grew from Cognomovement, because before that, of course, being the mommy, you're the, you know, they do look at you like, oh, you're everything, this is how life is. But then they become teens and they go, wait a minute, this isn't, I don't agree with the way you are. And I couldn't see my unconscious patterns because that's what I grew up with. And yes, I was more I made them more lukewarm, but I still had those behaviors and I still have them. But because I softened myself and did the work, they're safe with me. I don't have that. I don't have those things. I'm not trying to control them. I'm not trying to make their lives mine, you know. And so because of that, everything in my life truly is just, I love it. I love it. I love all of it. I love it.
It's such an amazing story, I think. And I use the word graceful because that's really what it looks like. You know, when you're in a marriage that, you know, isn't horrifying, but isn't working, you as a human aren't happy and you know you need to make a change. It's really easy to blame the other person and they're wrong and they're bad and they can become a whole monster as a way to separate. And in your situation, that didn't happen. You, as you shared throughout the time, you learned to appreciate. You were going to say something. So,
well, I will say I went through stages.
Yeah.
Stage of me starting Cogno and doing any of this work, no matter what modality you use. But the first stage for me was everything was happening to me. Everything. I was the queen victim of all victims. And I still have times where I could forget. I'm like, oh. Then I went to it's everyone else. You guys did this to me and you but I took it through. I kept working on it. And then of course every session you go, oh, because things do happen to you in life, but then I'm now in full volition of what I respond like. And then now it's happened for me. And so those were the phases I went through. And this patience piece is so integral because that's why I want to share this, because if I had this piece when I started keeping going, because I did a lot of this by myself. Like we were a smaller organization then and we didn't have as many people to phone a friend, which now I use all the time. But yeah, I would have had the grace and not be like, why isn't this changed? What's happening? Nothing's happening, because some things are very subtle and some things are kaboom. And so to have the grace and know, like, I'll get you. And then what I get is myself. And so, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's it, because in Cognomovement, you feel how you feel. And in the moment where they're the biggest jerk on the planet and they're the cause of all of your problems, you get to be like, okay, well, I know if I change me, I'll feel better. That's the only reason to do it. But you let yourself feel like that. Oh, yeah. You know, they're terrible. My point was, though, that often people don't work that through. And then the other parent is the monster, or the ex is the monster. And then the kids have to choose. And then they're torn apart. And then they have trauma. And instead, I mean, they've gotten to witness like how people can be friends and still not be married.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you give a person a monster that they love, you're telling them their love isn't valid.
And you're telling them something about themselves as well. If their parent's a monster, then they must be as well. I mean, that's a whole thing. But the point is, you were able to take each of those things, all of the feelings that go with it, and convert that into becoming more of who you really are as a human, and as a human that is helping so many other people in such dramatic ways. So speaking of which, let's get back onto your topic, which is patience. Do you want to set it up and tell us what we're talking about today?
Thank you, Liz. Okay, so for patience, what I am going to share today is we're going to go between the feeling of irritation and impatience, whatever that is for you, whether it is driving in traffic, or whether it's like, why isn't this feeling better yet, or whatever it is for you. So you're going to have that feeling. So we're going to get there. And then we're going to have this feeling of patience, but you're going to have it as if you were 5 years old. So we're going to be vacillating back and forth for that, because in a sense, you get to reparent yourself now, because the reason we hurry, the reason we do all these things, and my experience, what came to me from doing this, is that somewhere in my background, I learned that if you didn't hurry up, it was dangerous. And so unbeknownst to me, as I do things in life, I'm very hurried, but I have patience for others, but I didn't have it for myself. And now that I have finished, or not finished, I mean, I still have work always, but now that I'm to the place where I am at with patients, not only has my communication changed, because I can actually be more present with people talking about, cars that I have no idea, whatever, those sort of things. But really for myself, it gave me this permission to keep going even better, like even more in a way of like, yeah, I'm enjoying it now. Where before I was like, how long? How much more? And that's not the truth. We're here and we can make up our experience with choices, and why not choose to come from an authentic place that feels truth and creates flow in your life. And so the more patience we have for ourselves, the more we have in the world, and the more that we can invite in, because we're willing to see the slow progression or whatever it is. There's no hurry. So this session, we're going to use any object or your ball, and we're going to do a clock. So we're going to start and the eyes will be up. And what I'm going to have you do, this is going to be intense, maybe not. When our eyes are up and we're holding it on a focal point on the ball, I'm going to have you feel impatience or hurry or whatever that is that you experience if you're in a hurry or something like that, for about 30 seconds. Then I'm going to have you imagine, which we'll start before we get in the session, that you are with your 5-year-old self or 7-year-old self. If you can't remember that far back to the earliest memory, maybe you're now, I don't know. But you're going to see yourself in your timeline younger. And I say a child because it's easier to have patience if you see yourself as a child. So you're going to go to that feeling, what it would be like to give yourself then the patience that perhaps you wanted. Then we're going to move the clock. So we're going to be here for a while, just going through those two feelings, and then we'll do other cogno. So before we start, if you will, I invite you to lower your gaze, and you can sit or stand. This is your option. Lower the gaze and just first take a deep breath in and out. And you could sigh if you want, or just whatever. And imagine there's a dial on the wall. And the dial says, analyzer. If you will, turn that dial down, perhaps off, to allow the subconscious to bring forward what it is ready to bring forward. Imagine another dial that says grounded, and turn that dial all the way up, bringing yourself into full presence in this moment. Feel your toes, your knees, your heart. And now invite in impatience or hurry, and just see what your body registers that like. Is your heart racing? Is it tight? Your jaw? Bring in impatience. We'll sit with it for 30 seconds. And now pick a time in your life that you want to pick. I invite for a child, but you can do it as an adult. So invite in perhaps a 5-year-old self or 7-year-old self, and see your innocence. See your mannerisms. See your willingness or unwillingness at that time. And bring in the feeling of calm or patience while you're looking at your then self. And hold it. Take a long breath in and out. Okay, take your object and we're going to bring it straight up in the 12 o'clock position. Your eyes are up and you're looking at a focal point. Take a long breath in here and out. Bring in, hurry up, impatience, frustration, irritation. Bring it in, bring it up. Even my voice could be irritating you. Bring that in and feel that irritation. Hurry, 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 hurry. Take a breath in, out. Now, see if you can bring in the feeling of calm or patience. Work with it. It might take you a minute to come out of anxieties. Work with it to get to calm. Maybe it's a pet. Maybe it's not even your 5-year-old self. See something you do have patience for and feel that feeling. Take a deep breath in and out. Moving to a 1 o'clock position. If you do opposite of me, it's fine. We're going to go the whole clock. Again, feel, hurry, feel, impatience. Bring it in. Gotta go, gotta move, gotta do it, gotta hurry up. Get out of my way. What are you doing? Hurry up. I don't have time for this. I need to be somewhere else. Take a deep breath in, out, bring in calm. Feel it go through your whole body if you can. Work with it. Now see whatever it is, a pet, your younger self. See your mannerisms and see that you have patience for you. Feel it. Take a breath in, out, move to 3 o'clock. So now your eyes are hard left. They can be hard right. It's fine wherever you're at. And again, bring in impatience, hurry. What are all these people doing? They're in my way. Feel that impatience. Notice how the body reacts. Tense, guarded, angry perhaps, irritated at me. Whatever it is, allow it. Take a deep breath in and out. Work with your body to bring in calm, patience. Feel it in your heart. See your younger self and feel patience for them in whatever it is they're doing. Maybe it's learning in school. Take a breath in and out. Moving on down. We're at 5 o'clock. Bring back in impatience, hurry, frustration, irritation. Hurry up. Get it over with. Take a breath in and out. Find calm. Work with your body. Bring it back. Bring peace, patience, calm into your body. See a younger version of you and feel the patience you have for them in whatever task they are doing. Breathe in a long breath in. Out, move it down to 6 o'clock. Your eyes are directly down, looking straight down. Again, work with it. Bring back impatience. Hurry up. Got to get it done. You're not doing it right. Hurry, hurry. What are all these people doing? Why are they driving like this? Feel that impatience in your body. Take a deep breath in and out. Bring in peace, calm, or patience. Work with your body to get there. You can do it. You can make it feel calm. Find the calmest place in your body. It could be your big toe. And feel that feeling. Now visualize your younger self and feel that patience for them and the task they are doing, or just for being. Take a deep breath in and out. Moving the ball to 7 o'clock, over to my right, down low. Bring it back in. Impatience, hurry. No time for this. You're doing it wrong. What's going on? You better do this faster. Hurry up. You're not getting it. Feel that in your body. Again, it could be frustration, could be anger, irritation. Just feel the impatience. Now soften. Work with your body to bring in calm, peace, patience. If you have to, you can think of something like calming nature sounds. Find your way to bring in that feeling. Visualize your younger self. It could be at a different time in your life, or even yesterday. And feel patience towards you at that time. Trying to get something that was hard, or being impatient with others. Have patience for yourself being impatient. It's okay. Take a deep breath in and out. Moving up to 8 o'clock. Again, impatience. Bring it in. Let it get bigger. It might even be more. Let it be more. If it's barely, you can barely find it, find it. Impatience. It could be even that you can't feel a thing and you're impatient with yourself because you can't feel. Find that feeling. It's what it is. Take a deep breath in, out. Work with your body and bring in calm, bring in patience. Find it and bring it here. Relax. You're holding an object and looking at it in a group of people who are all doing the same thing. You can relax. Envision your younger self or recent self seeing something you are impatient about, and feel this patience towards yourself. Take a deep breath in and out. Moving the ball up to the 9 o'clock position. Eyes are hard right. If you're hard left, that's fine. Bring back impatience. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Bring it in. Irritation, frustration, annoyance. Didn't get it. Gotta do. Gotta be. Gotta go. Maybe you think you've already obtained patience and this is benign for you. Is that really true? Have you graduated of Earth? Take a deep breath in and out. Work with your body and bring in calm. Bring in patience. Go back and see your younger self or recent self and feel this patience towards yourself at whatever time this was. Whatever was going on in your life that was hard, feel patience for you. You made it here. Take a deep breath in and out, moving up to 10 o'clock. If your arm is just done, you can just keep your eyes in the position. That's fine as well. If you can go along with it, it's all part of it being uncomfortable and letting yourself be there. Bring back in impatience. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Irritation, frustration. What the heck are these people thinking? What was I thinking? Why did I do that again? Impatience with the self and others. Take a deep breath in and out. Work with your body. Find calm. Find patience. Think of your younger self or recent self in something you were doing, that you were impatient, and feel patience for yourself. See the naivety. This is your first time here in this life, having patience. Take a deep breath in and out. Moving up to 11 o'clock, we're almost there. Bring back in impatience. How long is this taking? What is going on? Is it even working? Feel hurry, feel impatience. Bring it up. Agitation, irritation. Other people need to hurry up. Maybe you're the complete opposite and nothing needs to hurry, and there could be a little hurry in your life that would be warranted. Feel impatience if you can. Take a deep breath in and out. Work with your body and find patience. It could be for something else. Find it. Thinking back to another time in your life when your younger self, and see yourself and feel patience for whatever it is you're doing and yourself. Take a deep breath in, out, move up above the head. We're going to tick-tock back and forth, so just side to side, following the ball. And up here in ideas and inspiration, around the idea of impatience, what is possible moving forward in your own life around impatience of yourself or others, or watching others be impatient? What is it? What is possible? Keep talking back and forth. Breathe in and bring your object all the way down. And breathe out. Whew, that was a lot. We're going to rest. So we will be here about a minute and a half. I have time. So we're going to be here a minute and a half. So just lower the gaze or completely close your eyes. Let go of all thoughts and just rest. I'll bring us back. I invite you to bring your awareness into your heart space. I invite you to take a long breath in and relax the heart if you can. And then when you are ready, slowly bringing your awareness back to the external, just opening your eyes. We're going to do a little bit more cognitive. For this one, it's kind of conversational, but we're going to go up the body. We're going to start low down by the waist. So you're here down by the waist. You're going to go side to side, both hands on your object at all times, and then I will move us up as we go through the set. It's going to be very slow. I'll show you up here. So we're going to say the thing on this side, feel it, and then say it on this side. Feel it, and then I'll move us up. Again, if you don't feel anything, you're numb, that's okay. These exercises are bringing mental acuity, and it's bringing forth the possibility of moving in this direction. So whether you're feeling like intense, like this is intense and I need a break, super mild, wherever you are on the spectrum, all of it is for you in my understanding. And let yourself meet yourself where you're at, even if there isn't something happening. That's okay. Bring your object down by the right hip. Bring your face is straight, your eyes are down. And you're just going to say this statement if it works for you. If you want to change it, go right ahead, but this is what helped me. I have time for me. Say it with meaning. I have time for me. Move over to the left and say it again with conviction. I have time for me. I have time for me. Move up to stomach level, right side, and I'll say it, we're gonna say it again. I have time for me. To the left. I have time for me. Below the chest area, upper ribs, right side. I have time for me. Left side. I have time for me. Upper right, chest area, heart level. I have time for me. Left side. I have time for me. Throat level, right side. I have time for me. Left side throat. I have time for me. Right side eye level. I have time for me. Left side eye level. I have time for me. Upper right above the head, eyes up. I have time for me. Left side. I went a little fast. If you need a little time, take it. I have time for me. Move the ball to the center. Like an elevator, start bringing it down floor by floor. Go ahead and take a long breath in and let it out, however that is. As you bring your ball all the way down to the root, to the hip level. You're going to move it side to side, both hands on it. I'm going to move this up kind of quickly. If you have an object, if it's a lemon, say shiny, yellow tips, lemon. So whatever you have, you're going to actually call out verbally. So your auditory learning center is open, learning, kinesthetic, and visual. So you're bringing it down by the waist, side to side. Call out the first aspect of your object that you see, whether it's color, shape, or an aspect. Move up to the belly, still calling it out, both hands on it, side to side. Move up below the ribs, or below the chest, sorry. Move up across the chest. In front of the throat. In front of the eyes. Above the head. Breathe in and bring it all the way down. One more positive thing, and then we will move on from there. So what we just did with the hands, and we're moving back and forth, we're going to start down by the root, and you're going to move it back and forth, and you're just looking at the object. You're not saying anything, you're just noticing, like if you're just doing this. I will move this up again, but I'm going to just have some positive words come forward. And if you want, allow yourself to receive them. Notice if it's hard to receive them. And if they don't resonate, don't. This is totally optional, but this is a positive way. I like to, at the end of sessions, we usually do it at a high note. Most people, you come to some level, but I don't know where you're at. Everybody's at a different place. And so it's just bringing that in right now so we can kind of put a Band-Aid on whatever was opened up for now. But the advice here moving forward is if it's really high in you, you have these tools, you can get the essentials, and you keep going with it because it brought something forward that maybe is time to look at it. So if you will, bring the ball all the way down by the waist, face is straight, and you're moving the object side to side. Here you are in a group of almost 60 people. You showed up today with willingness to find out if there was information that might be of help to you. You came here maybe because you already do the work. And being in this group of people with this willingness to do this, to face humanity in this way, is a great act of courage. It takes a lot of strength and will to do this, because usually we do the opposite, or we used to. Moving up to the belly. You, what is here that is unfolding for you to be a part of? What is here that is in beauty or service or in patience moving forward from here? Perhaps it's the most amazing life you could not even imagine. But the willingness to be here and allow this to unfold, perhaps that is all it needs. Moving up below the heart. You are strong, you are capable, and you can do this. You got what it takes. You know that you can keep going. You've heard other stories. Why not you? Why not you? Will you take the time to have the patience to figure it out in whatever way that is? Because you're worth it. Moving up across the heart. You beautiful, beautiful person. You have a heart that beats, that feels, that knows there's a truth beyond where perhaps we're at right now. And it doesn't stop. And this is beautiful. It's amazing, really. Moving up in front of the throat. Your voice is a unique signature in this world. It carries this tone that no one else has. It is yours. And this tone is needed. You came here because you have something to say. It is time for you to start to practice that. Or choose not to. It is always up to you. In front of the eyes. You are beautiful. You may not see it, you may not think it, but you are. You have a light that if people were looking through the galaxy, they would see you like a star. And they'd say, what star is that? And it's you. Maybe you just can't see it yet, and that's okay. Above the head. Allowing for grace, patience, allowing yourself to have time for you to figure out whatever you're figuring out, will only open doors, will only allow flow. Thank you for doing this work. When you are ready, breathe in and bring the ball down. And breathe out. You just did it. You just did it. So I don't know if you're more impatient or more patient, but thank you. And Liz, I don't know what.
Ooh, wow. What a session. Let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to add myself. Just one sec. There we go. All right. That was awesome, Coral. That was so beautiful. So we have just a little bit of time. We'd love to hear what your experience was with that. You know, if you're working on other things and pulling it through, or if you had an experience about patience. Someone said, that was great, but my eyeballs hurt and my arms are so tired. Talk about that for a second, Coral.
Oh my gosh. You know, you forget because we do this. It's like working out. It is a workout. Literally your muscles you're working it out, and your arms too. And Liz, oh my gosh, Liz, she'd always be like, stay up here and ideas and inspiration. I'm all, because your arms are on fire, your eyes are hurting because you don't always. But over time, it does. It's just a muscle. You're gonna tomorrow. Your eyes might be sore for a little bit, but they'll recover, and it's all benefiting your body. Of course, if you have a detached retina, I didn't think we said anything like that, but that, you know, if there's things that are physically wrong with you, always pay attention to that and take care of yourself, because that's the most important. But yeah, the muscles, and actually, someone put something about convulsing or whatever. You got through it, right? So here you are. So we get so scared of things, and it's not to say medically we shouldn't. I mean, literally, if you feel you should stop, you should stop. And you can get medical or psychological or whatever assistance, but you made it through to the other side.
Yeah. And the thing is, so just really remind everybody, take care of yourself, go slow if you need to. You can, you know, put the ball in just one hand, but that is a phenomenon. We are working muscles in the eyes and in the head. There's big muscles in the eyes that attach to all the muscles in the head that go down the neck. I mean, it's all connected. So when we move these big muscles and we're not used to it, the eyes get a bit sore, and, you know, we're moving our arms in ways too. So that's very normal, and congratulations for getting through. And, you know, go slow, or if you're tired, or give yourself a break. I want to just address, let's talk about, Ryan here said that it was at the 9 o'clock position. I was actually having convulsions, shaking in my upper body and torso, very strongly so. Like, that happens, right? Your body literally reacts. The old pattern starts to unwind, and there's so much kinetic energy in it that I think we've all experienced that at some point, right? Yeah, have you, Coral? Have you experienced that?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've had things where I'm like, you could get extreme headaches. I mean, it's so fun, this work, but it is after. It is when you have the reward of this truth that is you. And there's nothing I would not trade all of the sorrow and the depths of not fun stuff that I've been in, and physically having things, you know, show up or whatever. And the layers do come up. So you said, and I think it was Ryan said, more things to work on. Absolutely. And that is what you're endeavoring in. And it is kind of endless, but it gets more gratifying. And you can put it at whatever pace. It could be the 10-minute morning, like, oh, my eyes feel great. You know, that might be your level. And I probably should have given a warning before mine. I don't know.
Well, so really, Cognomovement is very physical. If you guys have been here all these hours, congratulations. But you may notice that this is very physical work. We are working the nervous system, which means from the eyeballs at the beginning, all through the brain to the tips of our fingers, and then that extension outside the body. It's all getting worked and changed, right? And so some things that are really normal is getting a bit dizzy, you know, eyes being sore, of course, sweating, getting hot and cold, yawning, right? Some shaking, you know, big temperature changes, because the nervous system is unwinding and letting go of that kinetic energy of the signal coming back and forth. And when it lets go, it has to off gas a little bit. But I'm very glad to hear that Ryan says it's being pretty relaxed and tired, which is normal. After a big session, if this impacted you, if any one of these impacted you a lot, you're going to probably need to sleep later. You're going to want some extra salt, some extra water, and food for sure. You're going to nourish yourself because this burns off a lot of calories as well. So
Also, just a reminder that we don't normally do Cognomovement sessions for 7 hours.
but we do at Cogno Conscious.
So, well, we do it Cogno Conscious. Yes, that is true. But on a normal day, if you're doing essentials or you're working with a practitioner, you're not going to do 7 hours of sessions. If you want the intensive, you want Cogno Conscious. But yeah, these are mini sessions, and you can go back and do them again if there's still stuff left over. You can watch the replay on YouTube. We had lots of really awesome comments for Coral. So Coral, you are amazing, so beautiful. And Pam said, wow, I had such a visceral reaction and started crying when you first started. Didn't know I needed this so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Amber said, I felt a lot of tightness in the throat and chest and could barely get the words out, especially when I was lower with the ball, but I was able to speak slower and get the words out as I made my way up. Lots of crying. It was exhausting. Beverly said, love this Coral. I used to say often when I was younger, patience is a virtue of which I do not possess. It's been a huge issue for me. I remembered one of my ex-boyfriends taunting me with his impatience. And also my mom telling me that I had no patience, even though others would tell me I was very patient. So it'll be interesting to see how this settles and what changes. For me, I had to take a nap after the first 2 sessions. I was wiped out.
Yeah.
Sheila says, thank you.
And that it was intense.
And it was intense, yes.
Yeah. So the thing that happens next for people is as these big patterns start to change and we've interrupted them, and think about what we're doing. We're just moving this weird little ball, not even that quickly around, stretching our eyes. But you may be noticing that there's this massive impact on how you feel and how you think and what you see, and especially during a session like that. So as we move into the night, things process out a little more. As one big pattern unwinds, so do a lot of other little ones, right, Coral? It's very expansive through overtime. You want to tell people about that?
Oh, yes. And some things are so subtle, you don't even know it came from whatever set you were working on. And it can be 2 months later. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, I do that differently, or that hit me differently. You can have a really down time. You can have 3 days after this and just be like, whoa, your body's recalibrating. It's going to be okay. It's going to come back up. It's not a forever thing, but it can happen. You could feel like clicking your heels together. Everyone has a completely different response, but absolutely over time, all of these, every single thing you've done today will show up some way, and you may not see it, but basically you've just given a permission slip to yourself to open up, to heal, or whatever you want to term it, to accept humanity is what I look at it like. But
Yeah, it's really true. So things start to unwind and then they have to grow back in. So once a big neural pattern shifts and changes, then the body will take that extra energy and grow something brand new, which takes energy, right? That's a part of that, sometimes being tired for a couple of days. And then all of a sudden you're like, woo, look what I can do, and then you're creative and you're coming up with ideas, and the world looks like it's a brand new place and new colors, and things change. For some people, that's instant. For other people, it takes a little bit of time. But this session, all the sessions we did before, you'll see changes 6 months from now. All of a sudden, you're a little different, right?
the rest of your life, literally,
Yeah.
everything you do that moves you in that direction is a catalyst for the rest of your life. It will play in. And again, you don't need to credit anything or whatever, but you gave yourself permission. You gave yourself permission.
Yeah. Great work, everybody. And thank you so much, Coral. That was beautiful, beautiful.
And
All right.
Discovery call link in the chat. I'm in Southern Utah. I work worldwide. And there you go. Thank you.
Definitely put that info in the chat. And if you resonate with Coral, reach out because it's worth it for sure. It is. All right. Thank you, Coral. All right, Leah, what do you want to tell everybody?
I am here. Almost. All right. So if you guys are like Coral, and related to the things that she was saying when we were interviewing her, she, had the connection relationships with her kids, with her, going through a divorce and all of that stuff. If you relate to the issues that she's having and you've tried everything and you want something that actually works, get Essentials today. If you get Essentials today, you can start watching the modules immediately. You get a Cognomovement ball, you get access to our private members community for customized support, 21 modules showing you how it works and how to do sessions on your own, anytime, anywhere. So you can start healing today. And if get Essentials today by clicking the link in the chat. And if you already have Essentials and want to find your passion working with others in a meaningful way, while also having the full toolkit to your own personal development, join the practitioner certification program. Private message me more in the chat and I will send you details.
All right. Wow. I mean, I can't believe we have just burned up the time. This has been amazing. It's one of our favorite things to do, spend time with our practitioners and with all of you. And we love hearing from you. And up next, we're going to shift gears and we have one of our practitioners, Miriam Kutelis, who is going to do a manifesting set. What's interesting about Miriam is it's one of the first things she did in Cognomovement, just to try it on, just for fun. And so we'll let her share what actually happened. I don't know if that was her first session or later, but we'll let her come on. And Miriam, are you there? There she is. Hey, Miriam.
Hi, guys.
Hey,
I
tell
am
everybody.
pumped.
Yeah, tell
I am
everybody
so
where
excited to be here.
Tell everybody where you're calling in from today.
I am in Northern Virginia near DC.
Are you covered in snow right now?
Yeah, my car is in my driveway and everything. Not just snow. Snow would be fine. Ice. Yeah.
Ice. Wow.
8 inches of ice. Yeah.
Well, we're so glad you were able to make it.
Thank you.
Here
I'm so
today.
excited to be here.
That's the important part. Okay, so your topic today is manifesting, but let's talk a little bit about you. There was it the first session that you did? Was it a Cogno Hour manifesting?
Some magical thing happened. I was hiking. I do endurance hiking, and I was hiking, and one of your videos, you and Bill's videos came through. I don't know how, and I was very lucky. And it was about manifesting money, and it was an hour, 50-minute session, I think. And I did it, and I kind of half-halved it. There you go. I kind of just did it because I was hiking and I was trying to do my eyes as I'm trying not to fall and break my neck. And then within a couple of days, I ended up selling a bunch of paintings. And that was one of the things that I was addressing. And it blew me away. And then I said, you know what? There's something here. There's something here. So I decided I was going to wait for my family not to be at home because I wanted to be able to not censor myself while doing the session. And so I went ahead and did that same session. And within a month, I kid you not, a family friend gifted my sister and I a lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
And kind of out of nowhere, right?
Yeah. It was kind of out of nowhere. It just felt magical, and I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not, she could have probably thought about this forever, but it was just right then at the same time. And things like this happen all the time. I do, manifesting happens all the time on small scale and obviously, like I just mentioned, big scale, but it's not a surprise anymore that we can manifest things. And so, Cognomovement is part of my healing sort of practice, but it's also it's just my daily practice that I do.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about your backstory a little
Sure.
bit. We can see the art in the background there, and you are actually an art teacher for kids, correct?
Yes, I teach children. I teach art And I've been working in the arts settings for about 25 years now. So,
And
yeah.
so you have used Cognomovement in your classroom, haven't you?
I've used it with my students whenever they come and they're not regulated, which is pretty often. You know, there's a lot going on all the time. I work in an immersion school where they actually don't have just one teacher; they have two teachers. So they there's a lot of movement, and for young kids having a lot of changes during the day, it's not that exciting for their nervous system. So when they come in, we'll do a low to high. So we'll, not with a Cogno ball, of course, but we'll use maybe a squishy from, one of those squishy balls that are, I guess, tension balls. So each person will get one and they will move the ball left to right, and we will make an intention for the class. So and then they will repeat the intention in Spanish or in English. And the intention is usually just how they would behave during the class, and it has to do with being an artist or a friend and something elementary age, appropriate. So.
And what have you noticed that comes out of that?
And they do work much more calmly. I have a lot of children with special needs, and I also actually have a rug that I created, a figure 8 rug, and it's a yellow brick road figure 8 rug. And I allow the students to, they're allowed to stand anyway while they're working, because the artists stand while they're working. So they're able to walk around it, and the rule is they can do a 3, go around it 3 times if they need it. And I've noticed with my children with special needs or my kids with autism will often use it very often during the class. So I see them for 45 minutes. They might maybe use it like 3 or 4 times during that 45-minute period. So
do they get up to kind of self-regulate?
Yeah. They know when it happens, and it's just become part of our classroom routine, and it's not that doesn't cause any disruption, and it's really helpful. And so I consider that part of my class as well. And I've lent out my rugs to other teachers when they've had classes that need a little bit more. I should sell it.
Yeah, you should. I mean, let's share with everybody a little bit that figure 8 technology based on a labyrinth. Do you want to tell everybody why that's useful?
Well, for them, first of all, it took a little bit of a learning curve for some of them. And it's very much like I noticed that some kids who are having issues with their mobility, will need you to slow down. So we will have to work it through. But it does help them to become much more regulated. And I noticed that they'll use their eyes to figure out where they're standing. So that's pretty much what I've noticed.
Yeah. So just for everybody else, we use the figure 8 in Cognomovement as another way to force information across the corpus callosum. Yeah. So that's where I was going with that. And it's based on labyrinth technology. And a labyrinth forces you to shift hemisphere. When you turn one way physically, the body will shift into another hemisphere. When you move back, you shift in another. So a figure 8 is a way to mimic that. And you saw some of the kids, if you were here earlier, with Andrea and Tammy walking in a figure 8. And so in a classroom, it's particularly helpful because you can get those hemispheres to shift very quickly in this nice calm pattern. So it helps regulate their nervous system, but it also helps turn on the hemisphere that might be needed for what's being taught in class that day. And it also helps the kids prevent adding on additional trauma because the nervous system is calm. So in the end, it was a brilliant thing for you to do in the classroom, and ultimately more resourceful than just that little change that happens in the moment. It really does help with their growth and development overall. It's a really beautiful thing.
Yeah, I've actually had 4th grade students like it so much that they'll come back the next year when I'm not teaching them, because it switches from Spanish to English and I teach in Spanish. And they've told me, when I have a test, I go to the bathroom and I use a little roll of paper and I go and I do my Cogno to test better, because they notice that it really helps them remember things for their tests. So they find a little quiet space where they can be alone to do the left, right, low to high, right before their test. So, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's funny. I
I'm
mean,
so
it
proud of
really
them.
is so resourceful. You being an artist and a teacher, bringing it in, I'm sure has been really interesting for you as something to add to classroom plus art, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And they're not so afraid of the kids who are coming in, and they're afraid to step out, and it's very risky to draw something and worry that someone's going to say something. For those kids, it's been really helpful because I'm like, oh, when you do it, your creativity centers open up, and so they'll go do it and they go right back and they're not worried. And so it's caused them to go ahead and become a lot more creative and more comfortable with themselves and be more accepting of themselves,
Oh, that's awesome.
less triggered by others.
Yeah, that's awesome because creativity is one of those things that really comes from your soul. It's not
Right.
just your brain. And so when they feel more comfortable with themselves and more able to allow that to flow out, like that is a beautiful thing. And to know they can do it, right?
Yes, yes, they really do. And again, Cognomovement sometimes, like you guys mentioned earlier, is kind of works underneath, and you don't always know it right away. But they come such a long way in the short time that we work together. Because I'm only with them for 10 months, and then they go to a different teacher.
Yeah, then they're on their way. So one more question about that, and we'll get to manifesting because I know everybody is eager to want to do
Okay.
that. So you as an artist, have you noticed it helping you at all in your process?
Ooh, yes, because of self-acceptance. I think a lot of times that's exactly like that. It's parallel to what the children are dealing with. They're worried about what others think. And so there's a lot of non-acceptance of the self. And so, yeah, absolutely. Just there's a lot of the mental clutter that happens, that it gets rid of that, obviously. And so, yeah, a lot of more self-acceptance, and life gets easier in general. So there's more joy in there, and you just want to be able to engage with the materials and just really value yourself and your voice that comes through in the art. So, yeah.
Yeah, having an art background myself, when you're in the flow, there's that thing that happens when you feel like you have a muse, right?
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, everything makes sense, and it just flows out onto the page. When you're trying, it never really works out quite right. It's just a little off. You can feel that flow is not there when you look at a piece of artwork, right? So having that ability to feel comfortable and not judge, not worrying about that, and let literally that soul come out onto the painting or whatever you're working on, that's, I think, what helps create the magic. So if you can use Cognomovement just to get there, just to get into the flow, right?
Yes.
It ups the artistic game all the way around, whether you're writing. We've had people create songs and release singles, songwriters, singer-songwriters, authors, all that kind of thing, using it just for that exact thing, for getting in the flow, and for what you said, getting out of the way of yourself. Yeah.
Getting out of the way. And it's a great segue also to the manifesting.
Yeah. Let's dig in.
Yeah. So I wanted to do a session on manifesting, and I wanted to first start out with saying that I started using Cogno because I wouldn't trust any traditional sort of therapies, and I ended up getting so much more than I bargained for, and so amazing shifts and changes. So I wanted to give a couple of examples of how I've used Cognomovement for manifesting. So the first thing is, it connects everything. It teaches you that everything is connected. So I've started doing Cognomovement daily, inspired by a lot of the level 3 practitioners that I've been listening to and I follow and I love very much. And I started doing it daily and I thought, okay, let's see what happens if I do this daily. And I started noticing changes in not just the actual session that I'm working with, but everything else in my world. So my pets got healthier. My house was cleaner. My car was cleaner. My relationships at work and at home and with my kids got healthier. My emotional regulation. I mean, it just made me realize how connected everything is. So that was the first step to manifesting, is just realizing that everything is connected. And if I work on this thing, it starts cleaning things out, decluttering my thought patterns. Okay. And things felt easier. Like life got easier and life stopped feeling so hard. So the one example I want to give, which is one of them that my sister got this. I don't know if you guys know these French pots. They're called Le Creuset. I think they're French, Le Creuset. I don't know how they say it, but they're like $500. My sister got one for herself, and I thought, I really want one of those. And I went to the thrift store, which is the weirdest thing, and there was a brand new one the next day at the thrift store, believe it or not. But it wasn't the color I wanted. It was blue, and I wanted an orange one, because that was the pot that was in my head, an orange Le Creuset crock pot, or whatever those things are. They're really heavy. You've seen them. And so I went back a couple of days later, and there was an orange one. And after that, I was convinced, I'm like, this is crazy. Like I'm not sure what's causing this to happen, but that is one tiny example of like how those small things, small manifesting things that happen. And so I'm going to start on my session, started as an inspiration through journaling. So I do a lot of journaling. And so there's going to be a little 2 minutes of journaling for us here. So if you have your phone or if you have a piece of paper, we're going to be doing a little bit of that. But it's inspired by this book I've been reading by Mark Allen. And I follow this author, thought leader, publisher, and his name is Mark Allen. And he wrote this book called The Millionaire Book. And in The Millionaire Book, he has a prompt, which had me fired up. And the prompt was, imagine 5 years have passed and everything has gone according to plan. What is your ideal scene? Now, for this one, we're going to use our imagination. And I can already feel some people saying, I don't use my imagination. I'm not very creative. Like I can feel it already. Some people are pushing back. But I want you to know that you have a strong imagination. You have a strong imagination because we all very much are able to imagine the worst. Like right now I have a new kitten and I can strongly imagine the worst things that can happen if that door opens and she goes outside, and oh my goodness, I feel it in my muscles, the stress of if my kitten gets out the door, right? So we all have a very strong imagination when it comes to negative things. We're just going to use that strong imagination to imagine something positive, okay? So please bear with me. We're going to use it to imagine if 5 years have passed and everything has gone according to best situation plan. What is your ideal scene? Now, Mark Allen adds a little additional phrasing to that, which I'm going to borrow, which is in an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, in its own perfect time for the highest good of all. And I love that. So I want you to just close your eyes, and we're going to just imagine 5 years have passed, and our session is going to be about you verbally painting for me. Verbally meaning you're going to be muting yourselves, and I'm going to give you time to speak out loud what this scene, what this ideal scene looks like. And you're going to paint it for me as I'm leading you through the process. Now, there's a couple of caveats. I'm going to actually include that prompt in the chat so that everyone can see it. Hold on, let me go. There we go. All right. So I already included that in the chat, your prompt. Now, you can write if you want, but I'm going to lead you into a session, and I'm going to allow you to be in silence for the 3 minutes while we're doing this session. If you're wearing glasses, you're going to need to take them off. And the only time that you're going to hear me talking is I'm going to be repeating the words ideal scene, and I'm also going to remind you to breathe. And I'm going to tell you exactly how I need you to breathe so that it really does a lot of changes. So when you breathe, I want it to be an audible exhale. And I want you to really feel your shoulders relaxing. And I want you to feel your jaws relaxing. Again, you might want to have a paper and pen near you, because things might come up besides the obvious that you're already thinking. Like a lot of us already have 3 or 4 things in our mind of what we would like our ideal scene to be. But I promise you, new things will come up, and I want you to write them down. Now, one more caveat is you are going to have some, there's going to be some resistance and doubts and or fears that are going to come up. And we're just going to invite them in as well. And what I mean by that is we are going to voice them. We're going to voice them as well. Okay.
Miriam, the prompt didn't show up. Did you? I think you need to push
sorry.
send. Yeah, people are asking. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, it's okay. Maybe I didn't press enter. Oh my goodness. There you go.
Thank
you go. Sorry. All right. So back to resistance and doubts and fears. Pretend we have a party and we invited all of the amazing things that we want for our ideal scenes, and resistance and doubts and fears show up as well. We are going to invite them in. We're going to be curious. We're going to voice what comes up, and we're going to look at it straight in the face. Okay. And I think I borrowed this from Liz. You tell me, Liz, try it on. We're going to try it on. We're going to try it on. I'm not sure who I borrowed that from, but I love that because we're going to try on everything. And by that, I mean, I want you to really be in the feeling of what comes up. Okay. So to make things really simple, I'm going to keep my glasses on, but you're going to have them off. To make things really simple, you are going to be sitting straight, and we're going to start with going for 3 minutes in a circle going one way. And remember, I'm going to remind you to breathe. And what I'm doing right now is way too fast. You're going to slow even further. And if you notice that you're having trouble following the ball, or maybe your eyes are feeling a little heavier on one side, or they're twitching, I want you to spend a little more time there. And I also want you to breathe there. This side for me is always a problem, so you're going to see me stay here a little longer. So we're going to get started. Oh, I like that. Try it on. I like that. Okay, wait. So we're going to start. I'm going to set a timer for 3 minutes, and we are going to go one direction. and then we're going to go the other direction for 3 minutes. And again, you will have your pen near you and see what comes up. I really think it's important, similar to journaling, to be really calm for things to come up. And so that's why I'm not going to be interjecting so much, but I am going to be reminding you to breathe. Okay? All right, let's get started. So if anyone has any questions before I get started. All right.
I
Excellent.
don't see anything. I think we're good to go.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna get started. And again, your glasses are off and you are following your object with both, you don't have to use both hands. I like using both hands. But the only thing is your head has to be still, facing forward, and your eyes are following the object in one direction for 3 minutes, all right? Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes. All right, let's go. Try it on. Ideal scene. Ideal scene. And you're muted, so you're telling me about your ideal scene. 5 years. Breathe. What else? Breathe. Tell me more. What else? Ideal scene. Breathe. Keep going. Voice those fears. Slow down. Breathe. Follow the ball. Keep going. What else? Breathe. Audible exhale. Excellent. 10 more seconds. Breathe. All right. So now we're going to go the other way. And remember, if you have a few seconds, you might want to write down anything that came up. And remember, if you have any doubts and fears that are coming up, to also voice them, speak of them out loud, and just keep going. Remember to breathe. Ready? We're going to go the other way now. Breathe. What else? What's here? Slow down. Follow the ball. Tell me more. Anything and everything. Ideal scene. Breathe. Breathe. Try on your ideal scene. Breathe. One more minute. You're doing amazing. Stay with it. Breathe. All right. Bring the ball down. Take a deep breath. If anybody wants to share in the chat anything that came up, what we're going to do next, I'm going to just move this over a little bit. What we're going to do next is we're going to actually switch it on. Like, we're going to actually try it on with our, so if any of you wrote anything, or maybe you remember it, or maybe you have it on your phone, you're going to turn those phrases into, you're going to turn them around as if they've already happened. So let's say I want to have 100,000 followers. I'm going to say, you know, I have you know, I'm going to say it in the affirmative, in the present moment. I'm going to give you maybe about 30 seconds to write about 3 of those in the affirmative. So try on 3 of them, and we are going to be using them for the next step. So I'm going to give you 1 minute. So if anybody has any questions, they can put them. Yeah, you're just saying it. We're going to actually use it. Some people might have not. Carla, thank you so much. So if some people might have been just speaking about it or listing them. So now what we're doing is you're going to write 3 of them in the affirmative. And if you've already been doing that, that's fantastic. So you're just going to write 3 that you want to work on for the next part. So I'm going to write 3 that I'm going to work on for the next part. Thank you so much for helping me with that. And if anybody has any questions, I have 30 seconds to answer your question before we move on to the next part. All right. All right. I also find it, I'm going to put the phrase that I told you that Mark Allen adds to each of his affirmations, because let's say you want money, right? There's many ways to come into money, right? So it might not be a really positive way that money comes your way, so we want to make sure that we are asking it to come our way in an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, in its own perfect time, for the highest good of all. So I really like adding that to any of my phrases. So if you have, I put that in the chat, by the way, in case you guys want to access it while you're saying yours. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with our object on the low position. And you're going to watch me first. And what you're going to do is you're going to read your phrase, your 3 phrases, and go from low to high. And we're going to be saying those phrases in each direction. So we're going to do it facing forward. So I'm going to say, I have this many followers, or maybe I have rebuilt a relationship with a long lost family member. Whatever it is, you're going to say it facing one direction. You are then going to say it facing the other direction, the back, and then the last direction. Now, the really important part with this is actually feeling it in your body. So look over again at what you wrote, the 3 things that you're going to say, and make sure that every part of what you wrote aligns with you, that you have, that you are feeling okay with every word that's on there. Maybe there's a better word that would fit and would feel more aligned with you, because that's how you're going to feel it in your body. You're going to really feel it, and you're going to try it on. Okay. So, all right. So we're going to start with the first direction, and let's start with us facing each other, and you're going to say your phrase, and it might help to have your phrase in front of you, or just have some big words. If you need your glasses, maybe you write them, just to remind yourself. Ready? So you're going to move the ball left to right. Make sure your hands are holding the ball the entire time, and you're saying your 3 phrases as you follow the ball to the top. Really feel it. And I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you. I'm going to let you finish that one. And we're going to turn facing this direction or a different direction. It doesn't matter. And you're going to repeat your first phrase. Follow the ball with your eyes. Really feel each phrase as you say them. Feel it. It's nice and slow, left to right. Feel it. Follow the ball with your eyes. And now your last phrase. Excellent. And now you're going to do the back. I'm going to do it too, I guess. There we go. All right. Repeat your first phrase. Feel it. All the way to the top. Excellent. All right. And your last go at it. Feel each phrase. Make this one count. Feel it. Try it on. Nice and slow. Follow the ball with your eyes. Take a deep breath at the top. Bring the ball down. All right. I wanted to see if there's anyone that wanted to share anything that came up.
I'll actually share something. So it's so interesting in doing those sessions that so many things are connected. So I found that I say the thing that I want and that I'm looking for. And it's something that's, definitely in that 5-year plan. And then all the little tendrils of it, all the things that come with it showed up for me. So I don't know if that happened to anybody else.
Well, it sort of speaks to what I was saying earlier about like you work on something and it's interesting because everyone has their list of what we all have that list in our heads already. But what is very meaningful to me about doing it with Cognomovement and the journaling with Cognomovement is because it allows more to come out. And like you said, the connections that you don't see from the surface. So I always think when I get prompts from books, and there's a ton of books that I'm reading, and a lot of them give you prompts. And when they give you those prompts, I find it so helpful to not just journal, but I will bring that question to my Cogno session, and it's amazing what comes up. And like, not just the surface answer, but everything that's underneath. So I find that really, really helpful.
Yeah, it's really true, because a lot of times we'll read books or even go to seminars and things, and there's these big ideas and you're like, yeah, but then implementing that, you can't. I mean, it just doesn't fit. And if you could get it, you'd already be doing that thing. But trying on Cognomovement with it allows the nervous system to see where the blocks are, see where the trouble spots are, and then reorganize that. So then that new idea that you're trying to grok becomes natural and easy to understand and expands into everywhere else in your life. But I think doing it for manifesting is that thing where you'll say, I want the thing, and you see the thing happening, and it's 5 years from now, it's all going on, but you also will see a roadblock in there. Like, oh, wait a minute, if I have that, then this or that happens. Or I can't have that because I'm not worthy, or I'm not, right? So all of the roadblocks show up and then get reorganized within it. So it creates this nice little complete package of manifesting.
And the roadblocks are not as scary as they were before. Because when you're doing Cogno and you invite, like I always think of a party, you invite the fears to come through, and you do voice it. You voice the fear, you kind of make it go smaller. It's not as scary as it was before.
Yeah, and the whole nervous system gets a chance to see that fear and whether it's valid or not. It gets to choose. Where before you don't really have a choice because you're right in there. So yeah. So is there more to the session? I interrupted?
That was the session. Yes. Good. And I did want to mention something about like what you just talked about. I went into Cognomovement with the manifesting, for example, like you said, going in and wanting to make more sales with art and all this stuff. But one of the roadblocks that kept coming through was guilt. And it was interesting that it allows you to see, like you said, it allows you to see things that are not not there, not very
obvious.
visible on the surface or whatever. But it was such an enormous part of everything. Like guilt was sprinkled onto everything. And maybe it's a cultural thing. I'm Latina, so they have like there's guilt about taking care of your family. There's guilt about when like it was immobilizing me in so many areas of my life. So I guess you call it the string, you're pulling that string, so it was one little string about guilt, and that became a guilt about all these other guilt. I mean, wait, there's everywhere. Guilt is everywhere. And it just made me realize just how big that roadblock was. So, so you just get into it, and you don't have to know the route. You just have to do the movement, which is why I'm just absolutely love it. So, you
just have to let the system see it from all different directions. Speaking of directions, Miriam brought in some psychogeography, and we did, 4 directions with the Cognomovement ball. It turns out you have hematite in your brain that recognizes north, south, east, and west. Our bodies are very directional in the way we're put together. We have the internal gyroscope, right? And when it's all working well, you know exactly where you are in time and space, even with your eyes closed. But when you shift perspective, literally change perspective, position, your mind, body, spirit also shifts perspective. You get to see another aspect of it. That's super great to add into manifesting, because there really are these hidden things that stop us. And guilt is a huge one for most of us. And if you're a nice person, you're like, but if I have it, does that mean I take it from other people? Or if I have what I want, does that mean my family suffers? Like it's in there. And that neurological, hormonal, chemical, and electromagnetic signal is the thing that is speaking to the ether, speaking to the morphic field. And so that's why when you clear that out, all of a sudden the thing showed up. Like you said, all I have to do is imagine a Le Creuset or Le Creuset pot.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's in the price range I want. Oh, but thank you. That's not the color I was looking for. Let me be a little more specific about that. And there's no resistance to it, right? You're like, well, certainly I can manifest a Le Creuset pot in the price I want. And boom, there it is. Because we really are constantly creating and manifesting. I think what people don't realize is we are constantly creating and manifesting, even the stuff we don't want, which totally sucks.
Yeah.
Shouldn't work that way. It should only be the good things. But when you know how to clear those things out, like you've so beautifully shared with us, then it becomes easy to picture it and have it show up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It was so beautiful.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you some of the comments. There aren't any questions yet, but Beverly says, excellent. Thanks, Miriam. Sheila says, so fun, Miriam. Thank you. Pam said, great job, Miriam. Love this. And Katie Weber said, thank you, Miriam. That was fantastic. Made me feel so happy seeing the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I
I'm
love
so
that.
pumped. I'm going to stay on. And
Yeah. It's exciting. I also just wanted to ask you, so you started out Cognomovement with manifesting, and outside of the Le Creuset set, is there anything other interesting that you've manifested?
let me think for a second. Oh gosh. I think just clients. Like I get it's interesting, just clearing, like I said, clearing the guilt and all that, and clearing, well, I would say manifesting in terms of feeling more comfortable with myself as well, I think.
Yeah, that's an important one, right? Manifesting more of who you really are as a human and what you came to the planet to do, right?
Right. Absolutely. But I have to say that you, going back to what you were saying, that I think our default setting is getting all these things. And so when we work on, if we view ourselves as that is what we were meant to get, like we were meant to be receiving, we were meant to be in joy, not enjoy, but in joy, and we were meant to be with abundance, and that is sort of our default setting. And I do believe that Cogno movement allows us to get back to that default setting.
Yeah, because it clears out all the stuff that's been piled on, even from our ancestors, right? We come preloaded with stuff,
right?
And then our own stuff happens, and then our nervous system runs as though that's who we really are. But it isn't. And so we get to take those off one by one. I like to say it's like carrying around a backpack full of rocks that you've gathered. It came preloaded, and then there's a bunch of rocks. And Cogno movement has you taking them out, or literally just taking the effing backpack off, right? And so who emerges is who you really are and who you came to the planet to be, more of you. And for me, it always surprises me who that is. When I remove one of those big patterns, I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting.
I remember you telling me that when I was coming in as a practitioner, and that phrase scared me. Like, who is this person going to be? Like, who is this Miriam going to be? Like, I don't want to, I like who I am. People are scared of change, right? But so the change is that things are easier. Like, life stopped being so hard. And I think the one thing that I have manifested that has been the most important thing in my life is just emotional regulation. As someone who has had very deep lows my entire life and hasn't been able to kind of get out of it, this is a tool that I can use anytime to get myself emotionally regulated. And I'm able to lead a normal life. And so for me, that is the most amazing manifestation, that is, and it allows for all other manifestations to take place. So it's made life easier.
That's so
Like, not
interesting
easier.
because, yeah, it's so interesting because sorry to interrupt you, but we always think about manifesting as these external things. And I love that you put it that way, that you manifested this about yourself, your internal state.
Yeah.
That's huge. And I think more of us should want to manifest that, but we don't think about it. We think that if we get the outside stuff, we're going to be happy. And that's not true. That happiness is an inside job. So manifesting really more of who you really are, and that calm and the ability to change things on your own, that's a massive manifestation. Erica said, right circle seemed to be material. Left circle was what I want. And that is a relationship with my kids and to be there for my grandkids. That's interesting. So one direction seemed to be material and the other one seemed to be this deeper desire of relationship. That's interesting.
Yeah. And when we do the figure 8, I notice, you do see an entirely new room when you go the other direction. And it's very similar to that.
Yeah. I mean, there's just that's very reliable in some ways, that the right side of the brain and the left side of the brain have different opinions. Try on the kinesthetic body and the ideas and inspiration, and they're going to have 2 more opinions. So we call that 4 opinions of the brain. But there's really, I mean, there's so much more than 4, so many more. But it is often pretty different, distinct, the left versus the right, having different opinions and ideas. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Miriam. I want to say to everybody, what Miriam showed you, the moves were pretty simple. The setup was nice and simple and clear. Do this one again. If you don't feel like you're complete and like you can visualize that manifestation and feel like, woohoo, when you get there, when you get neutral or better, when you're like, oh, okay, I can have it, no big deal. Or you're like, woohoo, look what I can do. You're there. That thing is going to show up. It's on its way, like Abraham Hicks says. If you're thinking about it and there's still that ache in the heart, that feeling like I can't have it, the frustration in the throat, you're not there yet. You need to keep going because you haven't found the thing that your nervous system is worried about in getting that issue. So you're still in a place of wanting it, trying to grasp it rather than having it. And actually, I want to bring this up because in a lot of my early years, I did listen to Abraham Hicks and I still love them, but she would say, you're wanting what you're not wanting. I'm like, what the hell is she talking about? So you're trying to manifest something that you think you should have, but you don't really want that thing, right? Or you can't get from here to there because you want it and you're still in the wanting phase. You're not in the having it phase. One thing, well, how the hell am I supposed to get there? Because I feel this way. So Cognomovement gave that answer. I can address that feeling of the aggravation that I don't have it yet, right? I can reorganize my nervous system around it to the point where I'm like, obviously, right? Or in just ecstatic expectation. So it provides that how. I mean, the idea is still the same, but the how becomes very clear.
You gave a I don't know, it was a session a while ago with Bill about how everything around you at some point wanted. And that I have that all the time in my head. I'm like, I already manifest. Like the car I have in my my driveway, I thought about before, it became manifested in my driveway, so thank you for that, because I have that in my head all the time. And I did want to add one more thing, is that you don't have to do a manifesting cogno session to manifest. It's about doing the movements to clear, and then things will just come. So for me, it's been more important to do a a routine of doing cognitive movement sessions, learning how to do it correctly, and doing it every day. And even if it's like 5-10 minutes a day, and then doing some longer ones when you need them. But I don't think you don't necessarily have to do a manifesting session.
It's true.
To have things come to you, like to have manifesting happen in your life. So
it really is a side effect of just doing the work, because the clearer the more organized your nervous system is, the more easily you just simply choose. I always say my method of manifesting is just to steer my little scooter. If you're on a scooter and you lean just a little bit, in that direction, you get there. And then that's the next shiny thing, like, oh, that's interesting. I like that here. And then, oh, the next thing over there. Oh, and you move that direction. It's just these little micro movements. And when you're clear, that choosing, when your nervous system is very organized, that choosing just becomes like breathing. And so you're creating more of the life you want, instead of manifesting a life that maybe you don't like so much.
I like that. That just choosing a little bit and pivoting. It makes it much more bite-sized and manageable.
Well, what I realized too is you end up in a place that you never thought you'd be. It's so much more. So we want something in the fear that we have now, and we try to manifest something that we think will get us out of that fear. But I don't know how many times you've done this, but I'll get there and I'm like, I don't want that. That's great. I don't like it, But I discovered that if I do this micro manifesting, really what you said, Miriam, getting more of who I really am, more organized, more clear in my own body, then the choosing really becomes much more fun and things I really do want. And it adds up. The parts are not equal to the sum. Is that how you say it? Like the sum ends up so much greater than the parts. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In that case. So, all right. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Everybody reach out, please, and let us know what happens next, because it's not always instant.
I know, you better.
Yeah. And please put your information in the chat so people can reach out to you and work with you, Miriam.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you too.
Honor.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Leah. As Leah comes on, I know she wants to tell you more about not practitioner, but essential. And I want to say something Miriam said made me think about why we are so passionate about the Essentials program, because it's that thing that holds your hand and it shows you how to do the method. It teaches you a little bit about why you're doing it, but then it walks you through doing it. You turn it on and there's a 5-minute session. You turn it on and there's a 10-minute session. You turn it on, there's a 20-minute session for you to actually do the work. So it's not a bunch of blah, blah, blah and listening. It's actually doing. And it's intended to be your training wheels so that you learn how to do this method for yourself. And you could do it on the fly, like Miriam's kids. You could go in the bathroom with a wad of paper and do your mini session, right? You could learn how to do it while you're actually in a meeting and nobody knows you're doing it, So it's the training wheels that you need. It is the foundations. That's why we call it the Essentials, because it helps you create all these things we're talking about through learning the practice and actually doing it. All right, over to you, Leah.
All right, everybody. So let us know in the chat if you have related to any of the stories of our practitioners. Have you been, had this chronic pain like Katie? Are you super, super stressed out all the time? Do you not have patience with others or with yourself, like Coral? Or do you have little kids that have things that you could work on them with when you saw those sessions? If you are like any of those people, Essentials is going to be your answer. It is going to be the thing that you need. And, with manifesting, even just Essentials works. Yes, we have the quantum bundle. We've got Manifest Magic. We've got Elevate and Illuminate. We've got lots of manifesting courses that you can get with Essentials of the bundle if you want. But Essentials is going to be the place that you start. You need to get Essentials today and get started. you're going to be so excited with the things that happen in the very first days and weeks that you start doing your essentials sessions. And you can do big sessions on your own. And when you get essentials, and if you get essentials today, you get to start your modules anytime. There's 21 modules. You get a Cognomovement ball, and you get access to the private members community where you get customized support. So I've said that a couple of times, but I'll tell you what that actually means. The Cognomovement members community is a place where you can actually talk about your sessions. You can talk about the struggles that you're going through, and you can ask for help. And you actually get personalized support from our practitioners in the group and from Bill and Liz themselves. Nobody else does this in our community. So this is massive value, just getting into that private members community and getting sort of mentorship from your peers and the practitioners and from Bill and Liz.
There's actually a whole lot more than that in there, too.
Yeah.
In the private members community, if a person goes to the media section, there are trainings and classes. Bill and I'll pop in and do a surprise class. Our practitioners have led 3 like 21-day challenges, 14-day challenges. So I think there's over 60 days of daily sessions that you can just follow at any time. And they're all amazing and uplifting in short 5 or 10 minutes. Leah has been doing a 75-day challenge in there. So alone, the value of that private members community is thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just in classes that are free and available to you. And the essentials program is very inexpensive compared to that. Just, it's one of those things that pays off for most people in the first week in what they create in their life, in the changes. So I really encourage you to do that.
Yes. So let me know in the chat for everybody that's still here. Thank you so much for being here all day. That is crazy. We have one more session that we're going to do. So if you have questions, if you have pertinent questions about anything that we've talked about, any of our courses, anything that you want to know, please put it in the chat so that we can answer them at the end of this before we go. But I have put I've put the link for essentials. Let me know in the chat if you have essentials and if you like it. And let me know in the chat if after we get off this call, you are going to go get essentials and start today. We are going to applaud you and cheer you on, and we'll see you in the members community. So with that being said, I will get Pam set up for her session. And
but I think you meant to say if you already have essentials and you know for sure you want to be a prac.
I did.
Type more, private message Leah. You can see her little face up there, and type more, and she will get back to you and set you up on a personal call to find out how to get that done for you. And we are finishing strong. Our last practitioner for the evening is going to start or finish where we started and talk about bringing more joy into your life. So let's welcome practitioner Pam Mallow. Pam Isham Mallow, right? Mallow Isham. Mallow Isham. I always get that wrong. Mallow Isham. Pam Mallow Isham. Where are you calling in from today, Pam?
Flint, Michigan.
Flint, Michigan. Are you guys snowed in?
Yeah. Well, not exactly snowed in, but there's lots of snow on the ground. And I have been enjoying skiing in all the I'm on the ski patrol, so that's a lot of fun.
Okay. So I know we're going to talk about joy, and I don't want to derail, but could you tell your ski patrol story about helping people with Cognomovement during ski patrol? When you very first started in the program?
Yeah, it was funny. I took my ball out last year, and this other friend of mine that's on the patrol, she was like, oh man, got this pain in my hip and it's just killing me. And so I'm like, well, I just started this new program here. Let me try this on you and see if it works. And I did, just a few little swipes back and forth and, like 5 minutes. And she's like, wow, it's a lot less. And because I had her measure it, it was like a 7 or 8. And so then it went down to like a 5. And I was like, oh, that's great. You want to work? She kept going, this is weird. Oh, this is really weird. And I'm like, well, let's work, just do a little bit more. And so then it came down to like a 4. And I'm like, great, you ready to get rid of the rest of it? She's like, no, that's okay. I think I'll keep it.
That is hilarious. People do sometimes want to keep their pain, their discomfort. It's like a badge of honor, being out skiing, come home with a little bruise here and there. It's funny because our other practitioner, I think she's here with us, Bev Zabrowski. She also has done Cognomovement on the ski slopes with people who've had a little injury, and they're able to ski the rest of the weekend. So
yeah,
that's amazing. Well, tell everybody about you. We can see that you have a massage table in the back and the chart. So tell everybody about you and your background and what you do.
I've been a massage therapist for 38 years. And I started doing women's retreats 4 years ago. I absolutely love that. I have a house in northern Michigan that I have just 4 women at a time. And I do Cognomovement with it, along with all types of other things, drum circle, dancing, sound healing, and breath work, yoga, meditation, labyrinth. It's very relaxing. I call it the Tranquil Power Women's Retreat.
Beautiful. Look for Pam if you're interested in very private women's retreats. Sounds gorgeous. I intend to be there one day. So tell us what attracted you.
Author.
Oh, yes, this is the most beautiful book. Tell everybody about that.
It's called Brilliant Words to Grow By, a devotional celebrating the duality of life. And it's a daily devotional, 366 different words with positive affirmations for every day. And I paired the words where some days are up, some days are down, some days you're high, some days you're low, because that's life.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful book. Do you have a website where people can find that?
Tranquilpower.com is my website.
Yeah,
and you can purchase the book from me or from Amazon.
Yeah, I have a copy. It is absolutely gorgeous. Really, really worth having as your, right there where you can open it and look at it every day and get some inspiration. I just love it. Yeah. Okay, so tell everybody what drew you into this weird little Cognomovement system.
I'm not exactly sure how I found you. It might have been the Shift Network, but I'm not sure. I found it a few years ago, and I got the essentials. And as soon as I got it, I knew one day I'm going to be a practitioner. And last year I got the email, and it was the perfect timing for me with everything. And I was like, this is it. I'm doing it. And I am so, so grateful. It has totally changed my life. I am very grateful.
And we're so happy you found us. You're such a bright, shining light in our group. It's interesting because, like we've said so many times in the practitioner program, there's this whole network of practitioners that share and work with each other and provide each other not just support, but sessions. Feel like these unlimited network of sessions in all kinds of different flavors. And so the practitioners, if they are on a call with me privately, they'll say, I've been working with so and so and so and so. And Pam's name comes up and they're like, I just finished a session with Pam and it was awesome. That's what I always hear. It was awesome. I just love that. It's just so much fun. It's fun being me. So tell us what inspired you about this idea of joy, and how has Cognomovement played a role in joy in your life?
Living from joy. I grew up in a very abusive home and did not live in joy. And I always postponed my joy. I thought, well, when I work hard enough and lose this weight, then I'll be happy. When I get that job, then I'll be happy. When I get that man, then I'll be happy. I was always postponing my joy. And just last week, I had dinner with a good friend of mine that owns 2 businesses, and she's crazy busy. And I'm trying to talk to her. I'm like, let me do a session. Come on. And she was just like, well, maybe after this or maybe after that. I'm like, you're postponing your joy. And she's like, I know I am, but that's just the way it's going to be for now.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, my dad was like, hush, children are to be seen and not heard. And people would condemn me because of my laugh. My sister was like, oh, you're never going to get a man laughing like that. That's a terrible laugh. People tease me all the time because of my laugh. And yeah, but now I laugh. I don't care if anybody likes it or not.
Oh, your laugh is one of the best parts of you, Pam. It's true.
Now I don't postpone my joy. I enjoy every single moment. And Cognomovement has really helped calm down my nervous system and really helped. For years, I suffered with depression. I would have suicidal thoughts all the time. And up until a year ago, when I started Cognomovement, I'd be driving down the road and this thought would come in my head, oh, you should just run into the ramp and kill yourself. I mean, it was terrible. And I have done so much work on myself, but yet these little intrusive thoughts would come flying in. And honest to God, I have not had a thought like that in over maybe 8 or 10 months now. So I like, yeah.
And I love that you're willing to share that, because so many of us have that. And we don't say anything because people are like, oh my God, you're going to commit suicide. But there's a death urge. People have it. And it would be so much easier to just get that relief. And that is just a looping pattern in the body. And so often when we've all done so much work, people who come here, we're all seekers, we've done all the things. They seek to change the mind about that. And the mind is a side effect of that deep neural pattern, just seeking that relief. And so once you give the body that relief, once you give the body a new option, it just doesn't need to go there anymore. So that's an amazing. And I really appreciate you sharing that, because I know there's lots of people on this call who've had that experience. Yeah. So I want to ask you, what is joy to you? Because at Cogno Conscious, we do all the levels, and joy is in the upper levels. And we find that we have to explain what it is because it's so foreign to people. So what does it mean to you?
Yeah, joy, when I was younger, it used to mean more adventures, and I'm an adventuresome person. And so going on trips, and joy was material things. And now joy is just a calm presence that I carry with me wherever I go. And I live from joy now instead of waiting for it to arrive.
Yeah, really, if you think about it, it's such an intangible, and it means something different to everyone, but it's a sensation, right?
Yes.
That so often in our lives is like, so it's like maybe salt, not even salt. What's another spice that maybe pepper? It's just peppered in, and it's almost comes into our life by accident. You're joyful in a moment, like you start laughing your butt off with a friend, or that moment you pet a new puppy or something, your heart swells and there's this joy feeling. But so often we just have no idea how to get there, and creating it, that doesn't even make sense, right? For most people. So in Cogno Conscious, I explain it like love, the feeling of love plus fun. When you're in that, it's a little bit like you're on the edge of a giggle, right? There's this expanded feeling, it feels a bit like champagne bubbles. There's a little fun, but it's supported by love, really. That's what I think.
Yeah, and all of us can experience a little bit of joy and happiness whenever we choose. We just have to choose to have some joy. Like right now, everyone just put on a big smile. Now, how can you not feel joy when you are just so choose? I can't tell you how many times I'm driving down the road and I'll just remind myself and looking at all the different things to be grateful for as I'm driving down the road, cheesing and smiling at people. It really makes a big difference when you carry that joy with you wherever you go.
Yeah. And I think the things are, first, you need to know what it feels like for your body, because it's unique for each one of us, right?
Yes.
And it's the same as frustration or fear. That has a neural pattern. So does joy. So if you know what it is, you can light it up, you can turn it on, and you can have it whenever you want. And that's how we started this, the Whole World Cogno Day is with Sandy. I don't know if you were here, but
yeah,
Sandy's, her default set is joy now. And she said, it's not that there aren't issues and I don't get irritated or whatever, but I bounce back into this sensation of joy, which is possible for people. And like you said, you can have it whenever you choose. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to you, let you get set up and do your thing.
Hey. Have your cogno ball. And come into your body, take a deep breath, and breathe out. Look down at your ball. And start moving it from left to right, calling out the different colors. And give yourself permission to feel joy. What would it feel like to be joyful? What does joy feel like when no one else is watching? What would it feel like to allow myself to be joyful? Come up a little bit. How does joy show up differently in solitude versus connection? How does rest or the lack of it affect my joy? Come up to the heart. What drains joy from my system without me realizing it? Do I allow other people to affect my joy? Come up to the throat. Do I speak about joyful things? Do I quiet myself when I want to be joyful? What conditions help my nervous system soften enough for joy to arise? Now up to your eyes. What parts of me protect against joy? Do I associate joy with safety or with risk? Now over your head. Is it possible to live in joy? Nervous system settles. Is it possible to live in joy when I release the story that I'm not enough? and I give myself permission to be joyful. Take a deep breath in. And now we're going to do the figure eight on one side, following the ball. Looking at the ball. What parts of me remember joy? What parts of me find it easy to laugh? What changes when I make joy my guide rather than just a reward? When was I the last time that I allowed myself to live from joy? Now we're going to go tick-tock over our head. Is it possible to live in joy when I meet uncertainty with curiosity? Is it possible to live in joy when I don't rush clarity? Is it possible to live in joy when I don't explain my choices? Now we're doing the figure eight on the other side. Follow the ball. What parts of me really desire joy? When I slow my thinking down, can I be a little more joyful? When I stop blaming the past and just live in the present moment, can I find joy in the simple things? Don't I already have more than enough? Smile for no reason at all. Can I be joyful just taking a breath? Tick tock overhead. It's possible to live in joy. I let all my emotions, when I let myself feel all my emotions, the good one and the bad ones, the joy and the tears. Can I enjoy my life no matter what? Because in all things, this too shall pass, the joy and the tears. So let's just enjoy it all. Take a deep breath in. Now we're going to stand up again. And we're going to turn around in a circle. And then we're going to turn around other direction. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of a stretch. Stretch this way. Stretch back. Wonderful. Now, grab your ball again. We're going to start going low to high. And if you want, you can repeat after me. I give myself permission to feel joy. I allow myself to feel joy. I allow myself to feel peace. I choose joy. I look for joy. And the things that I look for, I find. I find joy. Bring it up to your chest now. It's totally possible to live in joy. Now your throat. I can express what I need to say with kindness. I can speak up for myself. I choose joy. To your eyes. I see joy everywhere I look. There's always beauty all around me when I notice to look. Now up overhead. Totally possible to live in joy every day. Totally possible to live in joy without limits. I can take the limits off my joy. I can take the limits that I put on myself. Throw them down. I don't need them anymore. Give myself permission to live in joy, free and happy. It's totally possible to live in joy, to exist in joy, and to come from joy. Now take a deep breath in. All right. Now shake it all out. And we're just gonna bounce a little bit. Good. Grab your ball one more time. And we're going to add a little joy and laughter in here. So we're just going to do a little ha. Oh, ha, ha. And from each side, choose joy. I choose peace. It's fun to laugh. I like laughing. I love joy. Oh boy, I choose happiness today. Isn't it a beautiful day? It's better and better every single day. I like living in joy. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Only possible to be happy and live in joy. Be happy the whole rest of the day. I am happy now, and I'll be happy tomorrow. So I choose to live from joy. I choose to live from joy. Take a deep breath in. Here we go. Little mini session there.
Oh my gosh, I yawned so much.
That's good.
Oh, you know, some sessions they just get you and the body just releases and releases and releases. And it's funny because, you know, whoever thinks of a joyful yawn, but it just feels so good. It has that
Yeah.
quality of you know, almost drifting off into a really yummy sleep. That kind of a feeling.
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so put in the chat how that felt to you. If you were able to start to feel a little bit of that joy feeling, put in the chat if you discovered what your joy feeling feels like. We would love to hear that too. Or if you have questions for Pam. So it's so interesting, I think, Pam, this discussion about joy starting and ending with it, because I feel like maybe it's the thing that is missing in our whole society. Almost like that joy is this non-existent or micro part of our life, and that you need to have everything that you ever wanted all at once to feel joyful.
Yeah. Yeah. It's great. This Cogno movement has just really calmed down my nervous system. So living in joy is natural for me now. And I just absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think just being able to recognize it, right? Just
Yes,
recognize it.
absolutely.
They're lovely, yummy joy. So fun. That's the default setting. That's what Sheila said. Hi, Sheila, our darling Sheila. I know she's been here throughout the day, but I just didn't get a chance to say hi to her. Katie Weber, who is my gorgeous niece and Leah's best cousin, says definitely brought up some joyful moments from the past couple of days and reframed some less joyful moments on how they actually were joyful. Well, that's awesome. And Katie or Coral says, great session, Pam. I got interrupted and we'll watch the replay. Definitely do this one later. Yeah, so good. Just beautiful. I also think that if you can recognize joy multiple times a day, micro joys. I don't know if you do this, Pam, but it's something I learned and cultivated. And it's little things I do with my family, like letting my eyes light up when they walk in the room. Like just acknowledging, stopping what I'm doing and letting my eyes light up and be like, hi, welcome home. And then I add funny things to it. I'll be like, for my husband, he's a big person. I'll be like, hey, there's my big man. Or my son, I'll be, there's my handsome prince. Or Leah is always like, there's my precious angel. Or Katie, the same thing. There's my beautiful girl, right? Letting that micro moment be joyful inside my body. And it's contagious, you know, making sure to enjoy, if I'm going to lunch with somebody, just really enjoying being there with them. Those micro moments when you're able to experience joy with Cogno movement and then create those micro joy moments throughout the day, you begin to live in joy, don't you think?
Yes, absolutely.
And that one's easy because I am a precious angel.
That is true. That is true. Well, thank you so much, Pam. Please put your information in the chat as quickly as you can. So before we sign off, people have the opportunity to meet with you, come to maybe your retreats. Do you work via Zoom as well?
I do work via Zoom. Yes, doing Cogno movement.
Yeah, beautiful. So anywhere around the world, you can connect with Pam, and I highly recommend it. You know, I haven't actually had a session from her myself, but again, I hear it's awesome. Any last words, Pam, that you want to share with everybody before you go?
To allow yourself to live in joy and consciously choose joy every day, consciously choose peace and gratitude, because there's so much chaos and nastiness out there in the world that when we focus on the good comes to us. And same way with like manifesting. I manifested a brand new van for 2 days before Christmas Day.
Wow.
And so it is very good to focus on what you want, focus on the good, focus on the joy, and you'll get more of it.
Yeah, it's true. So Bev said she was thinking of kids laughing and giggling while listening to birds singing with joy while doing the last part. That's amazing imagery, Bev, because that's really it, right? You know, also another thing is like a baby laughing. There is nothing more joyful than that for no reason whatsoever. There's no attachment to it. That is just an amazingly joyful sound that'll light anyone up, right? And that scene that Bev just placed in all of our heads, of course, that's a joyful moment, right?
Yes.
So beautiful.
Yes.
And I think what Cognomovement lends to this is the tuner. To get the system organized around first allowing the sensation of joy, recognizing it, and then letting the nervous system know it's safe to be in that sensation anytime. And there's a big reason that our nervous system doesn't naturally focus on it, even though that is our natural state. And it's because there's no threat in it. And the nervous system is built as a threat detector. So we have to tune it back to recognizing other things like joyful moments, reason to smile, reason to let your eyes light up, reason to laugh. If you're doing this right, even on the bad days, you will crack each other up, right? You'll find a reason to laugh. Silly moments will come in.
Like I was just looking at Leah doing a little thing with her dog, and every time I look at my dog or pet her, I smile, and I find so much joy in pets. They're the greatest.
Well, it's true. I'm not really an animal person, but one of our dogs just passed away, and it was very heartbreaking. We got this little beagle, and he is a terrorist, but he is the cutest thing you've ever seen. And I found myself on purpose, intentionally stopping and petting him or throwing the ball for him or giving him a little love, just because it's a very neutral plus joy experience. Like, let's make no mistake. I mean, the last year has been just freaking hard. I did a whole video about it. We acknowledge that. And so giving ourselves these lovely little moments of joy, it's such a gift to you, but to the whole world. Because remember, we are in constant conversation with the ethers, with the morphic field. Whenever we are adding joy into that field, it lifts everyone else. So there's really good reason to do it. If you're not going to just do it for yourself, do it for the universe.
Yes, absolutely. And since I've been doing all this work on myself, and it has had a big impact on my family too.
Right.
And amazingly, it's like they're calmer and more at ease and more joyful, and they don't even realize.
Yeah. They don't know what happened. It's true. Change yourself and you change the neurological soup of the people that you are closest with.
Yes.
Straight away. And then the ripple effect beyond that literally, extends to the universe. It's true. We don't realize how intertwined and intertuned we all are to each other. When one changes, it changes the recipe. It changes the soup. And I don't know that there is a bit of a greater, but joy is one of those accessible sensations that when you know how to tune your body to get there, organize your body around it, that you can add in and change everything easily. I think it's very accessible once you know how. And Cognomovement allows for the how.
Yeah, it totally does.
All right, Pam, we will let you go. Thank you so much for this. It's beautiful.
It was wonderful. I loved it.
Yeah, the replay is on YouTube now. It's live. So you can go back and do this session again now if you want to. It'll be there forever. You can go back in and do any of these sessions that you want to. So just want to let everybody know that. And then we will do a quick recap and we'll say goodnight ourselves. So started out the day with Sandy and Joy, right? You know, learning how to start the day off with a mini session that reorganizes your system, right? And then, wait, I'm drawing a blank. Who was next? There was Sandy and then Katie Wrigley talking about how to clear stress, because that is an everyday thing for all of us, and how to make stress less of the center of all of our lives, which is amazing. Then we had Andrea and Tammy, who showed us how to work with kids and the miraculous changes that can happen with a tiny amount of reorganizing the nervous system and down regulating the nervous system for the little people in our lives. And then we had Becky, who came on and talked about how this work has enhanced her psychiatric practice to the point where she can get people off of psychiatric meds using this method, which really, if you've ever had anybody in your life that had a psychiatric issue, you know what that means. And it's everything, absolutely everything. And then we had Bill give us a little craving set, learning how to clear out those cravings, those neurological drivers that have us doing things we don't want to do, which is so important. Like Leah, will you tell that story real quick? Because we have a few minutes. I want to tell that story where we're talking about craving, and then I'll finish my recap.
Yeah. So I have struggled with losing weight for a pretty long time, lots of years. And I was craving, I had this really crazy craving. I am a person who loves sugar and sweets, and my husband was gone. I was the only person in my house, so nobody could judge me for it. And it was 9:30 at night, and 9 o'clock at night. And I was considering driving 30 minutes away to a different town to go get cookies, crumble cookies specifically. And I had this very visceral physical sensation about it. I was really having an internal war with myself about this craving. You just started your diet. This was literally day 3 of my diet. And I was like, well, it's only been 3 days, so it'll be fine. But I had this internal war, you do this all the time. You start over all the time. So I decided instead that I was going to grab my Cognomovement ball, and I was just going to do my session on the physical sensation that I was having. And then if I still wanted to go get the cookies, I would. So I did my session. It was probably, 5 or 10 minutes on this very physical sensation I was having, this really physical craving that I was having. And then I set my ball down and I laid in bed, and I forgot I even had that craving. And it was like a 10 out of 10 before I started. And I fell asleep very quickly. And what happened after was that I actually was not only able to stick to my diet for 3.5 full months. It was a very, very strict elimination diet. I was able to stick to that diet for 3.5 months. I lost 35 pounds. And I had a lot more energy. But not only that, I didn't have the sugar cravings anymore. And I also realized that I was staying in bed for a lot of things. I was working in bed. I was eating in bed. Every meal I was eating in bed. I was laying in bed all the time. It was a form of real depression that I couldn't really get out of bed, and I didn't want to. And after that session, I didn't realize it till months later. I haven't done that for, a 1.5 years, because this was 1.5 years ago. So I haven't done that for 1.5 years, stayed in bed, ate in bed. I'm much more active. And I eat so much healthier, and it was super, super extra natural. I didn't have to really try. I didn't have those cravings anymore. I didn't have the physical urges. And an elimination diet is hard if you've ever done it. And when I did this, it was easy for me. So yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. So one craving set around an urge for crumble cookie just quickly changed a whole lot of things. The tentacles were almost limitless in what it affected. So it was amazing, really an amazing thing to do. So don't disregard the craving set because it can be massive in your life. But you can also do a regular essential set in the essentials program that clears up a craving because everything's connected in your nervous system. All right.
So there is I'm gonna put essentials in the chat. Please go get essentials while you're listening to the last Q&A. But there is a Cogno Cravings bundle in our courses list that comes with essentials if you want to add that. It's very inexpensive if you want to have that add-on, but definitely get essentials. Okay, go ahead and finish the rest of the line.
Yeah, I mean, for that matter, essentials is very inexpensive for what you get out of it. I mean, the changes are huge and it's just inexpensive anyway. It's not an expensive program and it gives you everything you need to get started. So then we had Coral, who was talking with us about patience and that beautiful session around patience. And who of us couldn't use a little more in our lives of patience? I know I can. Then we had Miriam with manifesting story and manifesting session, which was absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to see what magic happens after that. And then we finished up with Pam Mallow and living from joy. So you guys, this has been another amazing World Cogno Day. We are always in awe of our practitioners. They are such a dear part of our lives. They spread this work around the planet and create massive change and miracles every day. And we get the great privilege of hearing those. If you've been with us all day, I mean, congratulations, you're amazing for doing that. You might be getting the idea that this work covers a whole lot of things, but it literally is one thing. It's changing the nervous system, and that changes everything else. And it's changing it actively and directly. That's not passive change. It's active change, and it's repeatable. You can do it again and again and again for many other things. And also, if you've been here all day and you're not yet a practitioner, I'm going to guess that Leah's warning will be true. You will likely become one soon. And I would suggest doing that sooner than later. Become a part of this amazing community. Get the support you need, even if you don't think you're ever going to work with anyone else, but you want it for yourself. You want all these skills. You want all these tools. So many people join Cognomovement just for that, the practitioner program, and end up creating massive change in the world. So if that is you, reach out to Leah. It's a private call with zero pressure to share with you what is in the program, what it's all about, what are the requirements. And it's worth it to find out for yourself and see if that's something that you can get started with right away. It's really worth it.
Absolutely. So we have about 10-ish minutes. So does anybody have any comments from today, from sessions? Any questions that you have about anything, any of our courses, any of the sessions we did, links to anything? Let us know your questions. Let us know your comments. Beverly, she said, practitioner training, best decision I ever made, well worth the investment of time, money, and energy. All of our practitioners are some of the most amazing people in the world. So we had another comment, but they all seem to be going away too fast. Anyway, okay. Oh, Pam, she said since Cogno, she has lost the 50 pounds that she wanted to, the last 50 pounds she wanted to. So yes, Cogno movement works for your cravings, for your hurting, when you're hurting physically.
Pain, that's called pain.
I can't say that. We're not supposed to say the other word.
Oh, we're not supposed to say that word. It's not that.
For deep sadness, For stress, for patients or impatience, for children, cognitive movement works for so many things, and essentials is the best way to start. And if you have essentials, reach out about practitioner. You have met just a few of our most amazing practitioners, just a few of them. Some of them were in the chat today, but they didn't do a session. And like I said, they're some of the most amazing humans on this planet, and they are the modern day miracle workers. And that is not a woo-woo thing. You heard the stories and you saw the things and you did the sessions and you made the change. So get started with Cognomovement. Let us know if you have any questions. Email us at info@cognomovement.com. And miracles, as Liz say, are mandatory reporting. You're not
Mandatory
allowed to not share
reporting.
with us miracles that happened after Cognomovement.
It's true. The last thing I want to say is there's a little bit of urgency with practitioner. We have live in-person training that comes with your practitioner course. And it's how you get to hang out with me and Bill and Leah and all of these practitioners in person. And that is happening in March. So if you get started now, you would be ready to come to your first live training in March. So if you're considering it, if you're even on the fence, reach out to Leah about that and get going so that we can hang out with you live in March in San Diego, California. All right. So I think, excuse me if you went over it already, but what are the colors and patterns on the Cognomovement? Oh, we'll share that.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But go ahead. What did you want to say?
We go into it in more depth in essentials.
Yeah.
But you can say
I just want to share. So so we have a couple of different balls. We have lots of different size balls, but really what it is that the right brain likes this kinesthetic and 3D feeling, this touch thing. So automatically the right brain gets engaged. The left brain likes color and 3D or geometric symbol, complex geometric symbol. And so when you use this ball, right away, your left and your right brain start to be engaged. And then when we move it across the center line of the body, we're now pushing information and activating it even a deeper way, the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. So this ball does a lot of things. The other things, it's our tool to keep the eyes focused. It's our tool to test for concussion and problems in the periphery. We use it for about 1,000 things, but the main thing is that it activates the right and left hemisphere automatically. So that's the answer to that. Yeah.
All right.
Anything else? We're gone. All right, let's say goodnight. Grab your essentials, get ready. If you're coming to practitioner, please join us for that. We are so excited to meet everybody in person and get to hang out. Please report what happens next, and we will see you on the next go round.